Unleashed, RABID States, Book 1, written by Scott Medbury, narrated by Adam Barr. Copyright 2021, Scott Medbury. All rights reserved. Prologue. It was the apocalypse, just not the one anyone had seen coming. No one knew for sure how or where it started, or what caused it. No one. Not the Pentagon, not the Center for Disease Control, not the military. Certainly not sweet old Lucille Jennings, Miss Teen Riverside of 1960, who still, despite her daughter's nagging, lived in her own home with her chamomile tea and her knitting pins and her rocking chair. It was all over the news in those first few weeks. Dogs all over the world were going feral. A new, enhanced, and more easily transmitted strain of rabies, sources confirmed. Later, it would become clear that not only would the new variant drive the dogs mad, but it also mutated them severely. Sometimes the results were unrecognizable creatures. Domestic dogs mutated into savage, ugly creatures, 2 to 4 times bigger than before, with an insatiable desire to kill. True hounds from hell. As to whether the variant was a deliberate mutation unleashed as an act of war or terrorism, or just some weird accident of nature, well, that was a matter for conjecture. There had been no reports of infection in the little town where a young Lucille Jennings had her first kiss. A new city ordinance had been put in place soon after the federal government had confirmed the worst. Dogs were to be kept isolated at home, and the council decreed, to much protest, that any dogs found in the streets, including those on leashes, would be shot dead on sight. Needless to say, no one really believed the authorities would do such a thing until the first pet, an unsuspecting golden retriever imaginatively named Goldie, was shot by a crying police officer as his owner was restrained by 2 more officers. There were 3 more incidents like that, and a peaceful protest that nearly descended into a full-scale riot before people began to realize that the dog apocalypse was deadly serious, and the authorities just as deadly serious about stopping it. As the news got worse and worse, entire cities in lockdown, people torn apart by rabid packs of mutated canines, compulsory extermination orders, some owners took matters into their own hands, not willing to let strangers put down their beloved dogs or worse, risk them turning into terrifying predators. Not Lucille, though. She was blissfully ignorant. She didn't have a devil's box, content to play her Elvis records for entertainment and read the Bible for spiritual sustenance. She had barely left the house since COVID a few years before and had collected such a huge stockpile of staples that she didn't need to. She only spoke to the neighbors rarely and, in fact, hadn't in months as they were vacationing in Europe. So all in all, she had no need for human interaction, living alone in her little house with its overgrown lawn. All she needed was her chair, her tea, her knitting, and her chihuahua, Mr. Biggins. "Come, Mr. Biggins," Mrs. Jennings said, entering the dining room with a newly opened can of dog food, while Elvis crooned "Love Me Tender" from the ancient record player in the corner. "It's breakfast time." Mr. Biggins had jet-black fur with a white bib, and this morning, as usual, he was perched on the sofa arm, his favorite spot to wait for meals. Today, though, there was nothing usual about the look in his bulbous, strangely red-rimmed eyes, or the way they were fixed on the old lady. Both details skipped her notice as she shuffled past him and bent over by the dining table to pick up his bowl. She began dishing out his dog food, but today the click of the spoon on the metal bowl did not bring him dancing and hopping at her feet. She looked around to see him, now standing on all fours and looking intently at her, a soft growl emanating from his throat.
What on earth is wrong with you? Not hungry?
She picked up the bowl and held it out enticingly.
Come, come, Mr. Biggins.
He didn't jump down as expected. Instead, his growl became louder, and now his lips curled to bare his needle-like teeth. She tutted and put the bowl on its plastic mat on the floor before rising, holding her lower back.
Oh, well, I see you're too lazy to jump down. Lucky I'm a patient woman,
she mumbled as she shuffled over to him and reached out. Mr. Biggins, now in the first stages of infection by the virus that had been dubbed Rabies 2.0 by the press, bit down hard on the old woman's hand. Lucille Jennings shrieked and snatched her hand away, sending the small dog flying off the sofa arm. He landed heavily, and now a ball of fury rolled to his feet as Lucille inspected her hand. The teeth of the little creature had left nasty cuts on the paper-thin, liver-spotted skin of her hand.
Mr. Biggins, what has gotten into you?
She held her assaulted hand tenderly in the other. Mr. Biggins crouched, and slowly inching his way towards her, the low growl in his throat increasing in intensity with each step. Still not grasping the situation, Mrs. Jennings put her foot down and wagged a warning finger.
You go to your bed, or there will be no treats for you for the rest of the week.
With a snarl, Mr. Biggins leapt at the woman who had raised him from a pup, a woman he had never so much as barked at before. The leap was impressive, unnaturally so, and the snarling, gnashing dog made it as high as her chest in a lunge for her throat, the only thing saving her the spindly arms she put up in self-defense. Once more, his needled teeth found her forearm, and this time they bit so deep they met bone. Screaming and flailing her arms wildly, she managed to dislodge and fling the little beast she almost didn't recognize as her lovely Mr. Biggins. The little dog sailed over the sofa, banged into the wall, and fell out of sight with a small yelp. With blood streaming from the gash he'd left in her arm, Lucille stumbled away, heading for the door to the hallway. She only made it 2 steps before she tripped on her own slipper, which had half fallen off during her struggle with Mr. Biggins. She fell to the floor, throwing her back out with a painful snap as she landed. Lucille struggled to her hands and knees and continued crawling toward the door, her breath coming in short, hard pants. Mr. Biggins hadn't yet come at her again, but she heard him snarling and yelping behind the sofa. Perhaps the little ingrate had hurt himself when she had flung him, and, amazingly, she felt a tinge of guilt. She needn't have. She hadn't hurt the little ingrate at all. He was actually preoccupied, the red fog of his rage splintered by agonizing pain as his bones stretched and popped, some breaking skin as they bent at unnatural angles. By the time he left the shadows of the sofa, the only thing left of the little dog known as Mr. Biggins were his teeth, laying in a pool of blood and drool, brutally pushed out of his jaw by a nest of new, much longer, and more numerous fangs. Lucille had managed to make her way to the open doorway and was across the threshold when the yelping, snarling, and cracking noises ceased, giving way to silence as Elvis's crooning also faded into the end of the song. She reached up and grabbed the doorknob, but slumped to the floor, still a foot away from being able to close the door between her and Mr. Biggins. Apart from the hiss and crackle of the needle moving across the vinyl, it was deathly quiet, and Mr. Biggins was nowhere to be seen. "You ain't nothing but a hound dog." Lucille jumped in surprise at the energetic song intro, the shock of adrenaline hurting her heart, but concern for her dog and the thought she may have broken his neck suddenly outweighed the need to find safety.
Mr. Biggins, are you all right? Come, Mr. Biggins,
she called over Elvis's first great rock song. She heard a scrambling, and then a dark shape emerged from behind the sofa, accompanied by a deep growl.
"Mr. Biggins?"
Mr. Biggins was no more. In his place was the misshapen creature from a nightmare that was twice his size, with a mass of dangerous-looking teeth fighting for space in a too-small mouth. Pale white bones protruded at its shoulders, and the formerly full coat of dark fur was stretched and torn in places where it had been unable to accommodate the rapid metamorphosis. Blood-flecked drool and foam dripped from the shard-lined maw as he regarded her with a malevolent, hungry gaze. If she had just once turned on the radio, or if her daughter had answered one of her calls in the last few weeks, she would have realized that her beloved Mr. Biggins, whose only crime on one of his thrice-daily toilet trips into the front yard was to have licked the carcass of a mutilated raven on the sidewalk, was in the final stages of his transformation, and she was about to be dog chow. Not that there was anything she could have done if she had known. All that aside, if she hadn't before, Lucille finally understood she was in danger, mortal danger, and rolled back onto her hands and knees and began crawling again. The growling stopped, and that was somehow worse. With one mighty leap, the dog cleared the coffee table that stood between him and his prey. "You ain't no friend of mine." Lucille's screams rent the air as he began to tear into her legs with neither remorse nor recognition. Soon enough, her screaming withered into gargles, and finally silence, as the needle skipped off the edge of the vinyl record. Now, the only sound to be heard in the house was the sound of stringy meat being ripped and pulled from bones. An hour later, when the mutated canine had eaten his fill and bashed his way through the screen door at the rear of the house, and then the poorly repaired paling fence, there was nothing left of Lucille Jennings to be recognized. The same thing could be said of her formerly beloved pet, leaving a blood-spattered trail as it hunted the deserted streets of Riverside, looking for its next kill. Chapter 1. When Captain Edward Crowley had been summoned into the command center, he knew why. The briefing was merely a formality. He stepped out of the colonel's office with a file he did not intend to open in hand. He knew the content. He had been privy to the information within for about a week, and not to say he was looking forward to the mission, but he had been cooped up in the base for weeks now. Crowley was not the kind of man who liked to sit still. The mission was rather straightforward. A town a little over 20 miles from the base had been overrun by the canine scourge. He was to take a squad out there to deal with that particular situation. Drone reconnaissance indicated there was a group of civilians trapped inside a school building within the town, running out of food and running out of time. Getting them out was first priority. Second was securing the town and eradicating the mutant packs roaming the town to guarantee a steady, if limited, source of food supplies for the U.S. Army base he had called home for a year. At no time in his 11 years of service had he expected that one day he would be leading a team to face a bunch of mutated dogs. The world had really turned the screw-up meter up a notch. Crowley, a tall man with striking gray eyes and a full head of black hair, marched across the camp, and the soldiers he passed along the way snapped to attention. He made his way to where the convoy of vehicles they would be using was situated. 3 soldiers were loading the trucks with ammunition and supplies. They stood at attention when he approached. "At ease, soldiers," he said. He moved closer to inspect one of the trucks, picking out one of the assault rifles and taking a closer look as he did. Satisfied, he turned back to the men. "How soon can we move out?" 30 minutes tops, sir." "You have 15. He moved past them to where the rest of the soldiers were gathered, listening to the sergeant. "Good morning, Captain," said Sergeant Thaddeus Teddy O'Connor when he approached. He saluted, and the rest did too. "At ease," he said to them. And then to the sergeant he asked, "Teddy, what's this about?"
Most of the soldiers haven't encountered the enemy we are about to face before. I thought it best to attempt to explain the situation to them.
"I'll take it from here. Go supervise the loading. We leave as soon as possible." With a salute, Teddy swiftly walked away. The captain turned to the other men. "Listen up. You all know what dogs are. You have a certain understanding of them. You know they can be loyal, friendly, and loving." The men nodded in agreement. "Well, it's time to forget all of that. Forget everything you know. You've seen the pictures and the videos. You've been briefed. The dogs you once knew no longer exist. These ones are bigger and meaner and more terrifying than any creature you've ever seen. If you see a dog, you will put it down before it puts you down. I don't care if it's mutated or not. If it's got 4 legs, a tail, and it barks, you put it down. Understood?"
"Sir, yes, sir,"
they chorused.
"What about the service dogs, sir?"
yelled someone from the rear. Heads turned towards the enclosure that stood about 100 feet away. Crowley could make out 3 of the 10 German shepherds. They were lazing in the sun while the others remained in the shadows of the large communal kennel. He had asked the colonel the same question, and he gave the soldier the same answer he had received from the base commander. "We're not going to shoot the service dogs, genius. They've been quarantined since the outbreak, with 20 miles of cleared forest between them and the nearest of their cousins. If word comes from on high that they need to be destroyed, you'll be the first to know." No one would have guessed from his response that he had disagreed vehemently with the colonel's directive about the base dogs. The highly trained dogs were already skilled in attacking humans on command. It didn't bear thinking about what they could become if they were infected by the mutated virus. Alas, he was overruled. But like all good soldiers, he took it on the chin, and the colonel's command became his. "Now, if there are no more questions, get your asses ready to move out." The sun had just fully risen over the horizon when their convoy rolled out of the base. It was a convoy of 2 army trucks, an SUV, and a commandeered Greyhound bus. The first truck carried 9 men and the second, supplies. The bus was driven by a soldier named Jackson and carried the rest of the team. The SUV carried the captain and was driven by Sergeant O'Connor, Crowley's 2IC and best friend. Clouds of dust rose high in the air as they drove along roads that hadn't been used in weeks, apart from the occasional outing from the base. Crowley surveyed the landscape and spied a big horse ranch that had once bustled with activity about 10 minutes out from the base. It was deserted now, its activity snuffed out by the dog apocalypse, and the owners had fled and taken what they could. He wondered briefly where they'd gone. Where exactly did one flee when the whole country, even continent, had turned to shit? It was those that didn't have a chance or the means to evacuate, or were just too fucking stupid to move when everyone else was moving, that concerned Crowley, and fueled the need for this mission. At least, it concerned his superiors, and the task to save them had been put on his shoulders. They had received the SOS 3 days before. The civilians holed up and unable to get out, running out of supplies while the dogs waited to pick them off one by one if and when they strayed out of safety. Their mission was simple: get in, get as many as possible out with as little noise as possible, then cleanse and reclaim the city. For the last bit, they could make as much noise as they needed. In a deep corner of his mind, Captain Crowley was looking forward to that. Everyone hated the dog monstrosities now, but Captain Edward Crowley had hated dogs long before the outbreak. There was a good reason for that hatred, and he was certain it had been one of the reasons he'd been selected for the mission. "Are you scared?" The statement brought the captain back to the vehicle, where Sergeant O'Connor watched him intently. "No," he said simply. "Not scared." His heart was racing, but not from fear. Of course, like everyone, he had nervous energy when on a mission, but only the necessary dose to keep a man alive. What he felt right now was something else entirely. "Well, I'm scared," the sergeant admitted. "Have you seen the videos? Some of those things have gotten as big as ponies since this thing broke out. I bet one could flip this car if it tried to." "I bet it could," Crowley agreed. "Ah, I forget. You've seen them up close recently." "I have. The videos don't do justice." "Well, thank you very much for that. I think I just shit myself. So, I guess now I'm officially scared shitless." "Shut up, Teddy," Crowley said with a laugh. He turned his eyes back out the window and let his mind wander. 6 weeks ago, everything was normal as normal could be, and then the first of the incidents happened. It happened in a little town in Texas. A man torn to pieces by his pet Doberman. No one paid any mind. They were big dogs, and rabies was a thing. But then it happened again, this time a mother and her daughter killed by 2 strays as they played in a park. The third incident, 18 people at a barbecue mauled and torn to shreds by 3 malformed dogs, was too much to ignore. But the virus spread faster than the authorities could keep up with. The genie was out of the bottle. Crowley would have laughed a year ago if somebody had told him the world as he knew it would be ended by a dog apocalypse. He knew now it was no laughing matter. Not only from a first-hand encounter, but the numbers were astonishing. There are nearly 1 billion dogs in the world, around 90 million domestic dogs in the United States alone. Throw in 500,000 service dogs, and up to 15 million wild dogs, including wolves and coyotes in North America, all with the potential to be infected by a disease that turned them into slavering, unthinking killing machines, bigger and more powerful than they had a right to be. And the result was inevitable. Many would have given an arm just to know what caused the mutation and maybe find a cure. Edward Crowley was not so farsighted. He just wanted to kill as many of them in as little time possible as he could. Faint yells and pointing fingers in the vehicles up front drew Crowley's eyes to the road further ahead. They settled on a lone dog, if that's what you could call it, at the side of the highway. It had once been a greyhound, but was now a foot taller and more vicious-looking, with a misshapen form and mottled fur. It was chowing down on a shape he couldn't make out until they drew closer. "Oh, Jesus," said Teddy, who sounded about ready to unload his breakfast. The greyhound horror was gnawing on a human arm, the watch on the wrist glinting in the sunlight. The dog, its muzzle stained red, turned its head without letting go of its meal, and its dead eyes met Crowley's. He couldn't hear it, but knew the animal was growling menacingly, around the flesh in its mouth, instinctively protective of its catch. The captain grabbed his suppressed rifle and aimed it through the window at the monstrosity. Both shots met the skull of the beast, blasting it open in a cloud of red and toppling the animal to the tarmac. "Eat that, you bastard," he muttered. "Nasty." Sergeant Thaddeus O'Connor shuddered. "Going to need a strong stomach for this gig, Teddy," he told himself aloud. "You're going to need more than that," Crowley said. "You don't have to tell me. I'm here, aren't I?" "I'm counting on it," he replied meaningfully. Captain Crowley didn't speak again until they entered the town. When he did, it was into his comms, first to tell the drivers ahead to slow down, and then soon after, to pull over. They eased to the side of the road, next to a low-rise office building, and turned off the engines, just behind a cluster of vehicles that had not moved in a long time. He thought that most likely they had been abandoned by owners who had needed to escape some other way, or were simply no longer in need of vehicles because they were dead. "Pack up, soldiers," Captain Crowley ordered. "We're going the rest of the way on foot. The less noise we make, the less problems we attract." As much as he wanted an excuse to rip into deranged canines, the mission and the lives of his men took priority. "Stiles, Coleman, Jackson, scout ahead." He conversed briefly with Thaddeus, who had a GPS tracker with him that was locked on the location of the survivors, and then pointed down the road. "Exercise extreme caution. The rest of you keep your eyes peeled. We're in enemy territory now." The 3 soldiers he had called broke away from the squad and proceeded ahead of them. As Crowley geared up with the others, he took his time to look around. The town had once been a thriving gateway to a national park, almost a small city. Now it was a ghost town. There were 2 reasonably tall buildings towards the center of town. One was clearly an office building, all windows. The other, an apartment building. The brick apartment building was nothing but a burnt-out shell now. "All clear," Jackson's voice sounded over the comms. "Copy that." Captain Crowley holstered his Desert Eagle and picked up his assault rifle. "Move out." They jogged down the streets to rejoin with the 3 ahead, and then they made their way further into the town, with the sergeant occasionally giving directions. For what seemed like miles, the only sound that could be heard was the wind, howling along empty streets and through hollow buildings. They went 3 blocks, stumbling upon a detached foot in a shoe and a rotting head, before they encountered the first of the dogs. It was jet black, with long, sharp canines and a blood-caked maw. It was taller and broader than the average mastiff and much, much uglier. The beast had turned a corner and appeared as surprised to stumble across them as the men at the front were to see it emerge from nowhere. The dog moved from surprise to killer rage in record time. With a vicious snarl, it lunged. Stiles got the first hits, firing 3 muffled shots into its neck, but it was Anderson that made the kill, putting a final bullet in its head. With a whine, it hit the ground and stayed there. "Any of you bastards pissed yourselves yet?" Crowley asked with a gruff laugh. Going further, they stumbled upon 3 more stragglers of indiscriminate breed and made swift work of them. "How about we make this interesting?" Sergeant O'Connor said after his 3rd kill. $100 says I return to base with the highest kill tally." At first, no one responded. Then the captain said, "Double or nothing." "Oh, you're on," Thaddeus O'Connor beamed. As they proceeded, the clusters of abandoned vehicles grew. Also, the number of rotting body parts they found. The air stank of decay, and the buoyant mood at the ease of the first kills wore off. "How much further?" Crowley asked. "We're almost there," Sergeant O'Connor replied, and pointed ahead. "Just across this park." The park was 2 acres of green space in the center of town, now just a field of overgrown grasses almost taller than them, a broken water fountain, a row of previously ornamental bushes in sore need of a trim, and a couple of benches with peeling paint jobs. There were kiosks positioned in select places. Those, too, were in matching states of disrepair. Crowley was struck by how quickly things decayed when man abandoned them. They spread out and crossed the park carefully, but with haste, crouching low as they went, trained eyes on lookout, scanning for any anomaly. O'Connor was quick to spot 2 dogs over the tall grass just at the edge of the park. They were engaged in a violent struggle over a piece of meat. He raised his gun without letting the others know. He wanted these 2. When he had a clear line of sight, he shot at them. The first dog, an ugly creature that he thought may have once been a German short-haired pointer, caught several bullets to the midsection and dropped with a yelp. The other, another malformed greyhound, was already moving as the soldier turned his attention towards it. Darting to the side and just avoiding the spray of hot metal, the racing dog set its sights on O'Connor and launched itself. O'Connor shifted his aim and squeezed off more shots, but the dog was fast and eluded his gunfire. He finally managed to nick its hind leg, but that only served to slow it down, not deter it. He knew quickly he had to put more distance between himself and the angry canine, and backpedaled rapidly. Doing so, he lost his footing and stumbled, a simple mistake, and one that gave the dog all the time it needed to catch him. With his heart beating frantically in his chest, he brought the muzzle of his weapon up, but knew he was going to be too late and prepared to use the weapon to grapple the snarling dog. It flew towards him, its toothy maw wide open, when 2 shots whizzed across the field, and the dog's head snapped backwards as the rounds found rest in its skull. It continued the rest of its flight dead on arrival, pounding O'Connor to the ground. The horrified soldier shoved the stinking, blood-matted carcass, and it slid off him like a spent lover. Teddy climbed to his feet, bent over, and promptly emptied the contents of his stomach. "I had that," he said, as he wiped his mouth with his sleeve. "Sure you did, Teddy." Crowley grinned from the other end of a smoking gun. "That's 4, by the way." "Yeah, well, I'm still leading." "Not for long." They moved on to join the rest of the squad at the edge of the park. Crowley checked his watch. It was just after 1200 hours. Still in the cover of the long grass, he surveyed the school across the black ribbon of asphalt. The big gates that had once provided security had been ripped off their hinges and were hanging askew. Crowley stopped suddenly, his head slightly cocked. "What is it, Captain?" one of the soldiers asked as they followed suit. "Shh." They promptly obeyed, scanning the long grass and trying to see what might be troubling him. As they waited, he listened. And then he heard the sound that had alerted him more clearly. They were not alone. Following the sounds his ears had picked out, he turned back to the park and slowly rose to full height. As he scanned the long grass, he saw it bending and moving, not just in one place, but many, and traveling closer with every second. How long had they been stalked? It didn't matter. "We've got company," he said calmly, but loud enough for all to hear. 7, 12, 3 o'clock and counting. They turned their weapons in the directions he had called out and readied to fire. "No sudden movements, boys." "Shouldn't we move into the school, Cap?" "Negative," Captain Crowley said. "We don't know if or how many more are lurking in the grounds." "Captain," Sergeant O'Connor said, "if we can get through, we can limit their point of entry and concentrate fire. If we split our resources, we should be able to take down any in there." There was a sharp bark that was quickly echoed by the others in the park. Crowley reassessed. The noise of the pack helped him put their numbers at a minimum of 15. It was time to make like a shepherd and get the flock out of there. "Run!" Captain Crowley yelled. "Move, move, move! Teddy, you in front!" As if he was also calling them to action, a fresh pack of deformed, rabid dogs exploded from their hiding in the grass, like bullets from a large gun. Chapter 2. The soldiers were quick to action and were already moving at speed before the first dogs came into view. It gave them a tiny head start to make up for the running speed they lacked. As it turned out, a lot more than 15 dogs had been following them. Teddy led a small team ahead, and they bolted at full speed into the compound, scanning for hostiles, while those bringing up the rear, including Crowley, ran with their guns ready and preparing to turn to face the oncoming tide of dogstrosities. "Shit, shit, 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 shit," Sergeant O'Connor muttered in a long stream as the rear guards began firing and picking off the monsters with rapid bursts of gunfire. Under Crowley's direction, they moved with the efficiency of a well-oiled machine, alternating between running fast enough to keep up with Teddy's team and slowing down just enough to bring dogs that got too close to their heels down. Crowley deliberately lagged behind by a few feet to give his team time to get through the gate, and with a swift 180 turn, he brought down 2 dogs and wounded another, who made the mistake of thinking he was an easy target. He entered the compound a few seconds behind the others and turned around to take stock of the dogs that had been pursuing them. They had slowed to a near stop, probably wary after so many of their packmates had fallen. His soldiers continued to take down any that got brave enough to take more than a few steps. Up ahead, the first group, led by Teddy O'Connor, had already confirmed the immediate area free of hostiles, and had turned with their weapons also trained on the gate. Crowley's team now between them and their targets. "Clear back here, Cap," called Teddy. "Roger." Crowley came to a troubling realization. More dogs were emerging from the park and gathering in what was almost a straight line. The numbers grew until the dogs were almost 2 deep and at least 15 across. There were no more one-off lunges. The canine freaks began creeping forward almost in unison. Worse, from their body language, he knew with certainty that they were about to be rushed by a single deadly wave of dogs that would be impossible to stop without many casualties. They needed all their firepower. "Down!" Crowley's team dropped to the ground, and from their positions flat on the ground began to fire. Instantly, Teddy O'Connor and his group in the last line of defense joined in. The cacophony of gunfire was punctuated by the sounds of bullets biting canine flesh and yelps of pain. Mutant dog after dog went down, until finally they began to break up in confusion as the pile of corpses grew into a barrier. "Keep on them," Crowley screamed. "They're almost done." "Changing mag," a soldier called Anderson yelled. His shout was echoed by 2 more soldiers as the rest continued firing. The writing was on the wall for the pack that had followed them through the park, and Crowley had just begun to relax when a blood-curdling scream, accompanied by the snarling of a dog, rent the air. Crowley already knew what had happened as he turned. They had been so focused on keeping the terrors that had pursued them from the park at bay that apart from the cursory, rushed scan upon entry, they had not had time to look out for hostiles deeper in the premises. Coleman, one of the newer recruits, was on the ground as a large, malformed dog with dark bristling fur tore into his leg, pulling and ripping as if he meant to free him of the limb. Teddy O'Connor moved from side to side, trying to take a shot without hitting the screaming recruit. Crowley sprang to his feet and rushed straight into the fray and put the muzzle of his Desert Eagle against the head of the beast, before firing a single bullet straight through his brain pan. The heavy beast dropped, its big maw still around Coleman's lower leg, long fangs embedded in muscle, tissue, and bone. "Smith, Stiles, get him loose now." As they set to work, the captain turned his eyes to the big building at the rear of the complex. It looked like a gym. The dog that attacked Coleman could only have come from that direction. "Teddy, you're with me." Barely were the words out of his mouth when they both heard the excited baying and barking of dogs running eagerly in the pursuit of a 2-legged meal. 2 beasts tore around the corner to meet them. Their mouths were caked in dried blood, testament to a recent kill. Thaddeus joined them, and they opened fire on the new threat as the others finished off the stragglers who were still game enough to try and make it past their dead packmates at the gate. Crowley and O'Connor put down the 2 dogs and did a quick recon of the immediate area. There were no more attempting to come through the gate by the time they were done, and O'Connor gave the ceasefire order. "You got the queasiness out of your system, I see," Crowley said. Teddy looked at him and realized it was true. In the heat of battle, the nausea from his close encounter with the stinking mud in the park had been forgotten. He stared daggers at the captain. "Yes, and I'm up to 12 kills, by the way." "Good," Crowley beamed patronizingly. "Real good, Teddy." "What do you mean by that?" The captain merely smiled wider and walked away. "Oh, no, you don't. What does good mean? How many have you got?" When it was clear the captain was not going to answer, he muttered a curse under his breath and decided to drop it. "Do you want me to take some men to make sure the whole school property is clear, sir?" he asked formally when he caught up with Crowley. "No, pretty sure we got them all, but I don't want to risk anyone else now that we are at our objective. Get Coleman's wounds dressed quick and let's get inside." Coleman's wounds were hurriedly dressed, and he was given a painkiller. He would need to be given another rabies shot, but for now, that was enough to stop the bleeding and get him back on his feet with the underarm support of Stiles. As soon as he deemed him in good enough condition to be moved, Captain Crowley gave the order for them to continue their progress towards the administration building in the center of the school. As they drew closer, according to Teddy's directions, and further into the school compound, one thing Captain Crowley couldn't help but notice was the deafening quiet, the kind of quiet that was just plain abnormal in a high school at this time of day. It reminded him of when, as a child, he'd accompany his mother to the school she taught at during their spring recess. Weird and desolate, like an abandoned city, as if the very buildings missed the noise of the kids. As he scanned the paths and open areas, he wondered about the students. How many were here? Had the rest made it out alive with their families? What about the rest of the town's population? Stung once by the COVID lockdowns, many had refused to lock down again, deeming it as government overreach, or worse, a government plot to control the masses. Others had thought they had more time. Of course, they were wrong. Dead wrong. Now many were just plain dead. Crowley didn't let himself dwell on regret or the decisions of his fellow humans. Such thoughts threatened to impair his ability to perform his duties and, as such, needed to be shelved away to be dealt with at a later time or as the need arose. Still, the stark and unsettling absence of students within the premises somehow served to remind him of his own personal pain, a pain so deep and scarring that he had never fully dealt with it. Tears sprang to his eyes unbidden, and he quickly clamped down on his emotions. As it was, the dog apocalypse dovetailed nicely with the vow he had made himself 4 years before. He would continue to deal with the dog problem the only way he knew, the direct way, until it was no longer a problem, or he was no longer around to deal with it. And right now, it felt like whatever semblance of solace still existed stood on the other side of a long, unending pile of dog carcasses. Ahead, Sergeant O'Connor came to a stop in front of another large building. "We're here." "Let's hope we aren't too late," Crowley said. "Stand aside." He stepped up to the double doors. With the butt of his gun, he knocked 3 times. He heard noises and harsh whispers from within, but no shadows appeared behind the obscured glass to greet them. He tested the doors. Surprisingly, they were unlocked. He pushed them open, prepared for the gratitude of happy survivors, not the axe blade thrust rudely in his face. Tracing the length of the tool back to the hand that wielded it and beyond, he was met by the soft yet wary features of a woman's face. He couldn't help noticing, even with the scowl that had taken up settlement on her face, that she was rather easy on the eyes. "I mean you no harm, ma'am," he said calmly, lowering his gun and raising his other hand in a gesture of peace. "Ma'am?" she repeated. Her lips curled like she had tasted something bad. "Who are you?" "My name is Captain Edward Crowley. Behind me is my team. We were sent to help you out of here and get you to safety." He judged it safe to look past her. There were 3 men and another woman, and they were all armed with weapons plucked from their surroundings: a fire extinguisher, a plank, a baseball bat. One of the men even held a whiteboard eraser. Crowley thought of making a joke, but decided now was not the time. Apart from the eraser-wielding man, an untrained eye brought up on a TV diet of The Walking Dead or Falling Skies might have mistaken them for violent survivalists, but Crowley had a good eye. They were mostly terrified, and the only reason they looked the least bit put together was the woman in front of him. He was impressed. "How do I know you're telling the truth?" Crowley raised a brow. The respect started to slip. "Because I'm walking on 2 legs for a start." "You could be a looter," piped up Eraser Boy. "All due respect, sir, that is the stupidest thing I've heard all day." The man's face turned crimson, but the woman shrugged, unfazed. "That would imply everything else out there makes sense." "Touché," he said. "But I assure you I am no looter." Just the word left a bad taste in his mouth. Or whatever other theory you might cook up. Do you really think a school is a place that looters would look to find food or whatever else they were after? Especially with a horde of ugly mutts Just waiting to get the teeth into the tasty morsels barricaded inside? The woman didn't budge or drop her gaze from his. Look, lady, the longer we stand here in a pissing contest, the more chance my men will be attacked again. So if you want our help, please just relax so we can come in. With a small smile, she lowered the axe and moved out of the way to let him and his men in. He couldn't help the feeling that somehow he had lost the pissing contest. Crowley moved beside her and signaled to his men. They made their way in, and he noted her look of concern when she saw the wounded Coleman. After the last man was through, Crowley shut the doors behind them. You might want to barricade that, he suggested.
The dogs haven't made any attempts to get in through that way so far, so I think we'll be fine.
Crowley shrugged and took a closer look at her. She clearly had some Latino blood in her veins. Full lips, rosy cheeks, and brownish eyes that burned with the intensity of a soldier. He shrugged. At least lock it then, huh?
Oh, dogs can open doors now?
Said Eraser Boy. He still held the harmless object in his hand like he was holding a knife. Well, I don't know, bud. What I do know is they will tear your face off before you can rub them out with your whiteboard eraser. Several of his men laughed, and even the woman's lip curled in amusement before she shut it down, quickly.
Lock it, Sebastian, she said. I'm sure the captain wouldn't ask if he didn't think it was necessary.
Eraser Boy huffed, once again red-faced, but went across to shoot the bolts on the doors. The woman gestured for him to follow and led him deeper into the school. Along the way, he came across other survivors hanging around the halls, probably too curious to stay behind with the rest, but not brave enough to come to the entrance. As the soldiers walked past them, they looked at them with reverence and hope. He hoped, too. Hoped he would not disappoint them. How many are you?
22. 7 men, 12 women, and 3 children. Our numbers went down by 1 person yesterday. John Whitlock got tired of waiting around for help and decided to go out and try his luck. Maybe he made it out. Who knows?
Crowley knew. Knew that the man had not made it past the gates, and that what little was left to the man was in pieces somewhere on the school ground, courtesy of the dogs he and Teddy had just taken down. He kept that piece of information to himself. These people were disheartened enough. She led them down to the cafeteria, where more of the survivors were gathered. Most of the tables had been pushed to the far wall, and there were makeshift beds spread out all over the floors, a few of which were in use. The survivors who weren't asleep or resting were engaged in other mundane activities like playing card games, eating, and making quiet conversation. He imagined there was very little else to do. Everyone perked up when the soldiers entered the hall. Some even rose to their feet, perhaps in anticipation, or perhaps to better their chances of fleeing if it came to it. The woman started to introduce him, but Captain Crowley stepped forward, placing a hand gently on her shoulder in a silent request for permission. She stepped aside. I am Edward Crowley, Captain in the United States Army. My men and I are here to help you. Without waiting for a reaction, he signaled to his men with a hand gesture. The crowd didn't relax until the soldiers moved one of the tables closer and began to set up. When the men carrying the supply packs began laying out the food rations and medicines on the tables, members of the survivor group started to approach cautiously. You saw my wounded man, Crowley said, gesturing to where a wincing Coleman was being lowered into a chair. Dog bite. We've all had pre-exposure rabies shots, but that wound needs to be treated with HRIG. We also have pre-rabies shots for all of your people.
How effective do you think it is?
He shrugged. Your guess is as good as mine. I've heard reports it makes no difference and that death occurs within 24 hours, although without the mutations or madness. I've also heard reports of those with pre-rabies shots and direct wound injection of HRIG surviving bites.
Okay, I heard the same, but I guess it's worth a shot. Pardon the pun.
He laughed, realizing suddenly that he'd taken a fast liking to the woman.
We have a nurse.
the woman said, now all business.
I'll have her help.
She turned to one of the women in the group. Maria? The rest of her sentence was in rapid-fire Spanish, to which the woman replied with matching tongue-twisting speed. That soldier over there has the pre-shots and doses. Maria would be welcome to help with the injections and caring for Coleman's wound, as we didn't bring a fully trained medic.
I can certainly help,
said Maria, and she went over and asked the soldier who had been supporting Coleman to bring him and follow her to the sickbay. Captain Crowley handed his backpack and his rifle to a soldier and turned back to the woman who was clearly in charge. So, it looks like you're the person to talk to. Can we talk turkey, ma'am?
We can, but please stop calling me ma'am, she said, holding out a hand. My name's Josephine Smith. I'm the assistant principal. Principal Cartwright was on leave when all this broke out.
Smith?
Yes, why?
He shrugged. No reason. She laughed at his transparency.
My father was English and my mother of Spanish descent. I'm third-generation American, if you don't mind.
Ah.
Come, we can talk on the way to the gymnasium to tell the last few of us about the cavalry arriving.
She turned and marched across the cafeteria without waiting to see if he would follow. He did follow. They entered the hallway, and she stopped.
So, what's the big get-the-hell-out-of-town plan?
Just that. Get the hell out of town, Crowley quipped. She gave him a cold stare, clearly not appreciating his humor.
I have 21 starving, almost hopeless men, women, and children in there. If you have a plan to help, let's hear it.
He smiled, a gesture that seemed to irritate her further. Reaching into one of the pockets of his vest, he pulled out a Snickers bar and held it out to her.
What is this?
She frowned. You're not yourself when you're hungry. Chapter 3. Josephine's mouth opened and closed like that of a beached fish, almost long enough for Crowley to wonder if she might be having a stroke. Her face went through at least 3 different emotions before settling on a mix of amusement and surprise.
Very funny,
she said at last, and took the offering from his hand.
Thank you.
She didn't hesitate to peel it open and take a bite. Better? He asked.
Much. How did you...
You were looking a little Betty White, and I figured you probably haven't been having your fair share of rations. Am I right? She shrugged as she chewed, not letting on she was impressed by his intuition. As she consumed the candy bar, he began to speak. We don't have a carefully detailed plan because we're not dealing with creatures of higher intelligence. They don't have hideouts or weapons, so we can't treat them like human hostiles. Basically, the plan is to get to the edge of the city and leave you with the means to get the hell out of here.
And where will we go? And what do you do after that?
Well, we'll see what we can do in the way of a cleanup around here. Try and secure the town. As to where you'll go, well, it's up to you, but I can tell you that, statistically, South Dakota has the smallest population of domestic dogs outside of New England, and it's a hell of a lot closer. I can also tell you they jumped first when it came to depopulating the possible threat.
South Dakota? That's a hell of a journey. Surely there's somewhere right here in Oklahoma. Why can't we come to the base and take time to think it over?
Not possible. Our orders are to evacuate you to the edge of town, put you on the bus, and then eradicate the threat.
There are hundreds of dogs in town. You can't possibly rid the town of all of them without getting hurt. I mean, without losing men.
After this morning, he had begun to think the same, but wouldn't admit it. Back to her, though. Was that worry for him that he sensed? Concern? No. While he definitely felt some sort of chemistry between them, they had met barely an hour ago. It was wishful thinking on his part, perhaps. Well, we've already taken out a lot, so we can, and we... His statement hung in the air, unfinished, as a third member joined their little party. It was Eraser Boy. Crowley had already decided he didn't like him very much, but was gratified to see the look of annoyance on Josephine's face.
Hey there, Cap.
The teacher casually thrust himself into the conversation. I think we got off on the wrong foot, and I'd like to start over. I'm Sebastian Tipton, head of English, but you can call me Seb. My friends call me that. He held out his hand. Crowley looked down at the offered hand for a second longer than necessary, then took it and squeezed hard, shaking it twice before disengaging. To his credit, Tipton, apart from a slight wince, didn't show that the painful handshake bothered him. Starting over sounds good, Mr. Tipton, Crowley said. Now if you'll excuse us. Yes, well, I think you need someone to talk to about the running of things around here. Someone that's been in leadership on campus for a few years. I'm your man. Thanks for the offer, Crowley said politely. But I'm talking to Ms. He waited for her nod of confirmation before continuing. Ms. Smith, I understand she's in charge in the absence of the principal. Sebastian Tipton flashed a nasty look in Josephine's direction, one that Crowley decided he did not like at all. It was downright disrespectful. Annoyed, yet dignified enough to be the bigger person, Josephine crossed her arms. I think we have it covered, Sebastian. Thanks for your concern. Sebastian Tipton ignored her and leaned in towards Crowley with a hand over his mouth, even though his words were clearly audible to the assistant principal. Between you and me, women aren't really cut out for life and death situations like this. Now, in the kitchen, sure, and definitely the bedroom. Then more quietly. Lord knows she'd be. Crowley's hand on his shoulder silenced him with a hard squeeze. Like I said, I already have someone I'm speaking to. Now go back into the cafeteria with the others and stay there, or I'll take you outside to play fetch with the doggies. Tipton winced in agony and humiliation when Crowley released him. He scurried out of reach quickly before stopping to straighten his tie. Let me know if you need anything, he said, attempting to regain some face. I sure will, said Crowley with a big smile. The scowl the man gave Ms. Smith as he brushed by her told Crowley he would bear watching. 13 years of service, first in the Phoenix police force and then the U.S. Army, had driven home the fact that even the most unlikely or cowardly person could turn violent, even murderous, in the right conditions. Friend of yours? He asked Smith. She flashed him a withering look. Thanks for putting him straight. He's annoying, but can be handled. I take it you hate me less now. She turned and started along the corridor, pausing to let him catch up. I don't hate you. Sorry if I've been a bit gruff, but we've had some difficult moments since we locked down in here. That does remind me. How did you all make it this long? He asked. I assume you mean food and water? He nodded. Well, first of all, we weren't always hiding out in this particular building. The way she said it told him there was a tragic element to the story, even before she added, we lost about half our numbers in the couple of transitions that led us here. I'm sorry. That must have been tough. She shrugged it off, but he was not fooled. Still, he let it go. She briefly narrated her ordeal leading up to his arrival as they walked to the gymnasium. She had been unable to leave when everyone was evacuating because she couldn't leave without her grandfather. He was her only living relative. He'd been sick at the time and hadn't been in any condition to be moved. During the early stages of the outbreak, she'd kept in touch with faculty and parents, even more so as their numbers thinned. Finally, as the full extent of the disaster hit home, a group of them had decided to band together for safety. At that point, they numbered 48. They had hidden out in a dance studio owned by one of the parents first, then moved on to a supermarket before finally making it to the school. You've done well, Crowley said, and he meant it. She nodded, although the set of her shoulders said that she felt she could have done better. They entered the gym, and Crowley met more of the survivors.
A couple of teenagers were playing a game of one-on-one basketball, and a gray-haired Hispanic man of roughly 70 watched them from the bleachers. He shouted insults at the players when their opponents scored, and again when they missed a shot. Crowley thought perhaps he just liked shouting insults. The old man's attention shifted to them, and he raised one eyebrow when he saw Crowley behind his granddaughter. Even the teens paused their game. The old man exclaimed something in Spanish that made Josephine smile. Then he asked a question in the same language. Josephine laughed and said something back that had a mirror effect on him. For Crowley's benefit, she switched back to English and explained.
He's asking if you're here because you found out about his underground drug operations.
Crowley smiled. Glad to see someone around here has a sense of humor. The statement brought a mock scowl to Josephine's face.
Well, screw you too, amigo.
They both laughed and walked across to the old man.
Abuelo, she said. This is Captain Crowley. Captain, this is my grandfather.
Crowley stepped forward and stretched his hand out. Pleasure to meet you, sir. The man offered a scrutinizing glare before he stood up and shook Crowley's hand. There was something about the way he carried himself, his posture, and the firmness in his grip. Instantly, Crowley knew to ask, Army or Navy? The old man's face contorted in pleasant surprise.
Air Force, actually. 2 tours in Iraq, 1 in Vietnam.
How did you...
Josephine began.
Some things you just know,
the old man said, still staring inquisitively at Crowley.
Simon Cortez is the name.
Crowley, Edward Crowley, he said.
I've heard of a Simon Cortez from the Vietnam War. Purple Heart.
Could it be?
The one, the only. See, Josie, I told you I was famous.
She scoffed and turned away.
The young. No respect, am I right?
That's a trait not exclusive to the young, sir. While they talked, Josephine went over to speak to the basketballers. They picked up their gear and headed for the hallway.
That's everybody present and accounted for.
Good. So they'll all be in the cafeteria now? I'd like to say a few words.
Sure thing. Come along, old man. You need to eat something.
Taking her grandfather by the arm, she led him into the hallway while Crowley followed at a leisurely pace. Alone with his thoughts, once again, Crowley pondered the situation. Getting 22 men, women, and children out of town would not be easy. It was impossible to outrun the dogs, so they would have to make their way quietly and attract as little attention as possible. With so many civilians, that would not be easy. Dogs naturally had a greater sense of sight, sound, and smell. With the mutations they had undergone, he had to assume that their senses were even more heightened now. The odds of success seemed lower every second that went by. There was nothing for it, though. Crowley knew that the only thing that stood between these people and the dogs that probably stalked outside the building at that very moment was his squad. And by God, he would die before he left them to such a brutal fate without putting his life down first. When he entered the large cafeteria, he found all the survivors gathered and seated, either finishing up the rations his soldiers provided, or speaking in hushed voices as they watched the soldiers with their eyes. All eyes turned to him expectantly. He went over to Josephine, who gestured to a small podium and gave him an encouraging nod. He stepped up to the podium and looked out into the small crowd. All right, listen up. The noise quietened down immediately. We came here with the primary objective of getting you out of town and providing transportation for you to go on. But there's no easy way to go about this. It will be dangerous, and we'll essentially be making a run for it. Us by your side to protect you until we're at the town limits. There were loud grumblings from the listeners. He distinctly heard 2 phrases. It's too dangerous and why can't we stay here? He held up his hands. No one is going to force you to come, but staying is probably not the best option given your food situation. And yes, it will be dangerous, and I can't promise that we won't lose anyone along the way. But again, no one will force you to come. If you want to stay and take your chances as you and the dogs get hungrier and more desperate, that's your right. Now, it should be fairly straightforward as long as you are quiet and follow my orders. We don't want to do anything to attract unwanted attention and bring down more dogs upon us. I will deal severely with anyone who puts us at risk." The crowd grew rowdy again, and he regarded them in silence as Josephine Smith pleaded with them to be quiet. When order was restored, he spoke again. "If you intend to stay, please let Ms. Smith know. For those of you intending to come, prepare yourselves this afternoon, and only bring enough to carry comfortably. We head out at dawn." He stepped down as the murmurings in the crowd broke out again. He couldn't blame them. Leaving safety and comfort, even if it was temporary, versus probable attack from monstrous man-eating dogs, was not an easy decision to make. 2 hours later, they served up a late afternoon dinner. He wanted everyone, including the civilians, well-rested for their exit at dawn. After eating with the men, Crowley made his way to the far wall where the sergeant stood.
Great speech earlier.
"Shut up, Thaddeus."
Thaddeus. Ouch.
Crowley was about to respond when his eyes stumbled on a little scene that set his teeth on edge. Across the hall, one of Crowley's men, a hot-headed new recruit named Anthony Radcliffe, seemed to have taken an interest in Josephine. Crowley's first opinion of the young man had not been anything good. He had read his reports, too. He was deemed impulsive, reckless, and trigger-happy. Several counts of disobedience to direct orders had been attributed to him. Granted, he was very good with the assault rifle that hung at his side. But what use was a soldier that could not be counted on when it mattered? The longer Crowley watched, the more his impression of him worsened. Radcliffe called out to Josephine, and when she didn't answer, he moved to talk to her. He must have said something offensive because she brushed past him, her face red with anger. As she did, Radcliffe turned and grabbed her on the ass. Josephine's response was instant, a reflex action. She turned and slapped him across the face so hard that Radcliffe rocked back on his feet. Crowley smiled. While he didn't hear the slap over the noise in the room, he felt it all the way from where he stood. Before the stunned soldier could do anything but nurse his cheek, she was gone.
Ouch,
Thaddeus said. Clearly, he had been watching as well. "Deal with that before I do," Crowley said, his voice flat.
Oh, come on, he was just having a little fun. I'm sure he's learned a thing or two from that interaction.
Crowley shot him a look that Thaddeus understood instantly.
Oh, you like this one.
"Deal with it, Teddy," Crowley said. "The women are not to be disrespected in any way. Especially her. She's their leader, and we need her on her game if we're going to get them through this."
Oh, it's because she's their leader,
he mocked gently. Crowley was already walking away, a warning finger in the air. The captain whistled sharply and signaled to his men when he had their attention. They followed him out to the hallway, all except for Coleman, who was back now and currently resting on one of the makeshift beds. He marched them on to a classroom and led them in. He waited for them to shuffle in and take their seats, then paused to wait. 2 minutes later, Thaddeus O'Connor and a sheepish-looking Radcliffe entered. The sergeant gave his friend a brief nod. The matter had been dealt with. "All right, boys, you've all seen what is out there. You fought them, and as Coleman can attest, you know how dangerous they can be." This was only the second reason he had decided to move by morning instead of immediately, the first being that the sun was going down quickly, and traveling by night would be infinitely more dangerous. He was not about to wait for a full recovery, but by morning, Coleman should be able to move reasonably fast with assistance. "We'll be facing these creatures again soon. Are you with me?"
Yes, sir.
He did detect some trepidation, but he couldn't blame them. Going up against dogs the size of ponies was not something to look forward to. Lesser men would probably have protested and were probably doing just that in the cafeteria as they spoke. He couldn't afford to have his men having doubts. Listen here, you magnificent bunch of shitheads. We are the ones, the only ones, capable of getting these men, women, and children out of here. Not because you're the most qualified or the most skilled. Heck, some of you can barely shoot straight at the range. There were laughs and a few nudges at this. But we're here, and because we're all they have, we will get them out or we'll die trying. Is that clear? Sir, yes, sir. Is that clear? He shouted. Sir, yes, sir. The voices of 18 battle-ready soldiers echoed down the hallway. Good. Check guns, ammunition, and food supplies. Let me know the count in 30 minutes, Sergeant O'Connor. Dismissed. He walked out of the classroom ahead of them. In the hallway, he found Josephine Smith waiting. Waiting for him, it seemed. Behind him, his men trailed out of the room, making their way back to the cafeteria. Thaddeus patted him on the back as he went by. The assistant principal smiled wearily. Miss Smith. The smile vanished so quickly he wondered if it had been a mirage. Josephine. He quickly corrected.
Captain Crowley,
She said, smiling again at his quick correction.
That speech was very inspiring.
You heard that.
I did.
Her amusement grew.
Sir?
He raised a brow but didn't smile. He was tired, too. Did you want to see me about something?
Yes.
She turned and began to walk towards the gymnasium. He fell in step beside her. If it's about the soldier who accosted you, that has been dealt with.
Oh, that. I dealt with that myself. No. I want to know what our chances of getting out of town are.
I already said.
I know what you said, and I know you didn't hide the truth from them. I respect that. But you didn't give the entire truth. Let's get some air, and I'd appreciate a frank assessment.
She stopped and opened a maintenance door before they got to the gym, and then led him up a narrow metal staircase. He studiously locked his eyes on her well-formed calves as they climbed, and then followed her out onto the flat roof of the building. The air was cool and dry, and the night sky illuminated by a half-moon. They went to the low wall encircling the perimeter, and looked over the edge.
Hit me,
she said, gracefully climbing onto the ledge and dangling her legs over the side. He joined her. Well, the town is overrun with these creatures. These mutated dogs have better senses. They outmatch us in speed, brute strength, and stamina. To a point, they are also coordinated, mostly moving in large packs, aside from the occasional strays. We only have the advantage of long-range weaponry and training. Escorting 22 people out of here will not be easy. Almost certainly, some, perhaps a lot, will die.
Wow.
That's all you got? Crowley asked, raising a brow.
Sorry to disappoint you.
She exhaled deeply. You don't seem exceptionally terrified. Below, he spied a couple of shadows moving along the paths between buildings. He pointed them out. She nodded shakily.
Oh, I am terrified, she whispered. If you could feel my heart beating in my chest right now.
She trailed off, realizing the implications of her statement.
Are you scared?
She asked. He shook his head as he pulled out his handgun and casually aimed at one of the beasts. Not of anything out there, he said, glancing at her. He hoped that hadn't come off as casually as it sounded. He meant it. The look in her eyes told him she believed him.
Is that a soldier thing?
He shook his head as he steadied his right hand with his left. There's only so much you can lose before you forget how to fear. The cryptic sentence made her wonder what he meant, but the way in which he said it told her she should not push. Crowley put his finger to the trigger and shut one eye. Next to him, he sensed Josephine stop breathing in clear anticipation. Even though he was holding a pistol, Crowley knew that if he pulled the trigger, the beast in his sight would drop dead as surely as he knew the number of fingers on his hand. It was a feeling in his gut, one all proficient marksmen shared. They knew they had made the kill, even before they took the shot. But taking the shot wasn't worth it. His gun did not have a suppressor attachment. One shot would bring the attention of all the dogs in the area their way, attention they could do without. He shook his head as if waking from a trance and holstered his weapon. "You should get some sleep. Busy day tomorrow," he said, swinging his legs back onto the roof and heading for the doorway. "Good night, Miss Smith."
"Good night, Captain Crowley,"
she said, with a curious look on her face. Part 2. Chapter 4. By the time the morning had come, it appeared everyone had decided to risk leaving with Crowley's unit. The soldiers were in the hallway, gearing up as the first tendrils of dawn lit up the high windows in the cafeteria. Crowley then gave the civilians 10 minutes to get prepared, and spent that time going over the details of the evac plan with his men one more time. They occupied the same classroom from the night before, and Crowley, with the aid of the whiteboard and a couple of markers of varying colors, mapped out their tactics. It was decided that they would have patrols fan out, but not too far, no more than 100 yards, taking point to warn them of whatever dangers lay ahead in advance. Stiles, O'Connor, Radcliffe, and Hudson were selected for the task. Cooper, Thompson, Reagan, and Jackson would bring up the rear. To either side, 2 more squads of 3 members each would spread out, watching out for hostiles on their sides. Crowley would stick with the survivors along with the rest of the unit. At the first sign of trouble on any of the 4 sides, they would call in, and if necessary, a portion of the center squad would move to reinforce them till the threats were neutralized. The suppressors were still fitted to their weapons, and they were to move as silently as possible. Nothing could be done about their scents, but hopefully the blood from the dog massacre the previous afternoon would be overpowering enough to cover them for quite a distance. "These people are trusting us to get them out alive," said Crowley in conclusion. "We owe it to them to do our best. Hopefully, we can make it to the vehicles before midday." And hopefully with everyone in one piece, he thought. "All right, we need to get moving yesterday." They remained seated a moment longer, and he shouted, "Move!" "Sir, yes, sir." They were out of the room in mere seconds. Leaning against the table, Crowley bowed his head. He appreciated the moment to himself as he considered the almost impossible task of getting all of the civilians out safely. He sensed someone pause at the door and looked up. "Something you need, Radcliffe?" "Yes, sir. I have a suggestion of sorts. Permission to speak freely?" "Granted. I'm listening." As much as I'd rather not be, he thought. "Sir, all due respect, we need to be realistic about this. We can't get all of them out of town safely." Crowley didn't let on he had been thinking along the same lines, and kept his face neutral. "I think you underestimate what we're capable of." "Please, sir, what are the chances of getting everyone out? One civilian freaking out could mean we all die for nothing." "What are you suggesting we do, soldier?" "I'm saying we should leave behind those who cannot keep up or at least defend themselves with a makeshift weapon if it came to it." "No." "Sir, if you would just hear me out. I know it sounds barbaric and heartless." "Those are both mighty understatements, Radcliffe. Are you asking me to leave behind the children, a pregnant woman, and an elderly man?" Radcliffe seemed to reconsider. No, not the children. The children are worth the risk. They've got a life ahead of them, and of course, the pregnant lady. But the old man has got to be left behind. He can't keep up, and he's of no use to us in a fight. He's only going to slow us down. Simply put, he's a liability." "That old man is a retired war hero, and was more of a soldier than you will ever be. Bring this up again, you'll be the one left behind. Now get out, before I do something that will lead to me having to fill in a lot of unnecessary paperwork." Radcliffe, his face red with embarrassment, or anger, beat a hasty retreat. He was adequately reminded that Crowley was in charge, but certainly not happy his suggestion had been shot down in such a withering fashion. Crowley shook his head, giving Radcliffe enough time to get to the cafeteria before exiting the classroom, and then bumping into the last person he wanted to see.
Captain Crowley, just the man I wanted to see.
Mr. Tipton, Crowley said, unable to keep the disdain out of his voice. Unfortunately, Sebastian Tipton was one of those human beings who were so self-absorbed they couldn't even detect obvious contempt.
I just wanted to say I respect all the work you are putting into this, and I trust you to get us all out safe.
Appreciate it, Mr. Tipton. Now, if you'll excuse me. He made to move around him, but the teacher put a hand on his chest and lowered his voice.
I just wanted to say, in case there's trouble out there, I certainly hope you'll make sure I'm looked after. My knowledge and skills are going to be very valuable in this new reality, if you know what I mean.
Crowley looked down at the hand on his chest and clenched his jaw. If Tipton had been able to read even the most basic social cues, he would have snatched his hand away and ran from the hallway as fast as he could. He didn't, but luckily, he did remove his hand to run it through his thick brown hair.
You know, I respect you, you soldiers, what you do. I wanted to enlist too when I was a kid. Carry around one of those big guns, wear a uniform, all that.
And why didn't you? Crowley asked, knowing the story was bullshit and wanting to see how he wiggled his way out of it. Tipton's mind worked for a moment.
Allergies, he blurted.
Then more quietly,
You know, allergies. I had bad ones. Bees, grass, you name it, I had it. It was quite the shame.
I'm sure it was, Mr. Tipton, he said, pushing past him. There will be no special favors, but if it comes down to a life and death choice, you and the other men will be last on my list of priorities. You may just get some of that action it seems you were hankering for as a kid. Now, go back to the others and get ready to move. We're heading out soon. Tipton stared after him, looking the opposite of a man craving life and death adventure. Irritated at having to deal with two of the worst specimens in the building, one after the other, Crowley almost ran into Josephine Smith as he entered the cafeteria. Josephine, he snapped, then more gently. Hello.
Good morning, Captain Grumpy, she laughed. I see you got your morning dose of Tipton.
Is he always so annoying?
Honestly? No. Sometimes he's more annoying.
You know, I could leave him behind. I have just the man to keep him company.
Tempting.
Right? He said. His mood now lightened slightly. Are you ready?
Me? I was ready days ago. The old man, on the other hand? I might need to carry him out of here.
Let's hope not. We'll need to move fast.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Please don't do that, Crowley sighed. She was already walking away and threw him a salute as she went.
I'll go check on him.
5 minutes later, the doors were opened and the patrol squad headed out first, led by Teddy O'Connor. As they quickly and efficiently made the reconnaissance of the premises to ensure the route was clear, Crowley decided it was necessary to give one more set of instructions to the people about to follow his team into the unknown. It was important because what he would say could be the difference between life and death for some of them. Now listen up. I won't sugarcoat anything from here on out. If you wish to live long enough to get out of this town, you will do exactly what I say. From now, you follow my orders. When I say duck, you get down quick and you stay down until I say otherwise. When I say move, you get to it like your life depends on it, because it fucking does. When I say run, you run like the devil himself is nipping on your ass. And when I say jump, you ask how high. There will be no screaming, no yelling, no crying, no similar noises of lament or despair. Is that clear? There were mumbles of agreement in the crowd, and someone in back tut-tutting Crowley's colorful language. Crowley wasn't looking for mumbles, and he didn't give one damn about how they took his language. I said, is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Excellent, Crowley said. He did not miss the fear on the faces of the men, women, and children who were about to leave the relative safety of the school building, and he hoped he had really put the fear of God into them, or at least the fear of himself. He would rather have them afraid than approving of him. Approval wouldn't keep them alive. A healthy dose of fear might. Turning, he waited for the all clear to move out.
Cleared to exit,
came the call less than a minute later. Move out. He led the way, and his soldiers began shepherding the survivors out behind him. Crowley heard hushed conversation as the survivors tasted their first fresh air in over a week. He scanned as he went, his weapon at the ready, but they negotiated the buildings and tight pathways without incident, and within 2 minutes had the gate in sight. The survivors maintained a loose formation thanks to the soldiers herding them on the sides and rear. The initial excitement at being outdoors had faded to silence, and Crowley could almost sense the fear in the air. Hopefully any dogs in the vicinity wouldn't also sense it.
Cutting across the park now. Over.
Thaddeus updated over the comms channel. Negative, Crowley said. Go left. Follow the road around the park.
But, sir, the fastest way is through, Thaddeus argued. We need to make it to the vehicles as quickly as possible. Over.
That may be true, but we don't have sufficient vision in those grasses. Remember your cuddle with the greyhound yesterday? There was a long pause.
Understood,
snapped O'Connor.
Going around now, over and out.
Crowley watched ahead as the men turned left and continued their jog, following the asphalt road instead of crossing through the tall grass. Leading the crowd, he followed suit. As they progressed, Crowley checked over his shoulder for Josephine. She was about 10 yards back, with her arm looped through her grandfather's. She gave him a quick smile, and he decided if she was afraid, she was hiding it well. All teams, status report. Crowley called into his comms.
Team A, all clear.
Thaddeus O'Connor's voice came through the earpiece. Team B, all clear.
Team C, all clear.
For a couple of seconds, there was silence. Team D, status report. Team D here. There's a lone hostile. Looks like he's injured. Hang on. Crowley heard 2 muffled gunshots. Team D, all clear. The road they were trailing led down into the town square. At the very center of the open-air space was a water fountain. Like most things in the city, it was no longer functional, and an abundance of algae and weed was growing on the inside and around it. It was quiet. Too quiet. And Crowley couldn't seem to shake the feeling that they were being watched. Keep your eyes peeled, he said into his comms. Crowley halted. He felt the wind rush against his face and turned back. Somewhere in the distance, he heard barking. Not 1 dog. Not 2. Not 5. Everybody to the center of the square, he yelled.
Are you sure, Captain? Teddy asked. If we're all in one spot, we make an awful big target.
Remember, these are what passes for dogs these days, Teddy, Captain Crowley explained. Not armed hostiles. A bigger group might give them second thoughts and lessen the chance of stragglers from our group being picked off. The survivors followed his order, moving to the center. There were whimpers and muffled cries as the sound of the dogs became louder. Around them, Crowley's squad spread out, guns aimed in every direction. Even Coleman had been set down and was standing on his good leg, his assault rifle in his hands. Teams A to D take point, reduce the perimeter. The team spread out in all 4 directions, ready to fire. I need a sniper up there and another there. He pointed at the 2 tallest buildings in the area as he spoke. McGregor and Chase, provide cover for them. Make sure they're not caught off guard. Move, move, move. Everyone snapped the positions quickly, and they waited.
Tyson, Dustin, what do you see?
O'Connor asked, speaking to the snipers. I don't see anything, Tyson said.
Same here,
Dustin added.
Wait, hold on.
There was sound of movement through the earpiece, and watching the roof of his building, Crowley saw Dustin disappear from view.
I see them. They're coming into the town square the same way we came.
Everyone get ready, Crowley ordered. The whimpers and fear of the survivors notched up a little. Some of the mothers, braver in his eyes than the men, hugged their children to their chests, succumbing to the motherly instinct to protect them from danger. Others huddled together and tried desperately to maintain a brave face. Josephine was there, one hand on her grandfather's shoulder while she comforted those around her with quiet words of encouragement. "Keep your heads to the ground if you're scared. It will be over before you know it," he assured them.
"Permission to engage, Sergeant," one of the snipers asked.
"Captain?" Teddy O'Connor asked. There was a moment of silence as they all looked to Crowley. He took a deep breath and flexed his fingers around and under the barrel of his M16. He exhaled. "Engage." A shot pierced the pregnant silence, followed swiftly by another. Blind as he was to the oncoming assault, Crowley still knew with utmost certainty that their numbers had dropped by 2. A quick reload, and 2 more bullets flew.
"Enemies on your 6, ETA 10 seconds.
"Copy that. Hold your ground, boys. Get ready to stop them hard."
"Roger that, Captain."
As the barking and snarling drew closer, Crowley hoped the survivors inside the circle would hold their formation. "Steady, boys," Crowley encouraged. He brought the scope up to his eye and evened out his breathing.
"We have a company from the opposite end."
Tyson burst onto the comms.
"They're moving along the row of buildings ahead, but they're fast and sticking to the shadows. I can't get a shot. Team A, get ready, they're seconds out."
A sudden burst of terrified shrieks from the survivors interspersed the sounds of very aggressive canines coming from Teddy O'Connor's end of the square.
"Open fire!"
Crowley heard Thaddeus scream into the comms, his voice so loud he could have heard him easily without the earpiece. The air was rent with the sounds of gunshots. Trusting Teddy had it handled, Crowley ran around to the other side of their mob of cringing survivors to ready for the second assault. Burying the thought that it was almost as if the 2 groups of animals were coordinating their attack, he called all but 2 of his men to face his end of the square. A wave of 4-legged, misshapen forms burst into view 100 yards away. Like the ones they faced before, most of the dogs were hideous and deformed, but others had large, ripped, muscular bodies. No matter the shape, the thirst for blood was clear in their eyes. "Fire at will! Bring these bastards down!" He set his sights on the nearest mutant dog and pulled the trigger. It was a clean headshot, and the beast collapsed, its momentum causing it to slide along the asphalt. More shots followed from his team, and more dogs fell. With steady hands and unparalleled focus, Crowley's aim moved from beast to beast. He felled them with the same deadly accuracy that had earned him the nickname Deadeye in boot camp. His men weren't faring too badly either. With support from the snipers, they managed to hold their own, although Crowley's presence was clearly felt on that particular battlefield. "Teddy, how's it going?"
"It's all rainbows and butterflies, sir. How the fuck do you think it's going?"
His voice was strained. Despite the seriousness of the situation, Crowley's lips stretched in a taut smile. Leave it to Teddy to find his funny bone in a situation like this. The attack on Crowley's side thinned out, and thanks to the snipers above, the only dogs getting close were wounded, or they weren't coming in at all. The captain took advantage of the reprieve and risked a backwards glance. It appeared the greater portion of the assault was on Teddy's end, where the entry point was bigger, with the square opening onto a wide avenue. "Anderson." "Sir?" "Take charge here until I return." Crowley navigated his way through the cowering survivors to the opposite end, reloading his gun as he went. Once clear, a short sprint brought him into position next to Thaddeus. Without delay, he shot down a dog, then another, then another.
"Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about,"
Teddy cheered.
"Took you long enough."
"Try and keep up, noob. That's 27.
"Who you calling it? Wait, 20 what?"
Crowley squeezed his trigger again. "Make that 28. Leaving the sergeant to chew on that number, Crowley spoke into his comms. "Tyson, how's it looking?"
"Hang on, let me get a better vantage point."
Crowley looked up to the roof in time to see him jump to another that was close by.
"Looks like we might be in the—"
"Wait, another pack of 4 incoming," Tyson said. "Not as many as before, but these are really big, and they all look identical.
Copy that.
Damn, I would kill for a chance to grenade these buggers right now.
Not an option, Crowley reminded him. Dustin, how is it looking from your vantage?
We're all clear on this end. Just mopping up the wounded.
Make your way to Tyson. We may need the extra support.
Roger that.
Rear guard, remain in position. We don't want anything taking us by surprise. Everyone hold fire. Reload if you need to. Tyson had not been exaggerating when he said the dogs in this group were bigger. The first dog to burst into the square was easily the size of a tiger. Crowley was sure it was the single biggest, meanest-looking creature he had ever seen. Not only was it huge, but well-muscled, with sleek gray fur. The second, third, and fourth came into view, and he realized they were not only packmates, but littermates. Siblings, as big and ugly as each other. These ones hadn't seemed to suffer the body deformities of other specimens he'd seen. There was no ruptured skin or protruding bones. They just looked much bigger and far more muscular than any creature had a right to. Of course, their heads were a different story. Their jaws were nests of elongated fangs, and their ears too small for their massive skulls. 50 shades of pure horror.
Now they are just ungodly,
Thaddeus muttered. Hold, Crowley called as the 4 dogs sped towards them.
You sure I can't change your mind about that grenade situation?
After a palpable hesitation, Crowley whispered, Nope.
Well, if I die here, I want this conversation engraved on my headstone.
Snipers, you have your targets?
Affirmative.
Take your shots. The lead dog was knocked off course as a high-powered round took a gouge out of his shoulder, but he soon straightened, not even slowing as the second dog's head exploded, its big body crashing into the asphalt, flipping over and tripping the next in line. Looking back, Crowley would think how lucky they were that the third beast had tripped when it did. It bought them valuable seconds. Open fire. A hail of bullets thumped into the surviving dogs, the leader taking at least 15 rounds, including 8 from Crowley himself, before it also dropped barely 5 yards from where he stood. The third had found its feet and kept coming, while the fourth, now closest, peeled away and towards the men furthest from Crowley. Tyson! Another shot, this time clearly a rushed one from the sniper, blew chips of concrete into the air when it struck the pavement where just a split second before the gigantic mutt had been. The soldiers in the path of the dog began to fire at it. Shit! Crowley was out of time, and he spun back to face the third beast, its chest already peppered with bloody entry wounds but still coming, full steam ahead. It gave a snarl and leapt at him, even as a shot from Teddy next to him took it in the eye, blowing the back of its skull out. The truckload of muscle and bone hit Crowley, smashing him backwards onto 2 of the male survivors. The winded Crowley tried to suck in a lungful of air and simultaneously pushed the big, warm body off him, but he had no purchase. The moaning, shocked men under him were no help, pinned as they were by him and what must be 350 pounds of dog. Deep snarling and screams broke out at the southern end of the survivors' group, and he knew the fourth dog had reached the soldiers. In the distance, he heard Teddy's voice interspersed with bursts of heavy fire. Go, Teddy. 40 seconds and many shots later, he heard Teddy's voice again. Okay, it's down. Calm down. You 2 drag that stinking thing away from the crowd. Crowley relaxed and put his hands behind his head. He had already taken stock and was uninjured, but still not in a position to get himself out. A full minute went by before Teddy's face appeared over the shoulder of the dead animal above him. Concern turned to amusement when he winked at his second-in-command.
Had enough of a break, Captain?
Teddy said, waving for assistance. I think so. Any casualties? Teddy and 2 more of the men heaved the dog off him to the relieved groans of the 2 men under him.
Meredith was bitten on the lower arm. His wound's been injected and he's being bandaged now. Should be okay. One of the kids got knocked onto his back and hit his head. Not bleeding, but he has a decent-sized egg.
Good. Could have been much worse.
Yep.
Crowley helped the 2 men, both teachers, to their feet and checked them over. One had a welt under his eye where Crowley's head had hit his cheekbone,
and the other complained about his ankle and was limping a little, but they were both otherwise unscathed. All right, get everyone on their feet. We'll proceed when I get word from the snipers.
Roger. Lucas, go check the civilians, then get into formation and prepare to move. Take time to check your weapons and reload, Sergeant O'Connor ordered. All clear west, Dustin said less than a minute later.
Clear at this end too, Captain. Roger. Come and rejoin us. We move out in 3 minutes.
Something caught his eye as he cut the comms. It was movement. His eyes widened. It was the first of the gray littermates. At least 30 rounds later, and somehow, it was still alive.
It had rolled onto its belly and was attempting to come at them. Only its now useless rear legs kept it in check.
What the holy hell? He approached the fallen beast while the soldiers busied themselves carrying out their orders. He stopped a healthy distance away and stared down at the thing. The beast was riddled with bullets and would surely die, but Crowley was happy to speed up the process, especially after he'd been taken out of the fight early. He pulled out his Desert Eagle and cocked it before taking a step closer to the dog. He looked down at it, for a few seconds, his mind involuntarily turning to the incident that had changed his life 3 years before. The dog snarled at him, its bloodshot eyes murderous. He stared back, his own eyes just as murderous, as he aimed point blank, then fired 6 bullets, one after the other, into its skull. The first shot killed the monstrosity. The other 5 were payback for a crime it didn't actually commit. None of them made him feel any better. Turning back, he found some of the civilians watching him. Among them was Josephine. He avoided her curious, concerned gaze and walked away to regroup with the others.
Let's move out,
he ordered.
Chapter 5. The wind direction favored them as they traveled upwind from the creatures that might catch their scent and follow. Crowley found himself impressed by the civilians. Aside from the near miss in the square, they were keeping noise to a minimum. Nothing like a good scare to drive home a point.
We're making good time, people,
Captain Crowley encouraged as he walked up and down their periphery.
Keep up the good work. We're almost there.
He moved into place next to Josephine and her grandfather and matched their pace.
How are you doing, sir?
He asked.
These bones aren't what they used to be, but I can definitely keep up with you youngsters for a while longer.
Crowley knew he was worried. He saw it in his eyes, even though the old man smiled as he made light of their predicament. It occurred to him that he was doing it for his granddaughter, and that made Crowley smile too.
Glad to hear that.
In my glory days, I would have given these creatures quite the run for their money. Now, however, I am surely going to feel it in the morning. Ah, my poor back.
Will you quit your whining already?
Josephine asked, digging her elbow into his side.
You're old. Deal with it.
Glad to see you're doing okay, Crowley said to her.
My toughness is hereditary.
She nudged the old man again, more gently this time.
And you don't let anyone forget it. You might have to die single and alone with all that moxie you got in you. You terrify most men.
Granddad?
Josephine gasped.
But not the captain, I see, the old man continued. Say, young man, what do you say you take this particular burden off my hands?
Granddad!
What? He said to her. You're eligible, and you're not exactly getting any younger. Besides, he's not married, is he? Good men are scarce these days.
Crowley pondered that last sentence. Men sure were scarce, but was he a good man? He honestly wasn't sure anymore. Josephine rolled her eyes as if to say sorry, and gently chided her grandfather as Crowley slipped away. Moving from person to person, with special attention to the children and avoiding Sebastian Tipton, Crowley inquired if they were doing okay and did his best to keep them motivated and moving.
According to Coleman, his leg still hurt like a bitch, but at least he was up and moving with a makeshift crutch and hadn't had any sign of fever. His wounds would need their dressing changed when they reached the transport. The woman who had dressed his wound the day before, Maria, must have taken a liking to him as she continued to walk next to him, talking a mile a minute. Coleman seemed to enjoy her company, too. When they had set out from the square, Crowley assigned the snipers to scout ahead and take advantage of any rooftops they could gain access to. They managed to get the drop on a handful of lone mutant dogs that may have caused problems and took them out, nice and clean. Soon enough, they made it to the other side of town. The sun was higher up in the sky now, and they were quickly losing any advantage they had from heading out early. The beasts were awake wherever they were, and they were no doubt hungry. After Tyson had taken the last dog 2 blocks back, they hadn't encountered any more. That seemed strange to Crowley, but he didn't voice his observation. He simply continued to watch and scan the surrounding buildings. "Home stretch, baby!" Radcliffe cheered as they turned the corner, and the military vehicles and bus came into view at the end of the street. "Don't celebrate yet. Something doesn't feel right. It's almost too easy," Crowley said. "Tighten formation." "Oh, don't be so glum, Cap. We're almost there. Fuck yeah!" "Do not break formation, soldier," Captain Crowley warned. But Radcliffe wasn't listening. He rushed ahead even as the circle shrank, advancing with haste towards the vehicles, caution clearly thrown to the wind. He turned back to them, letting his gun fall from his hand so it dangled by the strap, and put his arms in the air, jogging on the spot like Rocky at the top of the stairs of the Philadelphia Museum of Art. "Fall back, soldier," Crowley called, looking around warily for signs of the trouble he sensed. "That's an order." "Radcliffe, fall!" Before Sergeant O'Connor could finish the sentence, a massive, deformed coyote burst from between the vehicles and sped towards the unsuspecting Radcliffe. "Look out!" Crowley cried. Radcliffe's expression changed to one of abject terror as he turned around and scrambled to try and grasp his suddenly elusive rifle. He was far too late and would have lost his head, but O'Connor opened fire in the nick of time. The limp body of the beast continued in its trajectory and collided with Radcliffe, knocking him on his ass. Before Crowley could call out an order, things went from bad to horrible. Seemingly from every angle, dogs burst into sight. "It's an ambush," he shouted. The mutants continued to flood in, 6 at a time. "What's the plan, Crowley?" O'Connor shouted. "Tighten circle," Crowley called. "Protect the civilians." They moved into position at once, and a cacophony of gunfire erupted. "Stiles, to me!" Crowley yelled over the noise. "Hudson, cover!" He sprinted towards Radcliffe, dropped to his knees, and slid across the gravel just as another large dog lunged for the soldier, who was still trying to push the dead coyote off his leg. Turning sharply, his knee pads burning with the friction, he stitched bullets along the beast's side, and it dropped, a foot short of its intended meal. Returning his aim to his front, he fired at more incoming hostiles, aware of Stiles and Hudson at his sides doing their share of damage. He got to Radcliffe and put his gun aside to help push the beast off. Stiles arrived a second later, and they helped Radcliffe to his feet, only for Crowley to look up and find a very big dog racing for them. No, for him. The dog only had eyes for Crowley, it seemed, and it took Stiles' bullets like they were nothing as it barreled towards him. Crowley fell backwards and rolled to the side as the dog came down on the tarmac where he had been just a split second before. From his new position, he managed to get a firm grip on his gun and fired, point blank. With a spray of blood and brain matter, the dog's head exploded like a ripe cantaloupe pumpkin dropped from a third-floor window. Stiles and Crowley helped the limping Radcliffe back to the group as the other soldiers covered them. Crowley set Radcliffe down none too gently, and then ran to provide support where the attack was heaviest. He had barely taken a step before a hairy, stinking road train slammed into his side. Crowley became airborne and hit the ground, his helmeted head smacking hard against the road,
But far worse, his gun strap snapped, and his weapon skittered out of reach. A burst of fire sent bullets whizzing by his ear, and he heard a satisfying thud as the creature that had rammed him fell to the ground, its red eyes open and staring at Crowley. He closed his eyes to allow the world to stop spinning, and when he reopened them, a pair of combat boots appeared before him. Strong hands lifted him to his feet. A smiling Teddy O'Connor whacked him hard on the shoulder. "You don't get to die on me, Captain." He retrieved Crowley's gun and returned it to him. "Not today, no, sir." Crowley gave a firm nod in response, and O'Connor ran off, gun blazing. The movement of another person close to him attracted Crowley's attention. It was Sebastian Tipton, and he had a grenade in his hand. Eyes wide in horror, Crowley searched himself and found he was missing a hand grenade.
"Tipton, give me that," he said calmly, holding out his hand. Tipton took a step backwards and shook his head.
"Why should you Army boys have all the fun?"
"Sebastian." Tipton held up the grenade.
"I'll finish them,"
he said, pulling the pin. "No," he called, running at the teacher. It was already too late. With all his might, Mr. Tipton chucked the grenade into the crowd of dogs that stood between them and the vehicles. As the grenade sailed through the air, Crowley hoped that maybe, just maybe, it would go well and work out just fine. That hope died the instant it deflected off the head of a dog at the rear. With utter dismay, Crowley watched as the grenade rebounded and rolled underneath the military truck in the middle of the convoy. "Everybody down!" Crowley shouted at the top of his lungs. He shoulder-charged Sebastian Tipton, knocking him to the ground, and then leapt to tackle Teddy O'Connor. His flying body had barely connected with his friends when the grenade exploded. With a deafening explosion and a blinding flash of light, the entire area turned scorching hot. Crowley instinctively stretched out against Thaddeus's form, and he felt the hairs on the back of his neck singed. His assaulted ears didn't hear the mutant dogs who weren't immediately destroyed in the blast fall or flee with gut-wrenching, almost human-like screams. As the ringing in his ears subsided, Crowley stumbled to his feet to look at the results of the explosion. All the vehicles, including the bus, were in flames, and along with the others, he watched their supplies, along with their hopes of getting out of town, go up in smoke. Pieces of barbecued dog and debris littered the road, and soldiers began to mercy kill those that were alive but incapacitated. "Hudson!" Teddy screamed next to him, and Crowley spied the motionless soldier. The crushed helmet and the blood around his head was telling. The heavy piece of metal just yards away told him the cause of death. Teddy rushed to the immobile form of the young soldier and shook him in a futile attempt to wake him. "Teddy!" Crowley called, going over to them.
No, 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 fuck!"
Thaddeus yelled. "Teddy!" Thaddeus remained unresponsive, crouched over the broken body. "Thaddeus!" Crowley yelled finally and pulled him off Hudson.
"God damn it!"
"Thaddeus, we have to move. Now."
"Where is that bastard?"
Teddy asked, looking around wildly for Sebastian Tipton.
"I'll kill him myself."
"You can do that later. Right now, we have to go," Crowley said, enunciating the last 4 words urgently. He pulled him by the sleeve towards the rest of the shell-shocked team and their civilian charges. While the loud explosion had shocked the dogs into retreating for now, in the distance, Crowley could hear more howling and barking.
"Oh yeah? Where are we going, Cap?"
Teddy asked scornfully.
"They're everywhere."
Crowley thought furiously and remembered a building he had spied not 200 yards back down a small alley. "The church," he said at last. "Get to the church, everyone, go."
"Sir, we lost Meredith too,"
reported Stiles, running up beside him.
"Dogs."
"Shit," said Crowley simply, looking over to the slumped form Stiles pointed out. There were 3 dead dogs on the ground around the soldier who had already been bitten back at the square. Good job, son, he thought.
Leave him, and Hudson,
said O'Connor, in one of his toughest battlefield suggestions ever.
We have to move. We'll come back to retrieve the dead if we can. Yes, sir.
Crowley nodded at him before calling everybody to fall in behind him. There was barely a formation to their movements as they made a haphazard dash for the alleyway he had pointed out. The soldiers, many of them sporting minor injuries, managed, barely, to keep the civilians in line and protect them as they ran. Behind them, the barking and howling drew dangerously close, but just yards away was the narrow alleyway that cut through the row of buildings on a direct path to the church. "Down here," he called, pushing and herding them into the alley. "We'll narrow the dog's entry point at that gate to the church grounds. That should make it easier to deal with them."
"That's not a very wide fucking space, Cap,"
said Teddy. "It's the only way to get the civilians there in one piece. I'll stand guard until they're all through if that's what it takes." He deftly reloaded as he kept pace with Thaddeus as they followed the stragglers.
"That's suicide. They're coming from every direction to this place. How long do you think you can hold them off?"
"As long as it takes, Teddy. As long as it takes."
"Then I'll stand with you, of course."
"Negative." He turned so suddenly Thaddeus blew past him in his speed. With a grace born of practice, Crowley took a deep breath to steady himself and dropped two dogs that had just entered the alleyway 50 yards behind before pivoting and resuming the race. "I need you with them when they get through the gate. We don't know what's in there." Whatever it was, it wouldn't be as bad as what was behind them, he hoped.
"Crowley."
"That is a direct order. Go." Crowley watched as Thaddeus reluctantly poured on speed and made it to the gate with the first of the soldiers and civilians. "Stiles, Jackson, you're with me on defense duty. Until they're all through, no dog gets close to that gate."
"Roger that, sir."
Crowley stopped so suddenly and completely he raised a small cloud of dust in his wake. He stumbled and almost fell, but righted himself in the nick of time and turned again, gun raised. Dropping to a knee to steady his aim, he dispatched one of the two dogs in sight. One of his teammates took care of the other. Then they waited for the rest that were surely on the way. They didn't have to wait long as more of the monstrosities sped into view from behind the buildings in the distance, their slobbering maw and bared teeth promising a painful, messy death. "Come and get it, you bastards!" Crowley yelled. Bullets flew and dogs dropped left, right, and center. But for every one that bit the dust, 3 more took its place. Before Crowley could begin to lose hope, O'Connor's voice sounded in his ear.
"Fall back. We're all through."
"Stiles, you go first. We'll cover you." Stiles let loose a couple more shots, then beat a hasty retreat. Crowley and Jackson moved in to provide cover as promised. "Jackson, you're up next. Look out!" Crowley watched in horror as Jackson fell beneath the weight of what looked like a mutant pit bull. There was no way to help him. Crowley had his hands full just keeping the others at bay. Jackson's gurgling screams tore through the air as the dog wasted no time finding his throat. Another joined in, and Jackson's screams reached a crescendo before cutting out abruptly. Crowley roared in rage as he began to back down the alley, still raining fire on the dogs in the distance. When he thought he had enough distance between him and the dogs kept at bay by his deadly aim, he turned and fired at the beasts that were still ripping into Jackson's body. He didn't stop until they were a twitching mess of blood and guts. He turned back to the pack who had advanced a good distance even in the short time he was occupied, and managed to get off a few more rounds before he heard the click-click of an empty magazine. He knew there was no time to run for the narrow gateway. He was done for. The dogs must have sensed it too. All at once, they came for him. Chapter 6. Crowley, resigned to his fate, didn't even bother pulling out his Desert Eagle. If he was going out, he would go out on his terms. He reversed his hold on his rifle, holding it as a makeshift club, and hefted it as the sleek, ugly bodies sped towards him. They were almost upon him when a grenade sailed over his head and landed in their midst.
Crowley leapt backwards, and the grenade, which had already been cooked, barely landed when it exploded. Crowley ducked and covered his head as bits of dog were thrown in every direction, one slamming heavily into the wall behind his last position. Bursts of gunfire followed the explosion, and Crowley felt a hand grip his. He relaxed his body as he was dragged through the gate.
"I told you, blockhead, you're not dying on me. Not today."
"Nice to see you too, Teddy," Crowley groaned. "The others?"
"Inside the church."
He threw Crowley over his shoulder in a fireman's lift before he could object.
"Put me down. I can still walk, you numbskull."
"I don't doubt that, but I need your eyes at my back and a gun in your hand."
He passed his gun to Crowley, and Crowley promptly took it.
"You will put me down before we get to the church."
"Less talking. I'll feel more comfortable with the sounds of gunshots."
"Say no more."
The first dog to brave the alley after the grenade explosion received a couple of bullets to the face. So did the second. Gaining confidence, Thaddeus let out something between a war cry and a dying animal noise. It went on like that until they made it to the church building, Crowley putting bullets in things and O'Connor screaming like a madman. Strangely enough, it was just like old times. Captain Crowley and Sergeant O'Connor were the last to arrive at the church, and as soon as they crossed the threshold, two soldiers shut the doors and barricaded them with a pew. O'Connor gave the already shell-shocked civilians quite a fright as he ran in, eyes crazy wide, still screaming, with Crowley on his shoulders. He had just set down the captain when his gaze fell upon Sebastian Tipton, standing with the other survivors. Teddy's eyes took on a new kind of crazy, the kind that promised a slow, painful death. Crowley followed his gaze. Sebastian himself had the good sense to begin to back away, the fear on his face obvious.
"Teddy, don't."
But Thaddeus wasn't listening. Crowley put his hand out to stop him, but the sergeant roughly shoved past him, something that he would never have done normally.
"You!"
Thaddeus growled, not unlike one of the monster dogs. The other civilians scrambled out of the way, leaving no obstacle between Thaddeus and Sebastian. Crowley saw him go for his handgun and put himself in front of him again, shoving the enraged soldier back.
"Thaddeus, stand down."
No, no, no!" Thaddeus spat. "He has to die. You know he has to die."
"Teddy."
"If it wasn't for this asshole, we'd be long gone by now."
"I know, but I can't let you do this,"
Crowley said firmly, his hand finding Teddy's and pushing his gun muzzle towards the floor. That wasn't entirely true. He physically could, and he sorely wanted to.
3 of our men are dead."
He leaned around Crowley to look at the object of his rage.
"Do you hear me? Dead!"
He tried to get past Crowley again, but his commanding officer held him back.
"Hudson was 21, just a few years out of high school, and Jackson had a girl waiting for him back home, and Meredith, he—"
"Stand down, Sergeant."
The look on Thaddeus' face was clear disappointment. He turned away and walked off to a corner, pulling off his helmet as he went. One of the soldiers went to him, placed a hand on his chest, and attempted to comfort him with words.
"Thank you very much, Captain,"
Mr. Tipton said, approaching Crowley but keeping a wary eye on the sergeant.
"I always knew you were a—"
Crowley's hand curled into a fist, and with one swing carrying all his frustration and anger, he floored Sebastian with a clean right hook to the chin.
"What happened to not killing him?"
called Teddy.
"You just wanted the fun to yourself."
Sebastian rolled over and spat out a tooth, along with a fair amount of blood. Crowley advanced on him so quickly there was no chance for him to back away. Picking him up by the front of his shirt, Crowley pushed him towards the wall, the teacher's feet barely skimming the floor. Tipton's breath was knocked out of his lungs when his back slammed into the wall.
3 of my soldiers are dead,"
he said, his face so close that Tipton could feel his hot breath.
"And because of you, we have no way of getting everyone out of town. Do you understand what you've done? Do you?"
Sorry?" Crowley finished bitterly. "No, that doesn't cut it." He let him go,
and the moment his feet landed on the floor, punched him in the solar plexus, doubling him over. Trying to get his breath back, the man held his hands up in surrender. The captain grabbed him by the hair and cocked his right fist.
"Captain Crowley, please stop."
It was Josephine. Crowley hesitated, and she came up beside him, putting a placating hand on his wrist.
"You don't want your men to have to carry him out of here."
Crowley let go of Tipton's hair, and the teacher collapsed to the floor, sobbing. The angry soldier looked down at him in disgust and pulled away from Josephine. "I need some space," he said, and walked off towards the rear of the church, where he climbed a staircase she assumed led to the bell tower. Josephine started to follow him, but Teddy appeared from nowhere and pulled her back.
"Best to give him a moment."
Crowley's sudden rage had served to cool his own head, and Thaddeus knew it was a good idea to stay out of his way, so he took his own advice and grabbed the opportunity to track down Radcliffe and rip him for his carelessness. While his transgression hadn't been as overt as the Tipton idiot, it could also have cost lives.
"You're on your last warning, Radcliffe, and you better hope it's not Crowley meting out the punishment."
From above, gunshots from a handgun sounded as if to emphasize the point. Each one was accompanied by a distant yelp, and Radcliffe looked at Teddy with wide eyes before saluting.
"Yes, sir."
While the captain was still upstairs, Thaddeus ordered the distribution of food rations and a medical inspection for all of the injured. 50 minutes later, after talking to her people and tending to some of the wounded, Josephine found herself seated next to Private Coleman, who was getting his bandages changed, and she couldn't help asking,
"Why does he hate the dogs so much?"
When he looked at her in confusion, she gestured to the floor above with a nod as another gunshot sounded.
"Everyone hates the dogs,"
Private Coleman replied with a mouthful of MRE spaghetti and beef. They were all having ready-to-eat meals, spaghetti or beef stew, warmed with flameless ration heaters, with a side of corn or mashed potatoes with a Gatorade or cocoa. It was below-quality food for the most part, but it served its purpose, and the heat was comforting.
"Yes, but Captain Crowley seems to have a real hatred of them, one that goes beyond killing in the line of duty."
"I have noticed it, but the captain is a closed book," Coleman said. "If anyone knows, it would be the Sarge, though. They go way back."
"And what about his family? Does he have any?"
Coleman shrugged, but in a way that said he wasn't willing to say any more, rather than he didn't know. Josephine respected the soldier's silence, but it only increased her curiosity. She saw Sergeant O'Connor making his way to the staircase and excused herself from the conversation.
"Excuse me, Sergeant?"
she called, catching up to Teddy.
"Yes, ma'am?" "Ugh, you Army boys are all the same, too polite. Please, call me Josephine."
Thaddeus laughed.
"I see why he likes you,"
he commented, quietly, but before she could inquire. He continued,
"Is there something I can help you with, Josephine?" Yes, actually. Can I take that to him?"
It didn't skip Teddy's notice that her tone dropped an octave.
"Sure,"
Thaddeus shrugged.
"He's gonna be nicer to you anyway. Besides, I need to try and contact base. We might need evac if this gets any worse."
He handed over the pouch and a bottle of water to her.
"Good luck."
"Go away, Teddy." That was how Crowley greeted her as she ascended to the bell tower. He had his back turned to the entrance. He had taken off his helmet and his hair danced in the wind. His vest was missing too. Crowley looked smaller, but not at all in a bad way. He looked human.
"It's me, actually."
He cocked his head in surprise before he turned. "Josephine, what are you doing here?" She wagged the pouch before her.
"Bringing you a meal."
"Did Thaddeus send you?"
"I volunteered, actually."
"You did?" His surprise seemed genuine.
"Yes."
She pushed it to him.
"I did."
"Thank you."
He took it from her and tore the package open. As he proceeded to dig in, she came to stand next to him against the railing and dropped the bottle within his reach. She noticed his gun on the railing with 4 empty magazines next to it. Looking out into the early evening horizon, she soaked in the view. As long as she kept her eyes to the skyline, she could almost forget that the world had gone to shit.
How are you holding up? She asked.
Believe me, you have no reason to be worried about me, Crowley said. I've been at this a long time.
How long?
She asked, truly curious. Too long. Looking down below, Josephine found the landscape littered with dog carcasses. She counted 5.
Did you do all of that?
He shrugged. Had to blow off steam.
Well, remind me never to get on your bad side.
I would never harm you. The statement was made offhandedly, but Josephine found herself feeling strange, especially because the full force of Crowley's gray eyes were on her. How are you holding up? He asked, breaking the silence.
This has not been my usual day, I'll tell you that much.
You mean you don't get chased by horse-sized dogs every Tuesday?
I can't say that I do.
She laughed. She managed to get a smile out of him before she repeated the question.
How are you holding up? Really?
Crowley sighed and looked away. Just when she thought he would not answer, he spoke. Soldiers die every day, you know, but they shouldn't have to. Definitely not like that. Josephine felt the pain in that statement. It might sound hypocritical for someone who has killed people, but it's the truth. He returned to his spaghetti, and she decided to let him be. Before she left, she placed a hand over his and squeezed tight.
You should try to get some rest, she said.
The next day, Crowley awoke feeling refreshed after a good night's rest. His thoughts were clearer and more together. It didn't help him receive the bad news Thaddeus had in store for him, though. What do you mean we can't reach the base?
I mean we can't get through for some reason. No one's responding.
How long have you been trying?
All night. We're on our own, Crowley.
They were seated side by side in the first pew on the far left. A few soldiers had awoken, but the rest, along with the survivors, were yet to stir.
Jesus Christ. Language, Crowley. We're in a church,
Thaddeus reprimanded.
But I understand your frustration. We are screwed.
What to do? What to do?
How about we start with food?
Food, Teddy? It's way too early for breakfast. It was dawn. The faint light of day had only just begun to lighten the windows.
No, not that way. I've checked our supplies. We don't have more than a day's worth, and that's with careful rationing.
What do you suggest?
There are residential buildings nearby. I could take a team and search them if we're lucky.
No.
Crowley.
They can go a day without food if they need to. No one leaves the building until we have a plan to get out of here.
You want 22 starving civilians cooped up in a church until you cook up a plan?
21. Mr. Tipton is dead to me,
Crowley corrected.
And yes, let them go hungry. They must be used to it. Now let me think. He got out of his seat before Thaddeus could react.
You're blinking, Crowley,
Thaddeus called after him. Those metaphorical words stopped him in his tracks.
You never blink.
Crowley didn't respond. He saw the truth in Thaddeus' words. He was always decisive. It was one of his strengths. Why was he hesitating now? As he made his way down the aisle, he saw the men, women, and the children huddled under blankets and sleeping bags, blissful in their dreams and about to wake up to the continuation of a nightmare. He had to get them out alive. But how?
And why the hell wasn't Base answering? That was how he ended up in the confessional, with his head between his palms. The door to the other side swung open, and someone entered and sat. He was about to question the audacity when the person spoke.
This is the part where you say, "Bless me, Father, for I have sinned."
Wouldn't that be sacrilege? Besides, wouldn't you be mother?
Oh, just go with it,
Josephine said. Crowley sighed. Bless me, Father, for I have sinned.
What troubles you, my son?
Are you sure those are the words that follow? Aren't you supposed to pray for my forgiveness first or something?
I don't know. But then neither do you, so continue.
Are you sure you want to know?
Talk to me.
We can't reach Base. We're on our own and essentially fucked. Crowley paused. Now that's a word I'm not sure this cubicle has heard before.
You'd probably be surprised. So, what's the plan?
There isn't one, Crowley admitted. Yet. We're nearly out of food, and Thaddeus has suggested raiding the buildings nearby.
So, that sounds like a decent idea.
I'm not so sure. I didn't allow it. He thinks I'm blinking.
Blinking?
Hesitating. And he might be right.
Well, it's probably the adrenaline letdown. Out there, you had to be on alert at every second. You observed the damage and death, but you didn't quite feel it because you were having to think on your feet. Now you've had some rest, and it's given you the space to think about everything and the people under your care. I can see why you're blinking.
Jesus, did you study psychology too?
5 years, actually.
Oh, I didn't mean to scoff.
I know.
So, what do I do?
You're in charge, Crowley. Do you?
Empty those bags, people. We will not be making a return trip,
Thaddeus yelled. After Crowley's talk with Josephine in the confessional, he had permitted Teddy's mission to go ahead. O'Connor didn't know if God had spoken to his commanding officer, or if his change of heart was something to do with Josephine, but either way he was glad to be up and about and, despite everything, happy that Crowley seemed to have taken an interest in the beautiful woman. It had been a long time since his divorce.
Move it, you bunch of slowpokes. Time waits for no man. We need to be out of here in 5 minutes.
In less than 2 minutes, Teddy and his team of 5, Stiles, Cooper, Thompson, McGregor, and Tyson, were gathered at the door. Crowley met him there. If you get into any trouble, don't hesitate to call for backup.
You too, Captain.
When Crowley frowned in confusion, Teddy gestured behind him with a nod. Crowley turned and found Private Radcliffe, who seemed to have recovered from his near-death experience and his sergeant's warning the afternoon before, standing against the opposite wall.
Hey, honey, you want some fries with that shake?
He called as Josephine passed by him. Behind Crowley, Teddy whispered,
If it's any consolation, he's got no game.
Crowley elbowed him gently in the gut.
And do you want my fist with that face, puta?
Snapped Josephine.
Ooh, spicy, I like that,
said Radcliffe, laughing. You were supposed to deal with that, Teddy, said Crowley in a flat voice.
Okay, so I thought I did. I'll revisit our conversation. Kid just isn't too bright, you know? Try not to kill him before I get back.
He turned to the squad.
Let's go.
The churchyard was littered with dead dogs, just far enough away that the smell didn't permeate the building. As far as Thaddeus could tell, each of them had a bullet or two in the head and or neck.
Well, goddamn, Crowley. You win. Jesus.
Instinctively, he turned back to look at the bell tower, and there he found Crowley looking down with a grin he could just make out. Thaddeus flipped him the bird.
Screw you, Deadeye,
he muttered, as they continued to pick their way through the carcasses before emerging onto the street. After a while, they came to 2 rows of 2-story houses.
Spread out. Pick a house and search. We need to move fast. The dogs will soon pick up our scent if they haven't already. If you encounter any trouble, call for backup immediately.
Roger that, sir,
they chorused.
Do not forget to check that whatever you find is still edible. We're trying to feed these people, not poison them. Yes, sir.
Stiles took the first house to the left, and Thaddeus went to the one opposite. The front door was unlocked, and he made his way up the hallway with his gun at the ready. His first destination was the kitchen. He opened the fridge, but the stench made him slam it shut instantly. He found some open boxes of cereal on the kitchen island and ignored them, opting to raid the pantry. There were several stacks of canned foods. He bagged the goods and moved on to the next house. There was more loot there than the last one: a box of crackers, some canned ham and sausage, and an unopened tub of peanut butter. His luck didn't continue to the next house. All he left the building with was a roll of M&Ms he found stashed away in a child's bedroom. He emerged and was about to cross the street to the next house when the heckles on the back of his neck rose. It was the strongest feeling of being watched he had ever felt, and he instantly gripped his gun harder as he turned his head. At the end of the street, a very large canine was watching him. He froze. It was unmistakably a German shepherd, but at least twice the size of a full-grown dog of that breed. Its fur was patchy and sparse, as though stretched too fast and far over its unusually muscular frame. It didn't bark or growl. It just watched him through red-tinged eyes that had an intelligence he hadn't seen in any of the other mutated dogs. In the other dogs, he had seen unfettered savagery and hunger. With this one, there was that too, and so much more. Thaddeus slowly turned, bringing up his rifle, when two more dogs of the same breed emerged from side streets into view between him and the big German shepherd. Then two more. Then another two.
Oh, shit,
he muttered. He squeezed off a couple of shots, then turned and ran. Immediately, they gave chase.
We've got hostiles in the area,
he shouted into his comms. As Thaddeus ran, he pulled out a grenade. It didn't matter how much noise he made now, they were already discovered. He pulled the pin and tossed it over his shoulder, hoping he could thin out a few of the dogs pursuing him. There was a strange, short howl far behind him, and he didn't need to look to know it had come from the big dog that had been watching him. He risked a backwards glance, and what he saw made him slow. Almost as one, the dogs skidded to a halt, some tumbling over others before they reached the grenade, and others changing course to avoid it. Then it exploded. One of the dogs was caught in the explosion, but it did far less damage than it should have. As crazy as it sounded, he was sure they had stopped because of that strange howl. That beast had not only identified the grenade for what it was, but had somehow warned the others about it. If there was a hierarchy to these animals, Thaddeus was pretty sure he had just stumbled across the alpha. This was no time for a meet and greet. While the scattered dogs recovered and reorganized, he turned tail and fled. He made it to the nearest house and had barely slammed the door shut behind him when the dogs thundered onto the doorstep and began pawing and scratching at the door.
Stay indoors, everyone,
Thaddeus shouted into his comms.
Get the second-story windows and try to take them down from above.
Roger that, came the chorused response. Less than 30 seconds later, bullets began to fly. Thaddeus rushed into the kitchen and grabbed a chair and took it back to the door, which was now shaking on its hinges at the sheer weight of the canines trying to break it down. He wedged the chair under the knob just as something rammed it. It held. Just. Dropping the bag of supplies he had procured, he headed upstairs, taking the steps two at a time, and headed into a bedroom, locking the door behind him before going to the window. Pulling the sash window open, he put his rifle to his shoulder and looked for the Alpha where he had last seen it at the end of the street. It was gone. Damn it. He didn't have time to wonder where it had gone, because at the house across the street, 3 dogs, one of the German Shepherd monsters and 2 others of indiscriminate breed, were about to break through the front door of the building where Tyson was in the top-floor window with his sniper rifle. He appeared unaware of the situation below, as his attention was fully on the street, where he continued to put down one animal with each shot. Ignoring the thuds on the door behind him,
Thaddeus set his sights on the doorway across the street and pulled the trigger. By the time he emptied his magazine, there was no dog moving at the door to Tyson's building. He barely had time to process that when the door behind him splintered and fell into the room. There was no time to reload, and with resignation he looked back to Tyson, hoping to see a human face before he was torn to pieces. Tyson's scoped weapon was aimed right at him. O'Connor felt the wind of the bullet's passage and the accompanying yelp as the stinking beast behind him flew back into the hallway and hit the floor heavily. Thaddeus went to the doorway as he quickly reloaded his rifle. The dog, only one, wasn't moving. He stepped back and gave Tyson the thumbs up. The sniper nodded in response. "Let's move out," Teddy said into his comms. "More will be coming soon." "Copy that." There was a scattering of dead dogs around the porch when he reached street level, along with the rest of his squad. Everyone except McGregor. Before Thaddeus could ask, a scream emanated from the second house down the block. "McGregor!" He sprinted for the building, his men close behind. The front door was wide open, torn off its hinges. "Sergeant, wait!" Stiles called. But O'Connor had already thrown caution to the wind. He found the dogs as soon as he passed the threshold. They were gathered in a seething mass of bodies at the base of the staircase, so intent on ripping and tearing at whatever was beneath them, they didn't even notice his arrival. Reacting quickly, he turned his weapon upon them and with a long burst, angled as best he could so as not to damage the victim beneath, he managed to down all of them. His men followed him into the house as he rushed to the pile of bodies. Throwing his gun to the side, he dug through the mess till his hand touched a leg. He grabbed and pulled, but it came away freely, no longer attached to its owner. Someone behind him swore, and he reached in again and grabbed an arm, pulling on it and shoving a dead dog away with his boot. Stiles and Cooper assisted, and finally, the body came free. From the copious amounts of blood on the floor, he already knew, but one look at McGregor confirmed he was dead. "Shit, Toby," Thaddeus muttered. Private Toby McGregor was missing a leg and half of his face had been ripped off. Thaddeus leaned in and closed his remaining eye. In the distance, he heard more barking zeroing in on their location. He wanted nothing more than to go out to meet them with a vengeful soldier's hospitality, but he had to think about his team. Crowley might have done something that crazy, but then again, he had a motive that came from so deep, it was like a stake embedded in his heart. Thaddeus wasn't Crowley. "Back to base," he ordered. "Double time." Part 3. Chapter 7. Crowley was once again up in the bell tower when Josephine found him. His eyes were focused on the area to the north as he waited for Teddy's team to return. "Fancy meeting you here," she said. Crowley turned to find her looking as beautiful as ever. She had donned a red tank top that was tucked into the waistband of her jeans, a wise choice in the sweltering heat. "What are you doing up here?" "Looking for you, actually," she said, ignoring his flat tone. "You missed mealtime again." "I did? That's okay. I'm not hungry." "As a girl coming from a big family, that's not okay. Missing mealtimes? My mom would have had a fit." "She sounds nice." "She was. Nicest woman I ever knew." "What happened to her? To them?" "Car crash. 4 years ago." "My condolences." "My granddad was devastated, then got sick. I had to bring him to move in with me. We've been living together ever since." "That sounds nice." "He's a grumpy old man who flirted with all the single mothers in our apartment building and can't let go of his glory days in the army." Crowley raised an eyebrow, amazed at the sudden outburst. "But yes, I love him. And right now, he's all the family I have." He nodded. "The military. It takes a lot from a man. It's difficult to forget that." "What are you doing up here anyway?" she asked. "Would you believe me if I said I was enjoying the view?"
You don't look like the kind of man who seeks out a view just for the sake of it.
I'm not. Clarissa, my ex-wife, she tried to show me what was so special about all of that. For a while, maybe I saw what she saw in little things like the sunrise and the ocean and fall leaves. But it was hard to see anything good after. He trailed off. She didn't push. She didn't speak either. Maybe he would open up to her eventually. As for why I'm up here, Sergeant O'Connor's squad was supposed to be back a while ago. I'm worried something's gone wrong.
Worrying about a troubling future will hurt you more than the arrival of that future sometimes, if it ever arrives.
Words to live by. Crowley nodded. She shrugged.
You don't do as much study as I have and not pick up a few pearls of wisdom, I guess.
True, Crowley admitted.
How about this?
She grabbed his arm and gently steered him to the other side of the bell tower.
Ta-da!
What am I looking at?
Whatever you want to look at. You can't look back, and you can't worry.
You think a different view from the tower will distract me?
That wasn't my only thought.
Before he could ask what she meant, she stepped forward, stood on her tiptoes, and kissed him. For all the time Crowley had spent worrying, he forgot about Teddy and his team completely in that moment. There was no hesitation. He kissed her back, matching her eagerness as her fingers ran through his short hair. His hands grasped her waist, pulling her in closer. Finally, with more than a hint of reluctance, she pulled away.
Well, that was, she said.
Yeah.
Well, I'd say it worked to distract you,
she noted, clearly acknowledging the fact that he was out of breath. It did, until you reminded me just now.
Oh, crap, she said. Do you want me to do it again?
I mean, since you're offering. She laughed and approached a second time. Clearly, she was unashamed about going for what she wanted. Their lips barely touched a second time when they heard shouting from the front of the church and the doors being opened. In half a second, Crowley had his handgun out and was heading for the stairs. "Stay here," he instructed.
"Screw that,"
Josephine said, and followed him, running through the door and down the stairs just behind him. Crowley got to the ground floor to find a crowd gathered at the door. "What's going on?" he asked, his voice booming through the hall. He had switched back to captain mode, just like that. The crowd parted and Crowley approached. Standing at the center of the semicircle was Thaddeus' squad. The first thing Crowley noticed was that the front of Teddy's vest was spattered with blood, and his arms up to his elbows were completely drenched in it. The second thing he noticed was that they were one man down.
"Toby,"
O'Connor said, before Crowley could recall who the fifth member had been.
"Toby McGregor."
"Shit," Crowley muttered. His tone went dangerously flat. "Mission debriefing. Vestry. Now." The debriefing took just over 45 minutes. Josephine knew this because she sat facing the vestry, impatiently waiting for Crowley to reappear as she alternated between watching the door and keeping track of time with her wristwatch. Teddy was the first to emerge from the vestry, however, coming out into the hall. When he did, she noted he was now rid of his helmet and his bloody shirt, and in place of the latter was an army green tank top that showed off his muscular arms. His arms were mostly clean of blood, but the stain was still noticeable. He needed a wash, but he didn't look inclined to get one anytime soon. Behind him, the rest of his squad came out. Teddy stopped, as if contemplating whether to go back in. He seemed lost in thought, but when Josephine made to move past him, he snapped to attention and blocked her path.
What are you doing?"
she asked.
"I can't let you pass," Thaddeus said. "The captain would not want to see you. Trust me." "Excuse me?" "It would be a bad idea for both of you." "I just wanted—" "The answer is no."
Thaddeus said firmly. When she didn't move, he walked away, but not before latching onto her arm with his right hand and dragging her along firmly but gently.
What are you doing? Where are you taking me?
When he didn't answer immediately, she wrested her arm from his grip and folded her arms in defiance. He turned with eyes wide, clearly surprised at her strength, then sighed.
Inventory. What?
She asked.
I need your help with inventory,
he explained. She started to argue, but the weariness in his eyes persuaded her. She closed her mouth and nodded.
Thank you,
the sergeant said. He gestured in the direction of the back rooms. She went ahead. He followed closely behind.
You weren't kidding,
Josephine said as she got to the inner room and found the backpacks stacked by the wall.
About what?
Thaddeus asked. He grabbed the first backpack and emptied its contents on the floor. Canned meat, boxes of cereal, cookies, and a pack of pasta spilled out.
Inventory? I thought you were just saying that to divert my attention.
I was, Teddy admitted. He gestured to the other backpacks, and she grabbed one as he went for another. They emptied both before he spoke again.
I could easily have gotten one of the boys to do this, or even done it myself. We need a pen and paper.
Josephine automatically took a pen and notepad out of her pocket.
But?
They repeated the actions, and the pile of supplies grew.
But I need to keep an eye on you. For Crowley's sake?
Thaddeus gave her a pointed look.
And yours. I don't... You've only known him a few days, but I can see you care about him already.
He didn't even look at her as he spoke. She thought about lying, denying his observation altogether, but in the end decided there was no point.
I do,
she admitted. She came to sit next to him on the ground as they sorted out the loot.
It's easy to see.
But then again, I've been looking, so of course I see.
Is this the part where you discourage me? She asked. Tell me it would be best I stay away from him for both our sakes?
Josephine could feel herself getting defensive. It felt like she had spent her whole life with people deciding they knew what was and wasn't right for her, and she was damned if she was going to put up with it now at the end of the world.
I'm not about to get in the way of that. It's just that it's not a good time, especially if it's going to get, well, we're in a house of God and all.
Josephine exploded in a fit of laughter. She couldn't help it.
You come from a religious background, I take it?
She asked, when she could finally speak again.
You don't know the half of it.
He reached into his pocket with a sigh and produced a rosary, holding it up for her to see. She laughed again.
You don't need to worry. I wasn't going in there to have my wicked way with him.
He waited until she stopped laughing, his face growing red.
On a serious note, Crowley is not in the best frame of mind right now.
She started to speak, but he raised a finger to deter her.
And while I see you want to go comfort him, you shouldn't.
She wanted to go against him, wanted to tell him he had no right to tell her what not to do. Instead, she asked,
Why? Because I've seen the emotions you bring out of him. They make him human, and while that's a good thing because I haven't seen him that way in a long time, we don't need a man to get out of this alive. We need a soldier. Are you saying soldiers aren't human?
Thaddeus replied with a warm smile before he said, What do you think? For a long while, no one spoke, and the chore of organizing the supplies was performed in utter silence, save for the sound of their movements.
Can I ask a question? You're asking permission?
Teddy asked in faux surprise. He didn't look at her, but a smile played across his lips.
Why does Crowley hate the dogs so much?
His hands froze over the stash they were sorting through. He knew why. It was clear from the way his jaw hardened. And whatever it was, it seemed like an old injury that clearly hadn't quite healed. For a long while, he didn't speak. He didn't move either.
You don't have to answer. Really, I'm sorry I asked.
You've done nothing wrong in asking. It's just not my place to answer, that's all.
Oh,
She said.
that bad, huh?
You don't know the half of it. They didn't speak again until the work was done. But in the silence, Josephine's mind wandered. What could have happened that was so bad that Crowley's hatred ran deeper than a natural hatred for mutated man-killers? What was so bad that his friend wouldn't even talk about it? Finally, they were done with the sorting. An array of canned meats, fruits, and vegetables stood arranged in neat stacks. Next to that were a row of cereal boxes and pasta packs and hot sauce. Crackers, cookies, and chips were piled next to a few bottles of soda, juice, liquor, water, and a six-pack of beer. After that came the heap of bagged sweets and snacks. The final pile comprised a mix of things from rolls of toilet paper to cigarettes to soaps and packets of salt.
Well, that doesn't seem as impressive now that it's all sorted,
Thaddeus mused. Looking up from the small notepad in her hand, Josephine glanced at the lot, the pen between her teeth.
Yeah, this will keep everyone fed for about 2 days. 3 with sensible rationing. Maybe 4 if you add the remaining MREs, at which point we'll need more food. It's not very sustainable. Besides, look what happened today, she said.
No, it is not. And you don't have to remind me. She saw fresh pain in his eyes.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. We can't stay here and wait to run out of food. We need to get out of town as soon as possible.
Yeah, that was the plan,
Josephine muttered solemnly. She absently reached across to pick a bite-sized Milky Way from the stack. Teddy slapped her hand.
Ow! What was that for?
She reached again, and with viper-like speed and precision, he smacked her again. He dragged the heap closer to himself possessively.
Mine. Okay, Gollum.
He took the candy bar she had been going for and handed it to her. She laughed, confused at his sudden change from sadness to playfulness, and realized it was a coping mechanism. She put the candy bar in her pocket.
It's for one of the kids who's having a particularly hard time, she said.
Sure it is, Teddy teased. She laughed and tucked away the pad and pen in her other pocket. There was a knock on the doorframe as Crowley appeared. He was dressed in military gear from the waist down and sported a black tank top. Josephine's attention was caught by the muscular arms of both men, and the room suddenly seemed a lot more crowded. When it came to sheer size, Teddy came out tops by a small margin, but Crowley had the more defined musculature. "Am I interrupting?" he asked. Josephine noticed he wasn't looking at her. It seemed intentional.
No, sir.
Thaddeus rose to his feet.
Inventory all sorted through.
And?
We need to talk.
Crowley raised a wary brow as he stepped into the room. He dropped to the floor across from them. When he glanced in Josephine's direction, his lips remained pursed and his jaw hard, but his eyes shone just a little. When he turned back to Thaddeus, the glint in his eyes faded. "What is it, Teddy?"
We've got 3 to 4 days' worth of supplies, max, before we need to go on another supply run.
And,
Thaddeus said. And we can't afford to go on another supply run, Crowley.
We will cross that bridge when we get there.
We cannot afford to wait, either. We need to act.
We cannot act without planning, Thaddeus, and there is no plan yet.
We need to get back to base. That is the plan, and it hasn't changed.
Our vehicles have been destroyed, and so far we've been unable to communicate with base, so how do you propose we get there?
We walk.
Excuse me?
You heard me, Crowley.
You want me to carry 22 civilians and travel 20 miles by foot while getting chased by those dog monstrosities? Josephine was in awe at the amount of hate he put into the word dog.
She also found herself feeling out of place as she sat there and watched the two men argue.
We'll protect them, but it's our only choice.
I have lost 4 men already, Thaddeus. Those men were prepared to give their lives for this mission. I will not lose the civilians, too.
Those dogs out there? They're hunting us, Crowley. It's only a matter of time before they decide to attack us here, and if they do, when they do, well, I've told you what I saw out there. They are organized, and that big fucker is making strategic decisions.
For as long as we need to, we'll hold them off and wait for assistance from base.
We can't wait. You're blinking, Crowley. Why are you— Okay, enough.
Josephine exploded in her best teacher voice.
Both of you.
Surprisingly, both men shut up instantly and looked at her. She turned to Teddy.
You held a dead man in your arms today.
Thaddeus flexed his blood-stained hand as he looked down at it for a second.
He was your comrade. You need to take more time out to process that.
To Crowley, she said,
You're their leader, our leader, and you've lost 4 men under your command in 24 hours. The perceived failure is weighing down on you, but you need to shake it off. Your men need you, Captain.
She sighed.
Both of you. Just chill, sleep on it, and talk about it in the morning.
But Teddy began, before she interrupted him with a string of angry Spanish, ending with one word they both knew without a translator. Silencio. Both men stared at her. Wow, O'Connor said, looking at the captain. Crowley laughed. I think I need to make you an honorary lieutenant, Miss Smith.
You sure know how to pick 'em, Chief,
said Thaddeus, grinning and climbing to his feet.
Morning it is, then. I'm going to wash up and hit the sack.
Crowley caught sight of the candy bar in Josephine's pocket and narrowed his eyes at Teddy. Teddy? O'Connor stopped and looked at Crowley's outstretched hand.
What?
Teddy, Crowley repeated, giving him a look.
Ugh. Screw you, Edward.
He reached into his pocket, took out a snack pack of M&Ms and threw it at his commanding officer's face. Crowley caught it with ease and smiled satisfactorily as Thaddeus walked away.
How did you know he had that? I didn't even see him put it in his pocket, and I was here the whole time,
Josephine asked. Crowley shrugged. Educated guess. Teddy has an addiction to candy. Finally, he looked back at Josephine. Thank you.
For what?
What you said. I needed to hear that. My men, they do need me. She smiled at him.
Any time.
There was that glint in his eyes as he took in her form. His eyes barely moved, but she knew. You look nice. Josephine raised a brow. The only addition to her outfit since he'd last seen her was the red bandana on her head.
You saw me 2 hours ago.
And? Crowley smiled again. This time, it reached his eyes.
Nothing. Thank you.
He rose to his feet, checking the time as he did. Well, I'll be off now.
Where are you going?
Up to the bell tower. It's almost night and I'm on lookout duty. He spied a bottle of alcohol and scooped it up. This should come in handy.
Couldn't you get one of your men to do it?
I could. He shrugged.
And?
Crowley smiled again, and this time it was full of promise. I'll see you later, Josephine. She grabbed his wrist before he made it to the door.
Wait.
This time, Crowley laughed as he turned around. If I didn't know better, I'd say you were trying to stop me.
Maybe I am asking if you need company up there. It will get pretty cold on that tower at night.
That it will, Crowley admitted, nodding thoughtfully. Which is why I have this. He shook the bottle of overproof rum in her face. His action earned him a frown. Did I say something wrong? He said.
The fact that you have to ask.
She snatched the bottle from him and stomped toward the stairs. Smiling, he followed. Chapter 8. The night sky was littered with an endless array of stars. Not a single one of them caught Crowley's attention, as focused on Josephine's eyes as he was. There was a certain fire to them as she retold moments from her life before the dog apocalypse, and Crowley just couldn't look away. He had always been a man of few words. It was his nature, and for this reason he was attracted to people who loved to talk, and was quite content to listen to her, a smile playing on his lips. Apparently, years before everything went to hell and before her parents' accident, she lived with them and occasionally her grandfather, whenever he could visit. Both parents were heavily interested in her choice of career path. Her father, also a military man but retired early by an injury, had wanted her to join the army to continue the family tradition, as he had no son. Her mother, more traditional, had simply wanted her to get married. Her grandfather had surprisingly been neutral about the entire issue, encouraging her to do what she wanted, but he had insisted on paying for her to take self-defense classes. Ultimately, despite pressure from both parents, she chose to study psychology. They had died before she graduated. This led to her having somewhat of a breakdown, and when she came out the other end, she decided she could do more good teaching than counseling, which is how she ended up where she was. Between them, the bottle of alcohol stood abandoned on the rail. Crowley was yet to need its company. Not with Josephine standing so close to him that he could smell the scent of her body spray, talking as the evening faded into the dark of night. Eventually, she noticed that she was doing all the talking, and stopped abruptly, and she frowned.
You haven't said a word in the past hour, have you?
You don't see me complaining. I'm quite content listening.
Bullshit,
she said, and folded her arms.
Your turn then. I've told you a lot about myself. It's only fair that you do the same.
Crowley struggled with his words for a while. You have had a more interesting life, he said finally. Trust me, and you have a knack for storytelling. She didn't seem to buy it.
I talk too much, don't I?
Crowley's lips curved upwards. You do. Her mouth fell open in shock. Like most people new to his personality, she was taken aback by his directness.
Bitch.
Crowley's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Then he burst out laughing. His laughter only managed to offend her further, and she punched him lightly in the chest. Okay, come on now, Crowley laughed. Stop that. You'll only hurt yourself. Her mouth dropped open and she swung at him again, this time with real force to prove a point, but he caught her by the wrist. She repeated the action with the other hand, and he seized that hand too. Well, that might have hurt me, Crowley admitted thoughtfully.
It was intended to.
Good form, too.
Thank you,
she said sharply. You don't take teasing very well, do you?
No,
she admitted, practically burying her face in his chest. Crowley was once again surprised. He let her go and tilted her face up to his. Then he repeated the words he had told her the day before in the exact same spot. I would never harm you, Josephine.
I know that, she whispered. Why do you say it like that?
It was Crowley's turn to look away. How could he answer? How could he tell her that he had done things he was not proud of? Things he could never make up for? She put a hand to his face and brought it back. She held his gaze a moment longer. Then she reached up and cupped his face with both hands.
You don't have to answer my questions tonight. I hope, maybe, one day you'll tell me your secrets.
He was about to tell her to be careful what she wished for, but then her hand slipped around to the back of his neck, pulled his face down to hers, and she kissed him. Crowley was instantly conscious of everything.
her fingers on the nape of his neck, her palm on his chest, her lips on his. Suddenly his worries melted away. Nothing right then mattered other than the woman in front of him. With a swift motion, he reached down and put his arms around her rear and lifted her off the ground. Smoothly, her thighs found their way around his torso and fastened around his hips. He put her head back to one of the pillars and made to pull her shirt over her head, stopping at the hem to await the go-ahead. She did one better and pulled the shirt off herself. She flung it over his shoulder and returned her arms to reclaim his neck. With his lips locked on hers, his hands sought leverage on her body. Crowley wasn't quite sure how they managed to maneuver, but the next moment they were on the floor of the bell tower, with Josephine beneath him and his arm positioned protectively at her back to prevent her bare skin from touching the stone floor as best he could. The new position did not allow for as much movement as Crowley had anticipated, and the hard floor was incredibly uncomfortable. After several minutes of enjoyable but awkward canoodling in the confined space, Crowley paused with a defeated huff. He sensed Josephine's hesitation, too. "This isn't working, is it?" "Nope," Josephine agreed. He rolled away and helped her to her feet. She staggered a little as she found her feet and her arms flailed to find her balance, knocking the bottle off the rail. Crowley's lightning-fast reaction saved it. "Careful now," he said, as he steadied her with his free hand. "Sorry, pins and needles in my foot." She retrieved her shirt and put it on. Her bandana was now loose around her hair, so she pulled it off completely and patted her hair into a semblance of tidy. "So, we agree never to speak of this, correct?" Crowley asked with a smile. "Yes, that sounds right. Not my worst make-out session, surprisingly. Just the timing and the place was all wrong." "Yeah, sorry about that." "What are you sorry for?" she asked. "It takes two to tango, soldier." "No objections there." "You know the night is far from over," she said. "What do you say we call it, have a drink, and maybe find ourselves somewhere more comfortable?" "As appealing as that sounds, Crowley tensed, his eyes focused on something in the distance. "What? What is it?" She looked in the same direction he was looking. But it wasn't anything Crowley had seen that had alerted him. It was what he had heard. There was a moment of utter silence before he heard it again, much louder this time. A single piercing howl tore through the night, audible for miles through the quiet. Then came the excited yapping of dogs. The sound came from every direction, and it was closing in fast on their location. Crowley leaned against the rail as he peered into the partial gloom, and then he saw them. Shapes, a multitude of sizes, but for the most part larger than full-grown wolves, raced along the streets like rats in a pipe towards the church. Shit. He turned to the giant bell behind them and rang it with all his might. The howl came again, and this time it echoed through the empty streets below them. Crowley turned to Josephine as he retrieved his earpiece from his pocket and practically jammed it in his ear. "You wouldn't listen to me if I told you to stay put, would you?" he asked. "Not a chance." Crowley sighed. "Very well. Stay close to me." With those words, he ran to the door and flew down the stairs, taking them 3 at a time. He reached the ground floor with a gun in one hand and the bottle of rum he didn't even realize he was holding in the other. Sometime during his descent, he had automatically freed his handgun from its holster. Years of experience were responsible for his subconscious actions. Josephine was right behind him, but stayed out of the way as he oversaw his men. Flashlights and candles lit up the church hall. The soldiers were quickly arming themselves in preparation, while the civilians were huddled together, talking and whispering in panicked voices, aware of the telltale signs of trouble brewing outside. "Captain!" someone called from among the dimly lit cluster of bodies. It was Thaddeus. "We're about to be under siege,"
Crowley explained. "Put the men in position at the door. They will be coming down on us soon." He turned away and spoke into his earpiece. "Tyson, Dustin, get to the tower. Take down the big ones. Reagan, you're with them."
"Copy that, sir,"
they echoed.
"From what direction?"
Thaddeus asked when Crowley returned to the conversation. "Every direction," Crowley said as he looked around the structure that enveloped them, giving it a critical look.
"We should be safe in here," said Teddy. "The barricades on the doors will hold, for now at least."
The walls were sturdy and undamaged. They would hold even if the dogs decided upon a kamikaze way in, but the windows had him worried. They were small enough to ensure that anything that made it through would be just above the size of a wolf, and it would take quite the leap for a monster to make it in, as the base of the window was high. But that didn't make it any less of a potential breach. "Move the barricade. Open the front door," Crowley ordered.
"Excuse me?"
Thaddeus said. "You heard what I said. Do it. If not, they see every window and door as a possible point of entry. We can't defend from all angles. So let's give them one entrance and make it inviting. Make sure no one gets too close to the rear door and avoid the windows too. And get me a damn rifle." O'Connor paused for a second, then realized Crowley was right. He saluted swiftly and dashed off across the hall. Crowley turned to where Josephine still stood. She showed no fear as she comforted her people, but he knew she had to be nervous. It made him wonder where she found the strength to mask it and keep upbeat. He went to her. "I know I said stick close to me, but I need you to do something." She looked at him. He could see her gather her resolve. "You need to get everyone into one of the inner rooms, and you need to—" The look he gave her told her his intentions.
"I need to what? Stay there?"
she asked, her tone accusatory. "It's for your own safety."
"I don't need to hide."
"Fine. Just get your people hidden, but keep your eyes open and your head down." Josephine nodded and began directing people into the rooms behind the pulpit. The doors at the entrance were pulled open, and the barking of savage dogs was punctuated by gunshots as the soldiers at the front opened fire into the night. The pews, which had previously served as a barricade, now served as their cover. Crowley fixed his eyes on them. "They're going to waste ammo firing like that," he muttered. Josephine put a hand to his shoulder.
"Go, I've got this."
Crowley didn't need to be told twice. He bolted. He spotted Teddy coming his way. He had a rifle in hand and another strapped around his shoulder. "Teddy, gun!" Thaddeus chucked the rifle in his hand overhead. Crowley caught it and checked it quickly and efficiently as he ran to reinforce the men at the door. "Radcliffe, Stiles, Thompson, with me!" he yelled. Together, they dragged 2 benches into position behind the current firing squad and turned them on their edges. They would serve as obstacles to slow down the dogs' assault if they got past the wave of bullets. "Hold your fire," he yelled. "Those in front, fall back to new positions." He raised a hand to indicate where the new position was. "You're firing blind. I repeat, fall back. Let them come in." While the men complied with the new instruction, Crowley yelled, "Provide cover," and prepared to rain bullets, his index finger in place, eager against the trigger. "Form 2 parallel arcs around the doorway and maintain formation," he commanded. They got into position as ordered. The first line of defense crouched low ahead of the second and readied themselves to fire. As the creatures rushed in, Crowley took aim, exhaled, and squeezed the trigger so hard the blood left his fingers. Chapter 9. The gun recoiled as bullets exploded forth in rapid succession. The muscles of his arms bunched as he kept the gun fixed on target after target, putting them down one by one. His men functioned with the efficiency of a well-oiled machine. They took turns alternating between shooting and reloading to save ammo and ensure there was no break in their defense for their enemies to exploit. None made it past the pews. Crowley's plan was working. The assault was concentrated on the main entrance, as he anticipated, and with the narrow passageway, the dogs could only cross the threshold before being stopped brutally by the metal onslaught. Any that made it past had to maneuver over the obstacles, leaving them open targets. As the pile of bodies continued to grow, so did Crowley's morale.
They would survive the night. The sound of static reached his left ear, followed by, "Captain, come in, over."
It was Dustin's voice on the other end. "Talk to me."
"Captain, we need to do something to end this, ASAP."
"What are you talking about?"
Crowley asked.
"We've got this. Our defenses are holding."
"You don't understand. There are more dogs on the way to our location, and they don't seem to be backing down. Too many to count. At this rate, we'll use all of our ammunition before we get this under control. Maybe a grenade or two would send them running."
"Too loud. No."
"Too loud? Captain, I don't think you understand. Every dog within 5 miles looks like it's on the way here, noise or no noise."
Crowley spotted Josephine reappear. "I'll think of something, Lieutenant. Keep me posted, over."
"Roger that."
The line went dead as the assistant principal reached him. "Josephine, I really think you should go and wait with the others. Things don't look good out there, and they just might get worse."
"I'm not hiding," she said defiantly. "Maybe you should give me a gun."
There was no point arguing with her, as much as he could subdue her, with possible difficulty, and whisk her away to safety against her wishes. He had more pressing matters that required his attention. "We can't continue to put up a defense," he explained over the gunfire. "We won't last the night. We have to scare them off somehow." His eyes roamed his surroundings as he sought a solution. In the most unexpected of places, he found one. He went over and picked up the bottle of overproof rum he had put down earlier. "Yes," he said, twisting the cap off. "This should do."
"Do you really think now is the time?"
Josephine asked. He gave her a flat stare and stretched forth his hand. "Your bandana, please."
"What do you want to—"
She trailed off, her eyes widening in comprehension.
"Oh, will it burn?"
"Normal rum? Probably not. This overproof stuff? Most definitely." She tugged the bandana loose and handed it to Crowley, who dropped to a crouch and proceeded to stuff most of the fabric through the mouth of the bottle till the hole was wedged tight and one end of the cloth was sufficiently drenched in the liquor. He watched the doorway, assessing the possibility of throwing the projectile and getting it into the fray without it landing uselessly or setting the church on fire. Crowley passed the bottle to Josephine and tapped his comms device, turning away from her. "Dustin, do you have a lighter up there?"
"Yes, sir, I do. Why?"
"Sending you a little something now. You'll know what to do with it. Get as many as you can."
"Copy that, sir."
Again, the connection went dead. He returned his attention to Josephine. "I need you to get that up to Dustin. It'll be best to drop it from above. From here, I risk setting the church on fire."
"I'm on it."
Crowley watched until she had disappeared from view before he tapped his communication device again. "Thaddeus, get over here." He looked around for the approaching form of the sergeant.
"I'm right behind you, lover boy."
"How long have you been standing there?"
"What? It's not like I witnessed anything interesting."
"Never mind that. I need a flare gun."
"A flare gun? What do you have in mind?"
Before Crowley could answer, the doorway suddenly lit up in a brilliant flash as explosive flames roared to life just outside the building. The sound of dogs yelping in pain and fear replaced the aggressive barking. Large dogs running around the churchyard engulfed in flames filled their vision. Some were so desperate to escape they jumped the pile of carcasses in the doorway and ran into the building. None made it to the barrier of pews. "Well, that worked," Crowley said.
"Yes, sir," Teddy said. "But we need something to keep the fire going."
I know. I'm working on it." Crowley tapped the side of his head to indicate he was thinking.
"The back,"
blurted O'Connor. "What?"
"There must be a store in the back somewhere. There might be an emergency fuel supply or something."
"Worth a shot. Get someone on that." Outside the building, the dogs had quietened, but the flames were dying out quickly. Through the smoke, Crowley could still see plenty of shapes moving in the yard. Still in position, the men held their fire, watching warily and waiting for the dogs to make another move. "Steady, men," said Crowley, walking back and forth behind his men. "We need to preserve our ammo, so make every shot count." A long, unearthly but familiar howl made the hackles on Crowley's neck stand on end. He didn't know where it originated. It didn't sound close. But instantly, The dogs charged again. "Fire at will," Crowley screamed. They did, but again it was a bottle smashing on the head of a particularly ugly Doberman monstrosity and bursting into flame, followed quickly by 2 more Molotov cocktails that scattered the rest. Someone had found the other bottles of overproof rum. He knew exactly who, but didn't really have time to process the thought, because the flaming Doberman had jumped the pile of bodies and was making a beeline for him. It absorbed every round the men around him threw at it and still kept coming. 16 feet. It jumped the pews as men scattered. 10 feet. He drew his Desert Eagle and began squeezing off shots one after the other. 6 feet. He continued to fire into its face as it leapt for him. 1 foot. His gun clicked empty. Crowley dived to the right as the blazing animal whooshed past, the searing heat palpable. Finally dead, the dog's bullet-riddled body hit the polished timber floor, sliding in a lazy circle until it bumped up against the steps to the pulpit. He ran to the fire extinguisher on the far wall, grabbing it and putting out the flames before the old timber could take. The gunfire had paused as flames curtailed the onslaught, and Crowley gave a thumbs up to the few concerned soldiers looking his way. Crowley cocked his head to the side and tapped his earpiece. "We need to press our advantage now, Teddy. Where are you with the flare gun?"
"Got it, and I found a jerry can of fuel, too."
"Good work. Meet me on the tower."
"Copy that."
Dustin, Reagan, and Tyson were giving the dogs below their full attention when Crowley arrived, but it was Josephine who impressed him. He found himself awestruck as he watched her yell in her native tongue and throw another bottle of OP rum at the enemy below. On the rail before her was one last bottle, and what could only be the altar cloth from the church. It had frayed edges that told him it had been ripped, not cut. Circumstances aside, Crowley realized that he was very taken by this woman, not to mention more than a little attracted to her battle form. He proceeded to the rail and looked down at the carnage she had wrought. The spot fires were now spread out across the yard, and the dogs didn't seem quite as keen on regrouping. Some were still alight, running around, crazed with pain as they tried to escape the flames. Then, something else caught his attention. As she set the cloth wick of the last cocktail on fire, Crowley grasped her wrist. He pointed to the back of the pack where a single dog stood alone, clearly standing apart from the rest by conscious decision. It was a mutated German shepherd, big, but not as big as some of the others. And it was clearly watching as the pack lost numbers. It made no attempt to join the fray. He knew without a doubt that this was Teddy's alpha. "Do you think you could get that one?" Josephine followed his pointed finger.
"I think I could get close."
"Okay, aim right there." Without question, she nodded, pulled back her arm, and threw with all her might. Her aim was true, but he knew as the bottle sailed end over end, it wouldn't quite reach the target. The dog saw the incoming projectile and didn't move a muscle as it smashed harmlessly on the road, 8 feet short. The animal was obscured from view by the fresh flames and smoke, and Crowley waited until he could see it again. It was staring right at him. By the light of the flames, he could see its dark eyes were filled with pure hatred, the kind of emotion a dog had no business possessing. "What the fuck are you looking at, ugly?" Teddy's arrival interrupted his rasping admonition. In one hand, he held the jerry can, and in the other, a flare gun. "Good. Let's finish this," Crowley said, more perturbed than he would have admitted by the alpha. He took the flare gun from his second-in-command, but made no move to take the fuel. Instead, he moved away from the rail. "Time to make it rain, Teddy." Thaddeus O'Connor caught on instantly. He unscrewed the cap and moved up to the edge. Before he could begin to upend the contents, something occurred to Crowley. "Teddy, wait." Thaddeus froze, confused, but the fuel was yet to be spilled. "Look to the back of their ranks. Do you see that lone dog standing apart from the rest?"
"I see it."
And before Crowley could ask, Thaddeus answered,
"That's the one. That's the alpha."
"I figured. Listen, if what you say is true, then we cannot risk letting it warn the others." He said the word warn like even he couldn't believe he was saying it. But the intelligent and malevolent glare the dog had given him had served to convince him that Teddy hadn't been imagining things.
What do you have in mind?
Thaddeus asked. Crowley took the fuel container and passed it to Josephine before he answered. Smoke grenades, he said. Through the front entrance. Let's make sure he can't see what we're up to.
On it.
Half a minute later, there were 2 small detonations, and the ground below was slowly covered in thick smoke. When he lost sight of the Alpha, he turned. You're up, Josephine. Fling the fuel as far as you can. We don't want to end up on the world's biggest barbecue. She nodded. She swung her arms in a wide arc, splashing gasoline over the ground around the church as she went around the corner. About halfway through the contents, Crowley stopped her. That's enough. She paused. How good is your aim?
Point and see.
Crowley waited for the smoke to clear just enough for him to make out the thickest cluster of dogs that had drawn closer as the flames from the earlier onslaught died away. He drew an imaginary X over the spot. She nodded. All business. He checked the flare gun first, weighing it in his hand. Ready? Go. Instantly, she took 2 steps back, put her arm behind her, and then ran to the rail and flung the jerry can in a high arc. Crowley's gun hand followed ahead of the trajectory of the projectile until it started its downward descent, and then fired. The flare closed the distance in half a second and caught the plastic jerry can flush on its side. The light and heat from the explosion sent everyone on the roof ducking, but the sound of screaming dogs told them that the shot had done its job. Crowley went back to the rail as Teddy arrived back on the roof. Josephine joined them both. The sight of the tormented flaming dogs running about hard to look at, but even harder to look away from. Crowley spotted the Alpha again. It was moving side to side, barking, clearly agitated by the screaming of its packmates. As if it sensed his gaze, its big head swung in his direction, and it looked right at him, its lip curling to bare its unnaturally long canines.
Jesus,
said Thaddeus O'Connor, forgetting himself. Unperturbed, Crowley stared right back, unclipped a grenade, and in 2 swift movements pulled the pin and threw it at the Alpha with all his might. The dog stared at him malevolently, and for an all too brief moment, he thought it might stand its ground. A half-second before the grenade exploded, though, it darted a safe distance and looked back at Crowley as if to say, "You missed, asshole." Still, it appeared that was the last straw. The Alpha looked at the remnants of its 4-legged army and let out another strange howl, before taking one last look at Crowley and loping off in the opposite direction. The rest of the pack, singed and blood-spattered, did the same. Soon, the smoky streets around the church were empty of all but dead animals. Unwilling to let the Alpha get off so easily, Crowley bent down and reached for his rifle. It was propped against the rail where he had left it. Josephine's gentle hand came down on his arm.
We've won the night. You can rest now.
Crowley looked at her, ready to protest, then saw the determination of her gaze. He nodded slowly and let his gun arm fall to his side. The noise of the dogs faded rapidly into the distance and was replaced by cheers from the ground floor. Next to Crowley, Dustin, Reagan, and Tyson joined in the celebration. Tired and drained as he was, Crowley still managed to laugh as he slid to the ground, leaning against the rail. It had been a battle well fought, with 0 casualties on their end. Josephine was right. He could rest now. They went downstairs soon after to the rapturous cheers of the men. Too tired to do more, Crowley raised his gun in the air in response and smiled before handing over his guns to one of his men. "The night's not over yet," he said. "Stiles, take a team and get out there. If anything that walks on 4 legs is still breathing within a 100-yard radius, kill it. Reagan, take another team and clear the doorway." As they sprang to action, Crowley moved to sit down at the front of the church by the window, resting his head against the bench. I'm too old for this shit, he joked when Josephine came over.
Yeah, soon you'll end up like my abuelo, she teased, with a bunch of war stories no one wants to hear.
Crowley cracked open his eyes and peered at her. Well, that was hurtful.
I'm sure you can take a couple of hits. She laughed. Do I tell the others it's safe to come out now?
Not yet, but you can tell them that everything is under control out here.
Copy that, she said,
with a mock salute. Please, don't. He watched her go, his gaze lingering longer than it should have. She was almost to the end of the hall when the window she was passing by was darkened by a massive shadow, before exploding inwards in a shower of glass and twisted lead. Chapter 10. The sudden impact sent her diving to the ground amidst a shower of broken glass, as a monstrous dog, sleek and muscular, with a head misshapen by the bony brows and misplaced fangs protruding from its face, skidded to a halt on the shards, ready to attack the nearest human. That human happened to be Josephine. Still stunned, she stood up, a look of dread on her face as the dog, as big as a lion, crouched, ready to pounce. Crowley was already in motion before he remembered he was without his guns. Still, he did not slow down. Allowing Josephine to come to harm was simply not an option. Driven by that thought, he poured on speed. The dog leapt into the air, and Josephine raised both arms in feeble defense. Within range, Crowley threw himself at the beast, its open maw revealing a set of flesh-tearing, bone-crushing teeth. He collided with the dog when its stinking face was just inches shy of Josephine's. His tackle was enough to change its deadly trajectory, and together he and the dogstrosity crashed into the pews. Both dog and man thrashed amidst splintered timber as they struggled to right themselves first. The dog won, and snarling, snapped at his arm. Crowley rolled to the side, evading the lunge, and in the same motion, reached to his boot and freed his army knife. The dog lunged again, and he rolled backward, jamming the blade in the dog's right eye. The big dog reared, screaming in agony, but Crowley managed to hold on to the knife and was dragged to his unsteady feet. The enormous creature effortlessly flung him side to side as it sought to dislodge the knife and the man holding it. He held on desperately, and on a violent swing to the right, Crowley used the knife as leverage to leap up and mount the dog, as if it was a horse, his thighs clamped around its neck. The dog reared and started to buck like a mad bull. He held on for dear life, vaguely aware of soldiers surrounding them, unwilling to shoot lest they hurt him. Finally, gripping the ear of the dog with one hand, he managed to pull the knife from its eye and plunge it into its thick neck over and over, until it finally collapsed to the floor. Chest heaving and covered in blood, he rose off the carcass and let the knife drop from his hand.
"Oh my God, Crowley,"
Josephine whispered. Crowley stepped over the body before he looked at her. "Are you okay?" he asked.
I'm all right. I'm fine. What about you? You're bleeding."
"No, that's not my blood." He followed her gaze down to his upper right arm, where a vertical gash had appeared. Blood trailed down to his lower arm, breaking into tributaries at his fingers. "Oh, look at that. The son of a bitch got me."
"How did you not feel that?"
Josephine asked as she wrapped a bandage around the wound she had just recently cleaned. It turned out not to be a dog bite, but a gash opened in his skin by an errant shard of timber from a broken pew. Crowley shrugged and flexed his arm. "It's only a flesh wound. But now that you mention it, I guess it did sting a little." Josephine did not understand how he was able to shrug off the injury like it was nothing.
"Keep still, Crowley."
They were alone together in the baptistry, seated on the ground next to the pool. It was empty thanks to the recent dip Crowley had taken to get rid of the blood he had been bathed in. Crowley himself was shirtless, and Josephine was trying to act all unbothered about it. She was very much bothered.
The sight of a shirtless man didn't usually faze Josephine, but something about this particular man had her feeling hot under the hood. "Yes, ma'am," Crowley said, doing his best to comply. But he was not a man fond of sitting still and began to fidget again. She smacked his arm right on the injury, and he winced. What was that for?
"Keep still," I said.
He grumbled under his breath, but managed to keep the arm in one place by moving his attention to the other hand. He took out the knife, now clean once again, and started to play with it. He tossed it in the air, caught it deftly, and moved it fluidly around his hand like it was a part of him. He was so calm and tranquil now as he played with the blade, very different from his demeanor less than an hour ago when he had confronted the dog to save her life. A thought hit her.
I'd probably be lying dead in the church right now if it wasn't for this man. He saved me, and did it with nothing more than a knife. You saved my life tonight,
she whispered at last. What? Crowley said, the quiet sentence causing him to fumble the knife. He managed to catch it before it hit the floor.
You saved my life,
Josephine repeated. Maybe. He shrugged.
I could have died.
You could have, he agreed.
You could have died.
I could have. She struggled to find the words she wanted to say next. Luckily, Crowley took the initiative. Josephine. He took both her hands in his, not minding that the bandage around his arm was starting to loosen as it slipped from her fingers. It's no biggie. Any of the other men would have done the same. Josephine put a hand on his cheek, her fingertips tenderly rubbing against the light stubble that had begun to grow on his face. There were still no words, so she didn't speak. Instead, her hand snaked around and gently cupped the nape of his neck, and she leaned her forehead on his. It was he who initiated the intimacy of a kiss. His lips pressed against hers, and their tongues met. Josephine forgot herself and subconsciously slipped a hand to his arm and squeezed against the light layer of bandage before realizing. Crowley nearly chomped down on her lower lip in pain.
Shit, I am so sorry.
It's okay, he said, wincing and letting out a rueful laugh. How about you finish dressing that wound before we try that again?
Right, yes, definitely.
She returned to wrapping his arm, and he tried his best to sit still. He didn't play with his knife. He merely sat and watched her. In the silence, she realized she had something else to say. A question this time. One she had asked twice before, but never to his hearing.
Why do you hate the dog so much?
He didn't answer immediately. The look in his eyes was searching. If she had to guess, he seemed to be wondering what exactly she knew.
What did they take from you?
His reaction was sudden. His jaw clenched, and pain, not the physical kind this time, etched his face. It was brief, but Josephine knew she would not forget it. He opened his mouth to answer, blinking rapidly as he searched for words. She had never seen him falter in his speech before, and it was the most human reaction she had ever seen come from him. I should get some shut-eye. It's almost dawn. He rose to his feet before she could stop him. Lots of planning to do today. He was gone before she could say a word. Crowley didn't wake until 8 in the morning, and he didn't see Josephine until breakfast time, 2 hours later. She was busy helping distribute the rations, so she didn't have time to talk. He didn't have any time to talk either. Immediately after his meal, which he downed in a hurry, he called Thaddeus into the confessional to talk in confidence. By the time both men left the privacy of the confessional, Crowley conceded Thaddeus was right. They needed to leave town, and soon. Now, it was time to plan. 10 minutes later, Crowley and his men gathered in the vestry to do just that. But he didn't begin the meeting. The men waited patiently as they were trained to, but their curiosity was clear. Finally, there was a knock on the door, and when it opened, Josephine's face appeared.
Captain, you sent for me?
I did. Thanks for joining us, Miss Smith. Please, come in. She entered and moved to stand between Thaddeus and Coleman, who was finally able to stand erect without support. The interest among the other soldiers was palpable as the woman entered their midst, but she didn't seem to notice. I'm sure everyone here is aware of the current state of affairs, Crowley began. We have no means of bulk transportation to leave town or enable the citizens to leave as per our mission, and multiple small vehicles are not an option. The rub is we aren't safe here. Not where we stand. The events of last night proved that, and not elsewhere in this town. Not for long, at least. It will only be a matter of time before we run out of food supplies and ammo. Then we'll be sitting ducks. He took a breath before he went on. Which leaves us with one option, as the sergeant pointed out yesterday. To finish the mission, we have to make the journey by foot. The room went quiet. He gave them a moment to process. Then he went on. We have seen that these creatures are not just a mindless bunch driven by basic instincts, and now they have a cause for retaliation. I have no doubt that they will seek us out again. It would be best if they don't find us in this position a second time, so we'll be moving out. If you have anything you'd like to say, now is the time. A hand shot into the air. Yes, Radcliffe, Crowley said, his voice barely above a sigh. No offense, sir, but I believe this is a private meeting? You are correct. May I ask why she is present? He asked, his tone as offensive as the question. Crowley considered dismissing the question, but noticed some nods amongst the men. Good question, Radcliffe. I was getting to that. Ms. Smith here has a vital role. Even Josephine raised her eyebrows at this. She's lived in this town a while now, and therefore knows it well. Correct? It took a moment for Josephine to realize the question was directed at her.
What? Oh, yes, correct,
she stumbled. If we are to navigate our way out of town as quickly and effectively as possible, we'll need someone who knows the way, will we not? I've already decided our previous route will be too dangerous, and there was nowhere to gather provisions along the way. There was a chorus of nods and murmurs in agreement. That's why she's here. Now, any other questions? Useful ones this time, please. Radcliffe scowled, and around him there were a few sniggers. Petty as it most definitely was, Crowley was grateful for the opportunity to put the little runt in his place. It was Josephine's hand that went up next. While she was pretty sure Crowley could find a way out just fine without deputizing her, she decided he must have had a good reason for promoting her to his leadership team, most likely to add cohesion between the groups. She decided to play along. Yes, Josephine.
It's not a question, but we'll need a map of the city to better plan our routes. I can only guide so much without one.
Crowley nodded. Teddy O'Connor had shown him the smashed screen of his GPS device before they went to bed the night before, and while they could easily find their way once they were out of the town, a map would assist them finding a different way out. Understood. Any idea where we could find one?
City Hall? It's not far from here. I could probably point it out from the bell tower.
Crowley nodded. That will be our priority, then.
Captain, Thaddeus began, if I may, I can take a squad and—
No, that won't be necessary. I will be taking this one, alone.
Excuse me?
It's a straightforward mission. Acquire the map and return. No need to bother with a squad.
But, sir—
This is not up for debate, Sergeant.
Then I will accompany you.
Negative. You'll be busy here. I need you to organize a squad for another supply run. Stiles will lead that squad. Double the manpower, widen the search radius, but exercise extreme caution. He sighed. I wish we didn't have to, but we have little choice. We will need as much as we can carry. In the meantime, Sergeant and Ms. Smith, you may use the time to brief the civilians on the plan. By nightfall, I want to put plenty of distance between ourselves and this place.
As a friend, Teddy wanted to argue, but his soldier's discipline would not let him.
Understood, sir.
Good. Sergeant O'Connor, as usual, you're in charge in my absence. Dustin, you're on sentry duty in the tower. Coleman. Private Coleman perked up in anticipation. Unfortunately, all Crowley had to say to him was, "You're still on mandatory rest."
But, sir, I'm nearly back to full capacity. I can help.
Bullshit, Coleman. I admire the sentiment, but you will help by resting up. And according to your doctor, you're nowhere near back to full capacity. There's no time to wait until you are, but it would be best you stay put until we move out.
Yes, sir,
Coleman muttered unhappily. For now, that will be all. A half hour later, and the head count within the church was down by 9 soldiers, plus the captain. Besides Coleman, the remaining soldiers were preparing to move out. Maria, the nurse, was looking after the injured soldier, and for all his displeasure in not being assigned to duty, he didn't seem to mind the alternative. Thaddeus himself had finished briefing the civilians and was giving them time to process. The church had been cleared of all the dog carcasses, but the smell of burnt flesh from the corner of the yard where the corpses had been piled, and the smell of the blood that could not be washed away from the stone steps at the entrance, permeated the building, spoiling the air. It was for this reason Thaddeus was on the tower, overlooking the town. The fresh air helped him clear his head. So did the privacy. He had relieved Dustin of his duty temporarily and sent him downstairs for some grub. While he didn't have any particular thoughts to sift through, the peace was nice. The sound of the door behind him opening told him that peace was over. He turned, expecting to find one of the men with a question or perhaps Josephine looking for company. He was wrong on both counts. Thaddeus turned to find himself staring down at a child. He could handle terrorists, enemy soldiers, and monster dogs, but he found himself dumbstruck, and if he'd been asked, he could have said quite honestly that he hadn't spoken to a kid in well over a year. How did one handle children? It was the girl who broke the silence.
Hello.
Hey there.
She warily eyed the gun leaning against the railing by his leg.
Don't be scared. The safety is on.
Realizing she would not understand what that meant, he added,
I won't hurt you.
My auntie says you came here to protect us from the dogs.
Yes, that's right. We'll get you out of here. At least that's the plan. What's your name?
Emily Fields. What's yours?
I'm Thaddeus. Thaddeus O'Connor, he answered. My friends call me Teddy.
Like a teddy bear?
Yes, Thaddeus laughed. Just like that. He gestured for her to come over, and the girl came across to stand next to him and look over the town. What are you doing up here, Emily? He asked. Shouldn't you be with your mommy? And weren't there other children her age to play with? He couldn't recall exactly how many children were among the survivors.
My mommy is gone. So is my daddy. The nasty dogs took them.
Thaddeus froze in shock.
Auntie Jojo has been taking care of me ever since.
Auntie Jojo? Thaddeus wondered aloud. Josephine?
Yes. She's packing my backpack for me right now. She told me to go play so I wouldn't be in the way.
Well, that's mean, he laughed.
Nah, it's okay. I like her.
She shrugged.
She's nice to me.
Hey, are you hungry? I have sweets.
Really?
Her eyes widened. He reached into his pockets and revealed a handful of sweets.
Thanks.
She beamed as he emptied his hand onto the railing. Then she picked one and carefully unwrapped it before popping it into her mouth. He reached for one, and she automatically smacked his hand. She put her hands protectively around the stash.
Well, I guess someone's hungry,
he laughed, amused at the karma of the situation. She laughed too, and picked one to hand to him.
I was only teasing. Here. Emily, are you up there?
Josephine's voice sounded from the staircase before she appeared.
Oh, there you are. Auntie Jojo. Come on, darling, it's your bath time. Maria's waiting. One sec.
Emily swept all the sweets into her pocket before she skipped past Josephine, stopping to receive a kiss on the forehead.
Don't eat them all at once. And remember to brush your teeth. Bye, Uncle Teddy.
Her giggles trailed down the stairs.
Auntie Jojo,
Thaddeus said, popping the unwrapped candy into his mouth.
Uncle Teddy.
Uncle Teddy, Thaddeus repeated. I haven't been called that since... He trailed off and shook his head as buried memories of his lost family began to stir. Josephine watched him eagerly, hoping he would finish his sentence.
Never mind. Well, it does have a nice ring to it, she admitted. Yeah, I guess I am a teddy bear. I've known her 5 minutes and I'm already spoiling her. She's a good kid, really. Didn't deserve what she got. No one did. I don't know about Sebastian, but everyone else? Yeah.
Yeah, that guy. He's been on a downer since. It wouldn't have been worth killing him.
If Crowley hadn't stopped you, would you have?
Without regret. He cost me a brother. Not to mention, we're still stuck in this mess because of him. They were interrupted by the sound of a motorcycle approaching at high speed.
Hang on.
Thaddeus moved to face the front of the church. He squinted and made out the rider. Crowley? He was bringing with him a small pack of dogs, steadily keeping pace with the vehicle.
Shit!
Thaddeus yelled. He tapped on his comm.
Get the doors open, now. Prepare to shut the door when the captain makes it through.
He picked up his rifle, turned off the safety, and fired at the dogs. From this distance, it took almost half a magazine to fell 2 of the beasts, and they were still closing in on Crowley. He was not going to make it by sheer speed alone. From the corner of his eye, Teddy caught sight of the long barrel of a sniper rifle. The next instant, a shot dropped the dog closest to Crowley.
I figured you needed a hand, Sarge,
Dustin said. He fired off 2 more shots in quick succession, hitting his marks both times.
My man, that's what I'm talking about,
Thaddeus yelled. Crowley, possibly unaware the threat behind him had been neutralized, didn't show any signs of slowing down, and screeched into the alleyway, sped through the gate, and accelerated towards the open doors. Teddy leaned over to watch Crowley's entrance from the balcony. He did a wheelie as he flew up the steps and over the threshold. The sound of tires squealing to a halt told Thaddeus he had landed safely, and was followed by the sound of doors closing and being barricaded once more. Josephine was already next to Crowley when he got there, kneeling beside him on the floor with his helmet in his hand and his chest heaving. Next to him was the rolled-up, slightly crumpled map. Then it occurred to Thaddeus that it was strange that Crowley had been fleeing from the dogs. Instinctively, he went over to where Crowley's gun had been cast aside. He picked it up, and its weight confirmed his suspicion. His ammunition had run dry. Unable to help himself, the captain had strayed from the mission to kill dogs, and only when he ran out of bullets had he beaten a hasty retreat.
So, did you have fun?
Thaddeus asked.
Part 4.
Chapter 11. 2 hours later, Styles' squad returned. Their mission had been successful, and the small cache of supplies they'd procured were quickly added to the existing rations. Unlike Crowley, they didn't bring a horde of savage dogs back with them. With the map in his possession, Crowley called Dustin and Thaddeus into the vestry to formulate the escape route with Josephine's help. They plotted their way out using a route that would enable them to hunker down if they came under attack. It was, however, too late to make it all the way out of town by the longer route, because dusk was fast approaching. So they marked out a motel at half distance between the edge of town and their current location as the checkpoint.
Good. I could use a bed to get at least one good night's sleep in,
Teddy said.
Yeah, I could use a shower and a shampoo,
Dustin agreed. They all looked at the bald man. Teddy opened his mouth to say something smart, but Dustin beat him to it.
Before you say something you'll regret, he said, smiling, Remember, I'll be watching your back out there in a few hours."
Teddy put up his hands, an innocent man.
"What? I was just going to say the water won't be hot, so make sure you don't catch a cold."
Josephine burst out laughing, and Crowley tried but failed to contain a smile.
"If we're done with that, can we proceed?"
"Yes, sir,"
they chorused. "Thank you."
He pointed at the map. "Now, we'll travel together up to this point." He dragged his finger away from the church, up the alley, and then on and up 2 blocks to the end of the street where it split into a junction. Josephine assured him there was a 2-story house there. "Everyone except you, Dustin. You'll be covering us from the top of the big office building here." His finger pointed on the map to the address of the office building near City Hall. "Until we make it to the house. Once we're in place, then you move, and we'll provide you cover from our new position." He looked up to ensure they were following. "From the house, we'll split into 2 groups to increase travel speed and make it easier to protect the civilians, and we'll travel left and right from the junction. Both roads are of equal distance, so both groups should arrive at the motel within the same 30-minute interval. Whichever team arrives first will set up and provide cover for the other." He paused to let that sink in, and noticed that Josephine was staring at him. He could tell she had been doing so for a little while because she didn't realize she had been caught immediately. She looked away after a second, her face reddening just a little. "We'll camp at the motel for the night, then at sunup we continue on out of town. Any questions?" He didn't give them a chance to answer. "No? Good. Relay the plan to the others and divide them into squads. Split the civilians, too. Make sure the children are shared evenly so one team isn't overburdened. Time is of the essence. Let's do this." They saluted and exited the room, and Crowley went back to studying the map.
"Well, that was stimulating."
Crowley looked up from the map. Josephine was leaning against the closed door with her arms crossed under her breasts. "What was?"
"Watching you," she said bluntly. "Discussing strategies, giving orders. Hot stuff. Absolute lady boner material right there."
"Josephine," Crowley said in one long sigh. "I need to concentrate right now."
"I'm not in your way."
She shrugged. With a fire in her eyes he couldn't seem to look away from.
"I'm standing way over here."
"Yes, well, if you keep standing way over there, doing what you're doing, I might have to put you on this table here and start things I promised Thaddeus I wouldn't do in this church."
"Oh? Things like what?"
Crowley deadpanned. "Let's take a rain check on that particular conversation. I'm sure there is something you can be doing to help out there." He gestured to the door behind her. She burst out laughing, clearly enjoying how much she had managed to fluster him.
"Fine. I need to get my old man ready to move. I'll see you downstairs."
He nodded and watched her exit before returning to the map. Only now he found he couldn't concentrate. Thaddeus returned a few minutes later to find Crowley still in the vestry looking over the map.
"I've been thinking about the plan, and I'm worried. You see it too, don't you?" he asked.
Crowley had known him long enough to know that there was something on his mind. "What are you talking about?" he said without looking up.
"The numerous possibilities of things going horribly wrong."
"Well, it's been like that from the moment our vehicles went boom along with our additional supplies. They only got worse when we found out we couldn't get in touch with base."
"You know what I'm talking about. That Alpha is smart, Ed. And it's a bloody long walk to that motel."
Yes, Thaddeus. The dogs could be anywhere, and there's nothing to prevent an attack except stealth and a healthy dose of luck. But we can't stay here either."
"That's true. Except there's something I think will help our chances."
Crowley knew he wasn't going to like it. "What are you thinking, Teddy?"
"We know these dogs track us mostly by scent and sound. So what if we can provide a decoy? I mean, it should be fairly easy. All we need is blood and noise."
And someone to lead the dogs away from the group, Crowley completed. Someone being you. Teddy nodded. And maybe 2 volunteers. No. You know it's a good plan. It's the best we have right now. I said no, Thaddeus, and that's final. It's suicide if we don't. We'll have most of the dogs in the vicinity on our tail. We can't outrun them or outfight them in the open. Me then, just me. There's the bike downstairs. All I have to do is lead them away, get far enough, circle back and join you at the checkpoint. Easy as pie. Not easy. Not happening. Crowley. I said no, he yelled, slamming his fist on the table before storming out. Teddy followed him into the hall, jogging to keep up, barely noticing the faces that looked their way. You know what I'm suggesting is the best course of action, Crowley. It is your duty as captain. Captain Crowley swiveled so suddenly that his second-in-command almost crashed into him. He thrust his finger in Teddy's face as he spoke. It's my duty to complete the mission, but not by throwing away the lives of my troops. He turned to walk away, but Teddy grabbed his shoulder. Don't make me commit an act of insubordination, Captain. The lives of the civilians take priority here, and you know it. Crowley's reaction was quick and precise. He gripped the hand on his shoulder and turned, flipping Teddy over his shoulder and pouncing on him, knee to his chest to keep him down. By now, everyone present in the hall had stopped to watch the exchange, but their gasps of surprise didn't penetrate the sound of Crowley's heartbeat in his ear. I will not repeat myself. After a fierce staring contest, he climbed off Teddy. But the sergeant wasn't quite finished. Fine. Then I challenge your decision. Thaddeus, don't do this. We made a pact, you and I, Crowley. Our last tour in Iraq, remember? You know the rules. You made them, after all. Of course he knew the rules. In the event that either of them felt the other's decision was questionable or not in the best interest of the squad, they had the right to challenge the other to unarmed combat. Whoever put the other's back flat to the ground had the right to decide upon the matter. It wasn't exactly by the book, and it was their little secret. Crowley would have been punished severely by his own superiors if it had ever come to light, but he had that much respect for Teddy as a second in charge that it was worth the risk. It had never been tested till now, but there was no refusing combat now that the challenge had been given. Is this how you want to play it? Crowley asked. Yes, said Teddy, as he began to relieve himself of his weapons. I will not see us lose any more people if we can avoid it. And I will not lose my friend. O'Connor froze for a second. Then he resumed. We'll see. When Crowley saw that there was no stopping him, he rid himself of his handgun and knife. Around them, the crowd had gathered in a wide circle to watch them square off. Both men crouched in a fighting stance for around 2 seconds before O'Connor launched himself at his commanding officer. His shoulder charge slammed Crowley in the chest, but he held his ground, raising his arm, and brought his elbow down twice on his friend's back. Thaddeus dropped to his knees. What's going on here? Crowley risked a glance at Josephine. She looked concerned and made to approach through the ring of onlookers when her grandfather caught her by the arm. Grandpa, what are you doing? They need to stop. This is not the time for this. Let them settle their dispute, he said calmly. Taking advantage of the distraction, Thaddeus lunged forward, seized Crowley's right leg, and attempted to flip him backwards. But the other man managed to stay upright, hopping on one foot until he was able to elbow Teddy in the side of the head. The sergeant staggered but did not drop, and used his superior weight to drive Crowley into the floor. Crowley rolled out from under him before he could be pinned, and sprang to his feet. They went at it again, none gaining the upper hand, until Crowley threw a wide blow. Thaddeus sidestepped inward and caught the outstretched arm and flipped him. Crowley twisted his body, landing on his side before quickly getting to his knees and right into the path of a wicked drop kick to the chest. The crowd separated as the captain was thrown backwards, landing heavily, the back of his skull thunking against the hardwood floorboards. For a moment, Crowley didn't move. His body spread-eagled where it had fallen. The shocked crowd started to murmur, and Thaddeus, hands on hips and sucking deep breaths, began to look worried. Then Crowley laughed and raised his head. "You bastard," he wheezed. "Cut me right in the chest." Teddy went across and held out his hand. Crowley took it. "I should have let you die in Syria," Crowley muttered as he was pulled back to his feet.
Then you would truly be a miserable old man.
And what am I right now? The soldiers dispersed first, knowing the fight was done. The civilians followed soon after, all except the fuming Josephine, who was still being held back by her grandfather. "You beat me. You get to do what you want. Don't make me regret it."
Nothing will happen, Crowley,
O'Connor said. Then something occurred to him as he processed the captain's last words.
"Wait. You let me win."
"I have no idea what you're—"
"You totally did. I should have realized. That last blow was so off."
With a small smile, Crowley shrugged.
"Why?"
"You were desperate enough to bring up the pact and challenge me, so I knew you had set your mind on it. You, my friend, are the most stubborn person I know, so there was no point dragging out the inevitable." Thaddeus seemed unable to formulate words. While he struggled, Josephine, finally free of her grandfather's defense, marched up to them.
"Okay, what the hell was that?"
"We had a little disagreement," Crowley explained.
"Little? He stomped you in the chest."
"Don't remind him," Thaddeus muttered. "Hard not to be reminded when it feels like all my ribs are cracked," Crowley said. "Get me a heat pack or something before I bruise." With that, he limped back to the vestry to gear up, retrieving his gun and knife along the way. When Crowley returned, the soldiers and civilians had already separated into two groups, the aisle between them. They all turned expectantly when he entered, but he said nothing. They had already been briefed of the situation by the sergeant and lieutenant, and he had nothing to add, especially since they had only moments ago watched him take a loss. He signaled to Dustin and Thaddeus to meet him by the confessionals, away from everyone else. "Are we set to leave?" he asked.
"Yes, sir,"
Dustin answered. "And you?" Teddy gestured to the door where the bike stood, a bundle of blood-soaked clothes on the floor behind it, connected to the struts of the seat by a long rope. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Crowley asked. "Every dog within a mile radius will be on you."
"I'm not changing my mind, Crowley."
"Okay. Doors open in 5.
"Understood,"
both men said in unison.
"Should I go up and do one more visual of the area? Last thing we want is an ambush while we're on foot,"
Dustin asked. "The thought has occurred to me," Crowley admitted. "I'll do a quick reconnaissance on the ground, too. If I find any strays, or worse, I'll lead them into the open where you can open fire. I just need a weapon." Teddy gestured to the wall where Crowley's gun, ammo, and backpack stood in a neat stack. "No, not a gun. Something quiet." He spied Josephine standing next to Maria and some of her people in the middle of the hall. "Hold on." Josephine did not see him approach until Maria elbowed her in the ribs and said something in Spanish. Whatever she had said set Josephine's cheeks on fire. "Hi," he said, noting that Josephine still looked pissed over his fight. "Can anyone help me with a handheld weapon, something like a baseball bat or similar?" The others shook their heads, but Josephine said something in rapid Spanish to Maria, who nodded and disappeared into the crowd. She returned a moment later with a large backpack and set it on the ground before Josephine, who proceeded to open it and pull out an axe, the very one she had threatened him with during their first encounter. Crowley was beyond surprised.
"Will this do?"
Josephine asked. "You've had that with you the whole time?" She shrugged.
"I haven't needed it yet."
Crowley was impressed.
Everyone else had abandoned the thought of self-defense when the soldiers arrived, but she had carried her weapon the whole time. He took it from her and hefted it. It wasn't the heaviest axe he had held, but it would be easy to wield in close quarters fighting. This will do nicely. Thank you.
Just don't get yourself killed before you get us out of here.
The area was clear 30 minutes ago. This is just a double check. I'll be fine. Chapter 12. 5 minutes later, Crowley stepped out into the open air, confident that nothing would get to him without Dustin getting to it first. Still, he didn't relax his grip on the axe. Years of military training and further years of experience, including several near-death, would simply not let him. He steeled himself to the scent of death and rot, and tightened his grip as he left the churchyard, axe at the ready. He kept a steady, unhurried pace, keeping Dustin in sight as he walked the full circumference of the block in which the church sat. He had almost completed it when he heard a low growl from the shadows of a thick bush 10 feet away, in the front yard of an abandoned house. He froze and gripped the handle of the axe a little tighter. Come on, let's get this over with. There was a heavy rustling before a shape burst from the bush in an explosion of leaves. At first glance, Crowley knew the dog, which appeared to be a malformed American pit bull now twice as large as any he'd ever seen, was one of those present the night before. Its fur was singed and burnt black in several places on its body, and it had a large open wound on its right shoulder. Its face, missing skin from bottom jaw to brow on the right side, was the stuff of nightmares, the glistening muscle and bone accentuating the pained madness in its miraculously undamaged eyes. As it cleared the distance, propelled by powerful limbs and apparently untroubled by its wounds, Crowley didn't move, except for bending his knees slightly and taking a long breath. The dog launched, and a shot whizzed past Crowley's ear. Its head snapped back, altering its trajectory and sending it harmlessly by him, into the asphalt, where it skidded to a stop and lay unmoving, the top of its skull opened like a tin of tomatoes. "Taking your time up there, Dustin?" Crowley asked. His tone was even, almost flat.
Sorry, Cap. Sarge and I bet on whether or not you would flinch if I delayed the shot,
Dustin replied. And I'm guessing you bet I would. He continued walking with even strides.
I did. I owe the bastard $50 now.
Betting against the Sarge. Rookie mistake, Corporal. Try not to make me suffer for it. Crowley completed the rest of his patrol without incident and checked in on his comms as he came back into the alleyway. Thaddeus, you're up. Bring the 2 groups out into the churchyard. By the time he passed through the gate, both groups had moved into position, the civilians holding hands and handkerchiefs over their faces to block out the stench of death. They were arranged in 2 scattered but clearly separated columns, with soldiers in front and the outer sides.
Okay, I'm getting the bike in your gear, said Teddy, heading back inside as Crowley went across and handed Josephine the axe.
Thanks for the loan. Your people ready?
Thanks, she said, looking at the clean axe head.
Glad you didn't have to use it.
Yeah, they're as ready as they'll ever be.
Crowley was not surprised to find that Josephine and her grandfather were in his group. He noticed a little girl he had not particularly paid attention to before, holding the assistant principal's hand. Josephine's behavior towards the girl was motherly, and he would have found himself wondering if there was a story there, except the child looked nothing like her. Where Josephine was olive-skinned with raven-black hair and eyes like pure honey, the girl had blonde hair with electric blue eyes. Also in Crowley's group was Maria, who stood with Private Coleman. They seemed to be getting along incredibly well. Then there was Sebastian Tipton, his inclusion in the captain's team no doubt intentional on Teddy's part, simply to annoy him. "Teddy, you little shit," he muttered under his breath. When he noticed that Radcliffe was not on his squad, he forgave him. Of course, Teddy would have realized it would be difficult keeping everyone in Crowley's group safe if he wanted to kill 2 of them. One was perhaps acceptable. Teddy O'Connor wheeled the motorcycle into the yard and stopped by Crowley, handing him a backpack and 6 magazines. The captain slipped the backpack on and fitted the magazines to his person before taking the rifle, now fitted with a replacement strap. "Okay," yelled Crowley, taking position at the head of the 2 columns. "Let's move out." Once they were out in the street, the first target, the house, was approximately 600 yards straight ahead. Dustin, who had set out for the office block 5 minutes before, would cover them until they reached it. Then he would make his way to them. 600 yards out, Teddy, who had been wheeling the bike, said his goodbyes. "Don't take any stupid risks, O'Connor," said Crowley gruffly.
Me? Of course not.
He kicked the Yamai into life before taking off down the road, beginning his decoy mission. Crowley and the others reached the house 4 minutes later. "Dustin, you're clear to move out on my go," Crowley ordered via his comms, before taking Tyson in to check the house and make their way to the top story. The house was empty, and as Tyson began setting himself in an upstairs window with a good view of the street, the captain gave the all clear. "Dustin, move out."
Copy that.
Crowley headed down to bring the civilians in. Once they were crowded inside, he gave the order to shut the front door. "Tyson, you have eyes on Dustin?"
Negative. Wait.
A breathless voice burst over the top of Tyson.
I got bogeys on my 6, Dustin yelled. They came from nowhere.
Crowley ran to the door he had just ordered closed and pulled it open, stepping out with his gun ready in case Tyson needed assistance dealing with the mutts.
I got you, Dustin. Focus on running,
Tyson said, sounding a lot more controlled than he felt at the sight of the 5 monstrosities closing in on his buddy.
What does it look like I'm fucking doing?
Dustin snapped, breathing heavily.
Straight line, smart mouth,
Tyson said. He put his eye to the scope and fired. The dog closest to Dustin took a bullet to the foreleg and tumbled. Its action put it in the path of the dogs behind, and the first runner-up tripped, falling headfirst onto the asphalt. The third only stumbled before continuing the chase, and the last 2 jumped clean over the fallen dog and poured on speed.
Tyson, I swear to God, if you let me die, I will haunt you.
You're not going to die. Quit being a chicken.
Screw you, Tyson.
Calm down. I got this. The next moment, the closest dog took a bullet through the head and went down. He moved his aim on to the next canine, now quickly gaining on Dustin, and fired. He missed. Shit. Before he could set his aim again and take another shot, the dog lunged at Dustin.
Tyson!
A rapid burst of bullets from Crowley in front tore the dog apart before it reached the fleeing soldier. Tyson took out the one after it, and then finished the dog he had incapacitated with his first shot. Seemingly getting smarter, the last dog turned and hightailed it out of there as Dustin ran on at full throttle, until slowing and all but collapsing into Crowley's arms. I got you, bud. He lowered the kid to the ground as his knees gave out. Shit, Dustin panted, his body tense against Crowley's as he grabbed the front of his shirt. Deep breaths, man. Deep breaths. He let Crowley help him up and lead him back to the safe house through the front door. Tyson chose that moment to come down the stairs, and Dustin's shocked gaze became razor-focused.
You!
Spat Dustin, getting up in the other sniper's face. I'm sorry, dude. I don't know how I missed that.
Because you're a shit shot.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
The tension in the room was thick. And then Tyson laughed. You should see your face right now, he said between bouts of laughter. The tension in the air evaporated.
You goddamn donkey,
he said, unstrapping his helmet furiously and throwing it at Tyson. Crowley intercepted it neatly.
I could have died just now.
And you'd have died screaming, Tyson, don't let me die, like a little bitch, he said, still bent over with his hands on his knees, laughing.
Man, piss off,
Dustin said, unable to hide a smile as he pushed past his buddy. All right, show is over, Crowley said.
Let's move out before more excitement comes our way. Get with your groups. He tracked down Dustin. You good? He asked.
Yeah, sorry. I guess I lost it there for a bit.
You did, but it's okay. You had a close shave.
Thanks for saving my ass out there.
Anytime. Outside in the front yard, the groups were split left and right. 11 survivors and 8 soldiers on each side. Thaddeus, come in.
Here, Cap, over.
How are you doing? Any company?
A couple of sniffs from strays, but I outran them. Where are you at?
I'm about to leave the house and move to the checkpoint if you want to make your live run.
Roger.
Be safe, Teddy.
You too, lover boy.
Less than a minute later, Teddy's bike flew by in the opposite direction. He was screaming a John Denver song at the top of his lungs and banging the horn of the Yamaha. Hold. A few minutes passed by. Then Crowley heard the beginnings of a storm of barking, punctuated by 3 loud gunshots in the distance.
That's the signal?
Dustin asked. Crowley nodded. That's the signal. Let's move.
Chapter 13. Thaddeus had been right about the decoy. It was not something Crowley would say to him, but in his mind, where Teddy could never hear and gloat about it for the rest of his life, Crowley could admit it. Thompson and Pearson, the squad scouts, had been ahead of his group for over 30 minutes and had reported no sign of hostiles in their path. On 2 occasions, Dustin had climbed to a high vantage point and given the area a look around. But except for a couple of stragglers too far off their path to catch a scent, he had nothing to report. Every now and then they heard Teddy in the distance whooping and screaming at the top of his lungs, along with the pursuing barking of the dogs he had attracted. The other group, led by Stiles, had also reported no sign of hostiles. Teddy's plan had so far left them a clear path to the motel, and Crowley only hoped he wouldn't take any risks. He distracted himself from worrying about Teddy by falling in step next to Josephine and her grandfather. Mr. Cortez entertained them with tales of his life in the army. Crowley was fascinated, while Josephine was soon bored and opted to devote her attention to the child who she earlier introduced as Emily. Simon Cortez was a loud talker and had a knack for storytelling. Some of the other soldiers and a few civilians unconsciously gravitated towards him, eager to hear his stories. It kept them at ease, and since Mr. Cortez was still nimble despite his age, they kept up a good pace. Even though he had scouts ahead and behind, and Dustin periodically climbing onto a roof to scout even further ahead, eventually, Crowley didn't want to be too distracted, and distanced himself, making his way to the center of the crowd. If the old man noticed, he didn't let on. Away from the distractions, and a few yards behind the crowd, he found Josephine again. She was alone now, as the girl had moved on to Maria.
Tired of him already?
She asked. Not at all. I need to be on alert, that's all.
God, you almost sound unhappy that you had to skip out on that.
She nodded towards her grandfather. You might take him for granted because he's your grandfather, but he's had an interesting life.
I don't,
Josephine said, her tone suddenly somber.
As far as I know, he's my only living relative now.
But not your only loved one, I take it. He gestured to the girl a few paces ahead. Josephine's expression was suddenly distant.
Maybe she is a loved one.
She looked at the girl with a shadow of sadness in her eyes.
She lost both parents weeks ago. She's been with me ever since. If we do get to a safe place and things eventually calm down, I think I'd like her to continue being with me.
Something tells me she'd like that too, Crowley said, looking ahead. Josephine followed his gaze and found Emily looking back at her. The girl smiled and waved before turning away again. You'll make a great mother.
I certainly hope so,
she muttered solemnly, her eyes still on the girl. There was a moment of silence, then she asked,
What about you? Do you have any intentions of becoming a father before your hair goes gray?
He could have laughed it off and joked about not being ready. He could have said he didn't have time for children. He could have said he didn't particularly see himself in the position to take care of children. In other words, he could have lied. With a smile that cracked before it was fully formed, threatening to reveal his true pain to her, he muttered he should check on his men before trudging to the head of the column. He reached Dustin moments later, avoiding eye contact with a confused Josephine, while pretending he was interested when the sniper resumed bitching about nearly being dog food, thanks to his partner in crime, Tyson. Maintaining a good pace, but not too fast for the old man, children, and the pregnant woman to keep up, they made steady progress, traveling the main road, and by the time the sun started to descend below the horizon, Josephine announced that the motel was within view. Energized with the news, the civilians increased their speed, the soldiers with them. 15 minutes later, they arrived on the motel premises. Immediately, Crowley knew he had made the right choice for a checkpoint. It was a shabby motel fenced on both sides with a wide entrance. The motel itself was a long, rectangular 2-story building with 10 rooms on each level, all facing the parking lot. It had 2 cement staircases at the ends, each leading up to the balcony of the second story. Crowley thought it would do nicely once they got the chain-link gates secured. He turned to his men. "Thompson, Pearson, go round back and make sure we're the only guests," Crowley ordered. "Coleman?" The soldier looked up fast, clearly excited to be called upon.
Yes, sir?
"You and Colding, scope out the rooms, just to be sure." If Coleman was displeased at the menial order, he didn't show it. The 4 men peeled off to complete their tasks. "Dustin, I need you up." He turned and found that the sniper was missing. "Dustin?"
Way ahead of you, Captain.
Crowley looked up at the corridor and found Dustin already climbing the fire escape to the roof. He waved. "Ah, there you are."
You're getting slow, Cap.
Crowley was about to make a joke about still having all his hair when Dustin put his eye to the scope of his rifle and focused back along the street they had come in on.
I see something. It's Sergeant O'Connor.
Crowley squinted in the direction Dustin was facing, and in the distance, he could make out the form of a man on a motorcycle riding towards them at top speed, raising a cloud of dust in his wake. He was waving enthusiastically. Crowley laughed. "Teddy, you crazy bastard."
Wait, why is he not slowing down?
Cooper asked. Crowley noticed it too. Suddenly, O'Connor's arm waving didn't seem enthusiastic anymore. No, it was more frantic than enthused. He wasn't greeting them. He was warning them.
He's got company,
Dustin yelled. As Thaddeus got into range, Crowley's earpiece exploded with static, followed by a single desperate cry.
Open fire!
He screamed. Through the dust, Crowley made out one monster dog, then another. The numbers continued to grow as Thaddeus drew closer. "Get back," he shouted at the civilians. "Get against the wall. Men, form up at the gate." The pursuing dogs were an assortment, but they were generally smaller and faster breeds in comparison to the others they had encountered. This immediately made sense given that bigger, heavier dogs wouldn't have been able to give chase to a motorcycle for very long. Crowley and his men formed a line facing the incoming Teddy and the small horde chasing him. "Dustin," Crowley yelled.
I can't get a good shot.
"Stop waiting for a kill shot and just shoot. We need to slow them down." Still, Dustin hesitated, and while he did, the dogs gained on Thaddeus, who had to slow to avoid abandoned cars and other debris in the road. They would soon be nipping at his proverbial heels. "Dustin," Crowley repeated urgently.
Oh, shit. All right. On it.
Dustin fired a shot, and Crowley watched one dog's forelimb explode, brutally torn through by the armor-piercing bullet. It crashed face first onto the asphalt and tumbled. At the speed it had been going, Crowley had no doubt its neck had snapped at the initial impact. "The rest of you, fire at will." Crowley took aim and fired, making sure to aim clear of the weaving motorbike.
The bursts from his weapon were meant to harass and confuse the dogs. If he killed any, that was a bonus, but the aim was to slow them down and give O'Connor time to get into the grounds. It worked, as they scattered each time a flurry of bullets took some of them down. "Clear the gate." The men split formation long enough to allow O'Connor to speed into the premises. Only then did he attempt to decelerate on the short driveway. There were screams from the civilians as the speeding bike headed for their position. Teddy turned the handlebar and the cycle drifted radically before tipping over and sliding to a stop just a couple of feet away from them. Crowley glanced his way, and once he judged his friend hadn't come to any great harm, he looked back at what was left of the approaching monsters. "Regroup, let them have it." The air was split with the sounds of gunfire as bullets flew. Crowley put one down and Dustin took another to the chest. More shots came from above, where Dustin was positioned, and Crowley saw that Coleman and Colding had joined in. "Backyard clear," Thompson announced. "We need reinforcement out here," Crowley said. "Copy that." While he reloaded, Crowley spotted a dog branching off from the rest of the pack and heading for the motel fence. It looked like it had been a bloodhound in a former life, except now it had elongated legs and a horrifically deformed head, one side drooping like melted wax. With a soldier's instinct, he knew it was going to clear the 8-foot fence and that Teddy was his target. Crowley ran through the gate and headed for the spot where Teddy was trying to untangle himself from the motorcycle. As he anticipated, the hound leapt effortlessly to the top of the fence, where it teetered for a second before landing in the parking lot, stumbling, and then righting itself before making a beeline for the sergeant. Taking aim, Crowley pulled the trigger of his rifle. Nothing happened. He pulled again, and again. His gun was jammed. He doubled his speed as the dog pounced on an unsuspecting Teddy, pushing him to the ground. Switching his grip on the rifle, turning it into a makeshift club, he swung with all his might as he reached them. The bloodhound's head snapped on impact, and it was lifted off its intended meal and sent sprawling heavily onto the tarmac. "Teddy!" Crowley yelled as he knelt beside the prone sergeant. He made to turn him over when he was hit hard in the side. It was the hound coming back for a second go. Brutish dog and man went down, with Crowley reacting instinctively and raising his gun as the dog went for his throat. Its gnashing, unnatural teeth clamped down on the barrel as the captain worked to keep his throat in one piece. With a supreme effort, Crowley shoved the dog back far enough to pull his legs back and thrust with all his might, slamming his boots into the dog's torso. The dog fell back with a yelp, and Crowley freed his Desert Eagle, but had barely got it free of its holster when the dog was upon him again. The handgun fell from his grip as he returned both hands to the assault rifle, this time under the dog's throat as its teeth gnashed barely 2 inches from his face. The dog allowed him no space to try the kicking move again, much less reach for the gun. It was all he could do just to keep out of range of the nightmarish, drooling maw. The brute force of the dog's attack had pushed him across the ground so that the pistol was now by his foot. His men were too busy finishing off the last of the pack to help him, and scanning the immediate area for signs of assistance, he found Mr. Cortez looking desperate to help, but also unsure of how to do it. Josephine was about 15 feet away, and he could see her over the dog's shoulder. She looked like she was one bad idea away from joining the fray with the axe. Crowley had a choice to make, one that might save or condemn him. To kick the gun to the frail, retired military man with unparalleled experience in situations of conflict, or his granddaughter, who had proven herself to be capable in every test she'd had so far. In the end, it wasn't a choice. Pushing the rifle up to give himself distance from the threshing machine of a mouth, he kicked as hard as he could, sending the pistol skittering across the ground. His arms began to buckle under the tremendous power and weight of the dog, and excited, the ugly bastard renewed its attack. 4 inches became 3, then 2, then 1. He held, his muscles trembling, but as the foul breath stole his oxygen, he knew he only had a second more. Bang! The horrid visage of the dog, less than an inch above him, suddenly elongated and detonated like a piñata with a heavy spray of blood, bone, and brain matter. With a supreme effort, he pushed the limp weight of the dog to the side and slowly climbed to his feet. The gunfire from his soldiers had also ceased, the threat neutralized for now. Crowley wiped the dog's brains and blood off his face and looked at Josephine as she lowered the still smoking weapon. He wasn't sure if it was the exhilaration of the near-death experience or simply his attraction to her. But if he hadn't been covered in blood and surrounded by relieved survivors and tired soldiers, he would have taken Josephine right there. He hadn't been so attracted to a woman in a very long time. "Thanks," he said, smiling crookedly at her. "You're welcome," she said, as her grandfather ran to her speaking excitedly in Spanish. A loud groan distracted him as Teddy O'Connor came to. "Good afternoon, sleepyhead," he said, making his way over to his friend.
Am I dead?
Thaddeus asked.
Please tell me I'm dead.
"You're not dead," Crowley said. He went to pull him to his feet, but Thaddeus slapped his hand away.
Please let me die,
he moaned. "No can do, brother." He offered his hand again, and finally Teddy took it and allowed himself to be pulled to his feet. "You can rest, though. Go with the civilians inside. That's an order."
You won't hear me resist, Cap.
He staggered into one of the female survivors' arms, almost falling if the woman hadn't managed to keep him upright. Maria approached and studied him critically.
He might have a concussion. I'll take a look at him. What about you? Are you okay?
"Messy, but in one piece. Thanks." He walked over to the rest of the soldiers, signaling for them to regroup. "The rest of you are with me. We'll get the civilians into rooms, then stand by for Stiles and his group." As they began herding the civilians, he glanced at his watch and then at the sky. Storm clouds were coming their way, and Stiles' group was late. "Which of you is the best shot at a 300-yard range?" Cooper, Thompson, Pearson, and Reagan pushed Chase forward. "You're the best shot?"
Top of my class, sir.
"Impressive." Crowley nodded. "Impress me further, then. Join Dustin up top." He nodded and sprinted off. Within 5 minutes, the civilians were in the relative safety of the rooms, all except one, who stood watching Crowley, an axe in one hand and gun in the other, her stance defiant. When their eyes connected, he nodded reassuringly and mouthed the word, "Go."
Come and get your gun later,
she called.
I'll be in room 15.
The sentence was full of unspoken promise. Another 15 minutes later, and Stiles' group arrived. They didn't need any cover. They hadn't spotted even one dog, but the group's progress had been slowed some by the younger children. A few minutes after their arrival, it started to rain. As the men assigned civilians to the rest of the hotel rooms, Crowley ordered the chain-link gates locked. They would be safe for the night, and the day had ended with 0 casualties, an absolute win in his book, but one he couldn't take credit for. Along with a healthy dose of luck, Teddy's decoy tactic had been the hero of the day. Chapter 14. That night it rained. A heavy downpour, punctuated with brilliant lightning flashes racing across the darkness and low rumbles of thunder. Rain was good. Rain meant their scents would wash away by morning, and they would not have to worry about dogs following their trail from the church. Not the other dogs, at least. The Alpha, though. Thaddeus was not certain that one could be so easily shaken. Thaddeus was out on the balcony, leaning against the railing and peering out into the rainy night. His gun was strapped over his left arm, although he did not expect to use it. There was probably no need for him to stand guard. The motel was basically impenetrable thanks to the chain-link fence along its circumference. And even if some dogs might be able to jump it, the only ones who had managed to keep up with him were all dead.
The bigger dogs that had been chasing him while the two teams made their way here had fallen away on the northern side of town, and he was confident that they had no idea where they were, nor would they if their scents washed away. It was a night to relax, one he wouldn't be sharing. He had slept the afternoon away, and now he wanted to make sure Crowley had the chance to recoup, unless Ms. Smith had other ideas. Until a half hour ago, while Thaddeus had been confined to a bed by Maria's instructions, it had been Crowley, showered and clean of the hound's blood, standing where he stood, looking out at the gloom. And so, even if he couldn't, he had insisted Crowley take the night off. There was a short list of people alive who could make Crowley do anything against his wishes. Teddy was at the top of that list. Earlier, Maria had declared that he was not terribly concussed, but definitely in need of a few hours shut-eye. He had got just that, sleeping like the dead for 3 hours until the need to pee had awoken him. He had come out to get some fresh air and found Crowley on the balcony. A brief but heated discussion had ensued, with Crowley finally bending to Teddy's common sense and offer to stand watch before returning to the room he had been assigned with his friend. Now that he had given in, Crowley barely had enough energy to make it up to his room. But when he opened his door to find Josephine sitting on the end of his bed, a shot of excitement lifted his fatigue. She was dressed in a tank top and pajama pants and looked stunning. "Josephine," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "What are you doing here?"
"I ran into Teddy when he was on the way down to you. He said you might need some company. Oh, and I brought your gun back."
She gestured to the pistol on the small table by the door.
"You look like shit."
Crowley smiled. "Surprisingly, I think I feel worse than I look," he said. She patted the spot on the bed next to her, and he moved to sit. "And how do you feel?" She shrugged.
"I've been worse."
"You should probably keep the gun," he said. "Clearly you know one end from the other."
"I'm a natural, right? I must admit, I love to shoot stuff."
"You saved my hide today."
"I guess we're even, Captain."
He raised his eyebrow. "I wasn't aware we were keeping score."
"Maybe we are, maybe not."
For a while there was silence. Crowley didn't appear to be in any hurry to break it, but she sensed he was working his way towards something.
"Are you okay, Crowley? Really okay, I mean."
He didn't say anything for a few minutes, just stared off into the distance. Josephine was patient, and soon it paid off. "You've been wanting to know why I hate the dogs so much." Josephine put her hand on his and squeezed, frightened to speak aloud. 3 years ago, long before any of this, my little girl was killed by a dog." He started slowly. "She was..." His breath hitched before he steadied himself mentally. "She was 2 years old."
"Oh my God. I'm sorry, Ed."
"It's okay. I want to tell you. Hell, it will probably do me good," he said, with a harsh laugh. "It was my dog. Our family dog, Max, a pit bull cross Labrador. They called him pitadors, but I refused to use that stupid name. I had him before we got married, and he'd never bitten a soul. He was a good dog, you know. I guess you never can tell. It happened one Tuesday afternoon while I was on base, and Clarissa was working. Our babysitter was watching Cassie." His breath hitched again, and Josephine gently squeezed his hand, tears welling in her eyes. "Anyway, we turned off the life support 2 days after it happened. Long story short, Clarissa and I separated 2 months later. Nothing was ever the same between us. She blamed me, and I think she had every right to."
He stood and walked to the window. "You wanted to know why I hate them," he said. "Now you do. I shot Max that afternoon, and I guess since this thing began, I've been happy to kill any that crossed my path." He did not sound hurt or pained or saddened. He just sounded tired.
"Crowley, I'm so sorry," she whispered.
A blood-curdling scream rent the air, cutting off the rest of her sentence. Crowley's head snapped to the direction of the scream. "That came from a few doors down." He crossed the room in 3 strides, then paused to look at her. He was about to tell her to bring the gun, but she was already coming after him, pistol in hand. They weren't the first to arrive on the scene. Stiles was there, pounding on the door and trying the door handle. Along the walkway, other doors began to open, and curious, frightened eyes stared out.
"Are you all right in there?"
the shirtless Stiles shouted. Crowley moved in beside him and put his ear to the door. Whatever he heard made his brow furrow. "Stand back," he said to Stiles. As soon as he was out of the way, Crowley kicked the door hard just above the deadlock. It flew open with a splintering crack. Stiles rushed in, followed by the captain and Josephine. The room was dark, but they could hear struggling. Stiles switched on his flashlight and illuminated the scene a split second later. Radcliffe, naked from the waist up, was atop a thrashing woman with his palm over her mouth. His belt was unbuckled and his pants dangling around his waist.
"Oh my God,"
Josephine said. Stiles passed the torch to Josephine and caught the errant private by the shoulders, dragging him off the young woman who gasped for air and sobbed as she shrank behind the safety of her blanket. Radcliffe shoved Stiles off and squared up to him.
"What the fuck is your problem, Stiles? Are you for real?"
the other man asked, shocked by the audacity of the would-be rapist.
What did I do wrong?"
he asked defiantly.
"She'd be dead if not for us, anyway. We're here risking our necks to save their stupid asses. What's wrong with wanting a little something in return?" "You have no right,"
yelled Josephine, putting the flashlight and gun on the bed as she moved to comfort the woman. As she put her knee on the mattress, she knocked the flashlight and the cone of light spun briefly before landing on Crowley, illuminating a look on his face as savage as any of the dogs they'd come across.
"I have every right, you hear me? Every goddamn—"
Radcliffe saw Crowley and his words turn to ash in his mouth. Crowley was quick. He lunged forward, gripping Radcliffe by the throat and lifting him off his feet before slamming him back first onto the carpeted floor. He pinned the choking, spluttering private by the throat, and with the other hand grabbed the Desert Eagle from the bed. The flashlight fell to the floor, and suddenly they were in the dark again, the only sound the struggles of the private trying to breathe.
"Crowley, no!"
Josephine screamed. She jumped off the bed and scrabbled in the dark before finding the flashlight and smacking the handle with the palm of her hand. It sprang to life and illuminated Crowley with a knee to the young man's chest and the barrel of the gun in his spluttering face. "What did you say, Radcliffe?"
Captain, please."
The younger man yelped when Crowley jammed the barrel to his forehead so hard it was sure to leave a bruise, if he took it away.
"I said repeat it."
"Captain, please," Stiles questioned, approaching tentatively as Teddy O'Connor rushed into the room. "We're here to put down dogs, are we not? Here's to one more.
Crowley!"
Boom! Chapter 15. Radcliffe's high-pitched shriek hurt Josephine's ears. But that agonized scream meant one thing. He was alive. She turned the flashlight on him. The spectacle she illuminated was like a still from a crime scene. Radcliffe, still screaming, had a hand planted over his ear, with blood trickling through his fingers into his hair and pooling on the floor. Still looking like murder incarnate, Crowley was bent over him, the Desert Eagle once again pressed hard against the private's forehead. Teddy was at Crowley's shoulder with Stiles, trying to placate their enraged captain and convince him to hand over the pistol. Radcliffe's screams faded into sobs.
"You shot my ear off, man,"
he whined. Crowley's jaw clenched with some internal struggle as he pushed the gun down harder.
"Crowley," Josephine whispered, "please,
Let's go before you do something you'll regret.
I wouldn't regret a thing.
Ed,
Said Teddy, putting his hand on his friend's gun hand.
let's take some time to think about this. Crowley, please,
Josephine repeated. In the pregnant silence, Crowley's huff was audible. He rose from Radcliffe's chest, still holding the pistol, and stood over him, allowing Teddy to take the weapon. Radcliffe cried in relief, and Styles helped him into a sitting position. The wounded man was in shock, visibly shaking as Styles pulled his hand away to reveal the damage. What was left of his ear was shredded, and copious amounts of blood still spilled from the open wound. Crowley was still planted to the spot, his face like granite as he regarded the delinquent soldier. Teddy tried to pull him away, but the captain was not budging.
come on, let's get that scene too,
said Styles, helping him to his feet. It was only when he was raised to his feet that Josephine noticed the wet patch on the front of his pants. Radcliffe looked at his CO with terrified eyes. Before he could take a step under Styles' guidance, Crowley's arm uncoiled and snatched him by the dog tags, pulling him in until their faces were an inch apart. I saved your undisciplined hide from a dog, and you show your gratitude by making me regret it? You fucking rapist! How dare you! Private Radcliffe's knees buckled, but Crowley didn't let him fall. You know why you're still breathing? 'Cause I need every man I have to get these people to safety. But if you lay a finger on one of them again, I will personally stake you to the ground and slit you open for those dogs to feast on. Get him out of my sight. Styles led the sobbing private out of the room as quickly as he could, clearly not certain the captain wouldn't change his mind and kill Radcliffe right there and then. Crowley turned to Teddy. This is on you, Sergeant. I told you to take care of that shithead's attitude days ago. Thaddeus wore the blame, as unfair as it may have been.
Yes, sir. It won't happen again. I'll make sure of that.
Crowley glared as his second in charge left the room. When he spoke again, it was to the girl, and his tone was gentle. Are you hurt? He asked. Did he hurt you? She looked at him with terrified eyes, perhaps as frightened of him as she had been of Radcliffe.
No.
I promise you, this will not happen again. You should share a room with someone for tonight.
I can stay with her. My roommate is snoring and I can't sleep. I could use the company,
said a soft voice behind them. In the doorway stood the pregnant woman.
Sorry, I came over to see if I could help. I'm in the next room.
Crowley nodded. That sounds like a great idea. Thank you. He felt Josephine's hand reclaim his arm, and his shoulders slumped, and she remembered how tired he must be. She led him to the door.
Go back to sleep, everyone,
said Josephine to the onlookers gathered on the balcony.
The excitement is over.
Crowley stood up straighter. Yes, he said. We leave bright and early tomorrow, and I need you all well rested. We'll get through this. The looks he caught on the faces of the civilians looked equal parts reassured and frightened. Reassured that he had shown he really was there to protect them, even from his own people, but frightened by the prospect of the unknown that the next day would bring. That fear was good because, for all he was, an anomaly like Radcliffe was the least of their problems. Back in the privacy of Crowley's room, Josephine found herself thinking back to their previous conversation as he washed up in the small bathroom. As dramatic as the events of the last half hour were, knowing the depth of the pain he was living with seemed more important. He opened the door and she watched him move to sit on the bed, his stature looking uncharacteristically diminished. She wanted to take this man's pain away, but knew that was impossible. So, how could she ease it?
Do you want to go out on the balcony for some fresh air? She asked.
No, he said simply. She nodded, feeling a little hurt despite herself.
Okay. Well, I could do with some.
She shut the door behind her and went out onto the balcony, where she stood against the rail looking out into the night. It was still raining, and there was no one else around. Everyone had retreated to their rooms, and Thaddeus was probably still off dealing with Radcliffe, whatever that meant. The door opened behind her. She heard soft footsteps approach and tensed as she sensed his presence right behind her. He didn't speak. She turned around and exhaled in preparation to break the ice. But before she could utter a word, his lips claimed hers. His hands, capable of such violence, softly grasped the sides of her face as he pulled her in closer. The kiss was deep and passionate, but it was also unrushed. Clearly, he was in no hurry, and she would have it no other way. She returned his kiss enthusiastically, and he pushed her up against the railing, pinning her with his body. His fingers trailed gently from her face to her neck, past her breasts and down to her waist. She wasn't wearing her bra underneath, and the sheer fabric of her tank top was barely any hindrance to the sensation of his fingers. Her skin tingled where his fingers went, even after they had moved on to other parts of her. By the time his hands firmly grabbed her hips, her body was on fire with need, and when he moved his lips from hers and his teeth nibbled at the skin of her neck, her knees almost gave out.
Crowley,
she moaned into his ear. His fingers found their way under the hem of her tank top and began to slide them over her smooth skin.
Crowley, wait,
she whispered urgently, seizing his hand as he raised the top to sit just above her bare breasts.
Someone could see us.
Paying no heed, his hands found the revealed flesh, tenderly navigating his way until they cupped her softness. Josephine felt her will begin to slip. If she let him proceed, she would not have the strength to make him move this inside.
Crowley, inside, now,
she ordered, summoning the last of her will. Crowley broke the kiss suddenly and looked into her eyes. For a moment, Josephine feared she had spooked him, but the look in his eyes spelled danger, not displeasure. With a growl, he picked her up and carried her to the doorway, carefully negotiating his way through and kicking the door closed before throwing her onto the bed. The last conscious thought she registered was his naked body against hers before her mind drifted into blissful oblivion. Crowley awoke to a sensation he had not felt in years, a woman in his arms. Finding that he liked the feeling of her nestled against him, her soft hair over his bare chest, he pulled her closer. She stirred but did not wake. Last night had been nothing short of incredible. Crowley had been reminded of how it felt to be truly and wholly alive in the most primal sense, and their passion had lasted into the early hours of the morning before they drifted off in blissful exhaustion. Crowley felt bad that he couldn't allow her to sleep in. He would have loved nothing more than to lie there and hold her safe until night came round to meet them again. It was a luxury he could not afford. Darkness was already gone, dispelled in the wake of the rising sun streaming through the windows. It would soon be time to head out. Today, they would leave town. They had to. Moving gently, he brushed her hair from her face and stroked her cheek. "Josephine," he whispered. "Joe?" She muttered sleepily. "You need to get up." She yawned.
Is it morning already?
"It is."
5 more minutes.
He chuckled softly and kissed her cheek. "Maybe some other time." She opened her eyes, blinking slowly to eradicate the sleep from her eyes. For a woman he had seen blow a dog's head off barely 12 hours ago, she seemed rather soft, just lying there. Could he call her soft? He wasn't about to try it out loud. She pushed her upper body off the bed with a groan and propped up on her elbow, the action causing the sheets to fall away from her body. His eyes strayed, but he caught himself as his body began to react and looked back up.
You don't have to look away.
She put her palm on his chest and looked into his eyes.
A lady is allowed to enjoy an appreciative stare once in a while.
If I appreciate too long, we won't leave anytime soon, he said, if at all today.
And we have to?
I'm afraid so. She locked eyes with him as if attempting to break his resolve, or at least see if she could.
Bummer,
she said at last. She started to rise, and he caught her hand and pulled her back down. He planted a kiss on her lips, making sure that while it lasted, it did not promise more. Not right now, at least. He let go, and she rose from the bed, still completely naked. Crowley was awed as he took in the view that he hadn't quite had time to appreciate the night before, from the curves of her form to the way she moved.
Like what you see?
Josephine teased. What? He asked.
For all the talk about needing to head out soon, you seem awfully comfortable lying there.
She bent over to scoop up her discarded clothes, and Crowley's eyes fixed on the ceiling as he put her pillow strategically over his midsection. She giggled.
Mind if I shower?
I'm a gentleman. Sure, you go first.
I don't mind sharing,
she said mischievously. Crowley froze and cleared his throat. It would be best if we did not share.
Suit yourself,
she shrugged. Only when she was on the other side of the bathroom door did Crowley let out a sigh. He wanted that woman more than she knew, but the lives of many people would depend on him making good decisions that day. He didn't allow himself to think longer term than that, because that, too, would lead to distraction. After his shower, Crowley met with Teddy, Dustin, and Stiles in the room the two snipers shared, while Josephine was going room to ready her people. The road leading out of the town lies upwind, Crowley said, which means our scent will travel ahead of us, alerting hostiles ahead to our arrival. But it also means there is a lesser chance of those behind us catching on.
Is that good news or bad news?
Dustin asked. It's news, Crowley shrugged. We have no idea what lies ahead. There could be bigger monstrosities, or even faster ones, like the ones we faced yesterday. There's no way of telling.
Yeah, and as the saying goes, the devil you know.
Dustin trailed off, knowing that his point was passed across. Yes, that too.
I don't like this.
I don't like it either, Corporal. Out there is a whole lot of unknowns. We're somehow going to have to get them all the way to base across 20 miles of open road. On foot.
But there's no comparison, Stiles said. Surely you see that. This is progress. If we stay here, soon enough we'll run out of ammo. Then what?
We're not staying, Stiles, Crowley said. It's not an option. I'm just pointing out that this will be new and different, dangerous in a different way to staying. Stiles nodded, relieved that the captain wasn't changing his mind. There will be few places, if any, to take up defensive positions or hide away if things get too hot. He let that sink in, then continued. Once we leave, there's a good chance that people will die, and there's nothing we can do about it except keep moving. It hadn't escaped the captain's attention that Teddy had been silent since they'd convened. He'd watched the back and forth intently but clearly. He was not about to offer any suggestions. He hadn't even spoken when Dustin had suggested that he pull the trick with the bike again, and Crowley shut the idea down immediately. Crowley knew why he was silent. He was punishing himself for the events of the night before. For now, he would let him.
We're fully aware of the situation, Stiles said. We are trained for things like this.
But it's not us we have to worry about, is it? Crowley asked.
And we cannot lead them off without telling them what the odds of survival are.
Styles fell silent as they contemplated those words.
Chapter 16. Thank you all for your patience, Crowley said to the crowd. Soldiers and civilians alike were gathered in the parking lot in front of the motel, packed up and ready to head out. In a few moments, we will head out of town and attempt to make the 20-mile walk to base. I say attempt because, again, I want to reiterate that there is a chance, hell, a probability, that some of you won't make it. He let his words sink in, his gaze falling briefly on Radcliffe, who had a bandage wrapped diagonally around his head to protect his wound. The soldier, who stood apart from the rest, dropped his gaze. Crowley allowed the murmurs to quieten before going on. My men are trained and prepared for the possibility of death during a mission, but you aren't, and by rights, you shouldn't need to be. Unfortunately, it is not my place to lie to you, and so I won't. He stared at faces in the crowd, one after the other, meeting their dreading expressions head on. So now that you all know very well what we're up against, I am giving you one more chance to opt out. I need everyone who comes to be on board, no exceptions. If you decide to stay, you have my blessing and will leave you with one day's supply, but I can't guarantee we'll be back for you. As soon as Crowley was done speaking, he stepped back beside Josephine as the civilians began talking together. Someone moving through the crowd from the back caught his attention. It was the pregnant lady from the night before.
"Can I ask a question?"
she asked. The crowd quietened. Sure, he said.
"Can we get going already?"
Have you thought it through? This is your chance. I owe you all that much.
You don't owe us anything. A lot of us are in this pickle because we didn't get going when everyone else was going. I'm not staying back a second time. No, sir.
Crowley was about to let her know they would move as soon as the others had made their decisions when Styles stepped forward.
"Ma'am, you really need to consider this. You more than most. With your condition and—"
He trailed off as she and not a few of the other women turned to glare at him.
"My condition? I'm pregnant, not dying. Jesus Christ. You see a woman with a belly and you think she can't handle walking a few miles?"
20 miles is more than a few, Crowley said, stepping in to rescue Styles.
"I'll be fine."
I'm not staying either,
someone called out from the crowd.
the food sucks.
The joke cracked up the crowd and served to ease the tension Styles had unwittingly created. Thank you, Mr. Cortez, Crowley thought.
"Me neither,"
piped up another voice. They spoke up one by one until it was clear no one was staying. Well then, Crowley said loudly, if that's decided, let's move out. Crowley checked the time as they set out. It was almost 7:45. The formation was the same as the one they'd used when they left the school, with the soldiers shepherding the civilians in a tight structure. All except Crowley, who took the time to walk among the civilians, interacting briefly with some of them. Following Josephine's suggestion, they were taking an alternate route from the one they had used to enter the town. This road was less used, but connected the town to the highway by a bridge across the small creek that bordered the town in the south. It would bring them out south of where they had parked upon arrival. He spotted the young woman from the night before walking ahead. She was in the middle of a conversation with 2 kids and seemed in good spirits.
"She's all right,"
said someone from behind Crowley.
"There's no need to worry."
Crowley turned to find the pregnant woman. She caught up and fell in step next to him.
"She's a strong one, that one."
How did she sleep last night?
"Honestly, better than me. I was almost jealous. You'd think I'd get enough sleep now since my days of having a good night's sleep are coming to an end."
She patted her stomach fondly. The name's Bonnie, by the way.
Ed, how far along are you?
I would rather not alarm you, but I am due any day now.
Crowley's eyes widened. Shit. She was relaxed about it, though, so he didn't get anxious on her behalf. What are you having? He nodded questioningly to her stomach. Do you know?
A boy. She smiled pleasantly. I bet he'll look just like his father, right down to his nose and those big brown eyes. A beautiful baby boy.
Her eyes became distant. And where is his father, if you don't mind me asking?
He's dead.
Her answer wasn't displeased or nonchalant, just blunt.
A few weeks back, he went out on a supply run. We never saw him again.
I am truly...
It's okay,
she said tiredly.
I've lost, I've grieved, and I've moved on. No point dwelling when everyone is in the same boat.
I understand. And he did, to some extent. He understood loss. He understood grief, too. But for a long time, he had been trying to understand moving on. Yet when he looked ahead and his seeking eyes found Josephine with the little girl next to her, their fingers intertwined, he finally saw the possibility of it. As if sensing she was being watched, Josephine turned around at the same moment, and their eyes met. She smiled. It lasted a fraction of a moment, but it stayed with Crowley much longer. He looked back at the woman next to him, only to find her watching him intently. She smiled.
You, my friend, have a good pair of eyes. And from the way you handled that situation last night, you also have balls. You'll need them. Josephine is the catch. Always has been. Make sure you treat her right.
Crowley had come to a conclusion about Bonnie. She was one of those people who wasn't afraid to say what they were thinking, and he found he didn't mind at all. He nodded. I sure will. As much as he tried not to, Thaddeus O'Connor couldn't stop punishing himself. There was no denying that it was partly his fault that the girl from last night had almost been raped. Not only because he had perhaps not understood the depths of Radcliffe's wickedness, but he had also abandoned his post to relieve himself, giving the private the opportunity to sneak around the motel and into the girl's room. Radcliffe had received a suitable punishment from Crowley, and in no uncertain terms Teddy had backed it up with a lengthy scolding, assuring the private that he would be watching him like a hawk. He also told him that the captain would never have a chance to stake him to the ground, because Teddy would get to him first and blow off his balls. He meant it, and Radcliffe believed him. Crowley's temper had been quelled by shooting off Radcliffe's ear, but he was still upset with Teddy. It was clear because he did not speak to him directly, not even when he was giving orders, choosing to refer to him as Sergeant instead. Someone bumped into him from the side, clearly intentionally, but Thaddeus didn't turn. He wasn't in the mood for conversation. You're still ugly when you sulk, Teddy. He looked up in surprise to find it was Crowley walking next to him.
I wasn't sulking.
Yeah, right. Come here, man. Crowley put his arm around Teddy's shoulders.
Are we good?
The sergeant asked. While it might have been prevented, it wasn't your fault that it happened. So we're cool.
I am sorry, Crowley.
I know.
Captain,
Stiles called from somewhere in front.
Bridge ahead.
Halt. Crowley moved apart from the crowd and climbed onto an abandoned car to get a clear picture of what lay ahead. He didn't like what he saw. The bridge was littered with vehicles because of a pileup. He supposed that it happened when people were in a frenzy to leave. There was a big yellow school bus at the other end of the bridge, possibly the reason for the pileup, as it was sitting over 2 lanes. He looked around and pointed to a water tower 100 yards off the road. "Dustin," he called. The sniper raised a hand from the other side of the crowd, and Crowley jerked a thumb at the tower.
On it.
Crowley waited patiently.
No hostiles up ahead. None I can spot, at least.
All right, then. Let's move.
Oh, we need to move, all right. Fast.
What is it? What do you see? Crowley craned his neck and saw Dustin looking through his scope back the way they had come.
Bogies on our 6, coming in hot.
How many? Dustin didn't respond immediately. Dustin, how many?
4, 6, 8.
8. That's not a lot. We can...
28, Crowley, Dustin said. 28 and counting.
Run, Crowley ordered. Head for the bridge. Go, go, go. The soldiers scrambled into action, herding the civilians urgently towards the bridge. He instinctively sought out Josephine and found her helping her father along, still gripping little Emily's hand. Next to them, the pregnant lady, Bonnie, was being assisted by Private Chase. As if sensing his gaze, Josephine looked at him and gave him the thumbs up. He returned it, a sinking feeling in his guts. Pearson, Stiles, get to the front. Make for the school bus.
Copy,
they echoed before pouring on speed. Dustin reappeared, running at full speed to catch up. Dustin, Tyson, get ahead. Find a vantage point and start picking them off the second they are within range.
Yes, sir.
They ran off, and Crowley brought up the rear, just keeping up till they got to the bridge. The school bus, Crowley called. Get the civilians onto the school bus. Pearson ran into the bus and returned to the door a moment later, dragging the first of the civilians in by the arm.
Get in,
he shouted. Satisfied they had it under control, Crowley turned, climbing onto the roof of an old Ford Explorer. He unclipped his binoculars and held them up to his eyes, zooming in on the horizon. What he saw made his stomach drop into his bowels. Spread out across the roadway, a loose formation of dogs at least 20 wide and 6 or 7 deep was speeding towards their position. At the head of the pack was the Alpha, and 3 more of the German Shepherd monsters. He knew instantly he had been naive to think they could make it back to base on foot. Here they were, barely on the edge of town, and there was no way they would survive the onslaught if they couldn't get that bus moving. There were just too many dogs. In fact, even if they did get it started, many of his men would perish, because there was only one way to slow the tide of death and give the bus time to get away, and that would mean sacrificing soldiers, with him at the head of the queue. Resolute now that he'd made the decision, he jumped down to go and find Teddy and tell him he would be taking over. The end of Book 1. You have been listening to Unleashed, RABID States, Book 1, written by Scott Medbury, narrated by Adam Barr.